Now it's time for Brad's Tech and Tone Tips.
It's only music with the rock professor Brad and Andrew. Hey, this is Philip Sace, and you are watching the 5150 Show with Brad and Andrew. All right.
TikTok, it's time to rock. Welcome to the channel, folks. Welcome to the annual 5150 EVH tribute show. We've got some people watching us. And if all goes well, we'll have a lot of people popping on and joining us during the course of maybe 6 to 8 hours streaming live here. That's the plan anyway, at least. There'll be some familiar faces I'm sure that you guys will know. I've thrown out some invites to a lot of people. If you haven't received a invite and you do want to come on and spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, a couple of hours with us talking about Eddie Van Halen, his music, his legacy, you're more than welcome to. You can send me a message via Facebook Messenger or Instagram, and I will be checking. I'll have to go and get my device. I'll be checking those messages. Let me just check on here during the course of the show. And maybe you can, just to remind us, put a message in the comments here that you have done that. I'm expecting Brad, the backdoor man, to be joining us anytime soon. And the usual guys from the Van Halen show here, John Conklin, Jimmy V, Les Paul, Tanner, Alan Garber's going to pop on and join us. So there's going to be a few of us on. Mikey Mojo. Who else? Gosh, forgive me if I can't remember who you are. And yeah, jump on and join us to talk about the life and legacy of Eddie Van Halen. That's the only common thread for the theme for the show today. Just a couple of things. It's the first time we've done this EVH tribute show on a Saturday. The previous 3 or 4 that we've done, I've had to stream them from work and had co-hosts look after it while I drove home to continue streaming. Today's the 5th here in New Zealand. We would normally, by default, we should be streaming tomorrow, which is the 6th, which is the anniversary of Eddie's passing. But we've got a big show on the channel later on in the evening celebrating the 57th anniversary of Disraeli Gears. So we decided we would be a day early and stream on Saturday New Zealand time, which for a lot of our North American friends would be Friday evening. So it's going to work out well. And like I say, if you do want to pop on, send me a messenger, an Instagram, or if it's easier, we could always just send the link here in the chat for you to jump on. So we're going to do a lot of repeating things during the course of this show. Bear in mind, folks, that we can only, because of the StreamYard's account we have 10 people on the stream. Here he is. Hey, bro, how are you?
Good morning.
It's early morning for you, bro, over there, isn't it? It's really early.
Oh, it's not. It's 9 o'clock now. 9 o'clock. So
Yeah.
I was 7 past. I'm a bit late. My apologies.
No dramas, bro. I just when if you and I had got together in the green room, I would have just said to you we were going to just play the video. So I played all the intro videos that we've got here on the channel. You playing Jump, the solo. Yeah. So just to keep that sort of things a little bit interesting. You know, we've got a back catalogue of intros there. But I was just reminding people that we can only have, and we're going to do this probably a few times, we can have 10 people and on here where Brad and I are.
Yep.
So if there's 10 people and you're on the bottom down here, someone has to go. But we've done this before a few times, Brad, and we've never had a traffic jam of people wanting to come on, have we?
Never. It's always been enough space for everybody to come join us. So, yeah, please do, people. How many people we got in the chat at the moment, Andrew? Anyone?
We've got 11 people. We've got 10 people watching YouTube, and we've got one person because we're streaming on our 5150 Facebook page. We've got someone watching from over there. John ZD351 is in the chat, so he has an invite. He knows the scene too, so just jump on, John, anytime you're ready. We're going to be here at least for 6 hours, at least. If it all goes well, probably 8, Brad.
Come on in, John. Come on in. Join us. Join us and have fun. Yeah, no, it's good.
So you know, obviously, bro, you know the story. You know, we're going to repeat a lot of things, and that's one of the great things about having these tribute shows. You know, we're going to be talking about Eddie Van Halen, his influence on us as guitar players, musicians, and music fans. You know, when we first came across, you know, him and his band.
Yeah.
And that whole music legacy that he left, that you and I have been very, very fortunate to do. One of the great things that we've got here on the channel, bro, is that back catalogue of you and I and a few other guests ranking the whole Van Halen catalogue, bro.
Yeah. Look, that was a mammoth task within itself. See how I put mammoth in there? Like cross-pollination. That was a mammoth task within itself, but you know, we had Steve Anderson there at the start with us. That was you know, really cool. He helped a lot. He's got a lot of knowledge, and it was really cool to see all of his Stripe series guitars and all the stuff in between, and all the what did we do? What's in the bag? Didn't we do this segment?
Yeah.
So that was really cool, and you know, we thank Steve for coming on and running those albums with us and ranking the tracks, and Kurt as well. That was really cool to do those tracks with those albums with Kurt, and then obviously Simon Hosford as well. And you know, the ranking the tracks, we could possibly do those again at some point, but that was a big task, Andrew. That was a very big task.
Yeah, I think, bro, I like what we're going to be doing tomorrow as an example for folks. You know, the Rock Professor and I have already ranked Disraeli Gears. That was just about on the cusp before Brad joined us as a full-time host on the show. So tomorrow, actually it's in November. I cocked up the dates, but it's November. Disraeli Gears turns 57. So what we thought we'll do, and we're going to do this on a semi-regular basis on the channel, we're going to pick an album that we've ranked and just discuss it amongst ourselves, because as you know, bro, there's always information or different opinions. We've picked up different opinions, so we do look forward to you, because you're going to give us quickly your rankings on that album tomorrow. But I'm just using that as an example. Yes, you and I have discussed Carnal Knowledge. You and I have agreed that this is one of our most favourite Van Halen albums.
Yes.
So we do look forward to doing a deep dive on this, on the new remastered version, bro. And we haven't even touched that yet.
No, I know, and it sounds incredible. I mean, it always sounded incredible, Andrew. Let's be honest. The original pressing, the original CD when it came out in the 90s, that was phenomenal sounding CD. But obviously, once the remastered, it's just got a little bit more clarity, and the bottom end seems a little bit tighter, and it's really cool. I love it. But all the extras that are in there, all those little nuggets of gold, fantastic. I mean, it's such a good album. I know there's people that have choice of era and things like that, but I'm not necessarily like that, Andrew. I just like it all. But Carnal Knowledge is one of those records I reckon that will go down in history as a masterpiece.
Oh yeah, we've made it clear right from the word go here on the channel that we don't have gangs or dichotomies or divisions between different so-called eras of Van Halen. If that's your thing, fuck off and go and do that somewhere else. But we don't do that here, bro, on this channel.
It's already started.
Whoa. Well, you know what I mean. And look, and while we're probably talking about that, I have noticed though, bro, to be fair, on social media, it's not as snarly and snarky and venomous as it was, say 10 years ago or 8 years ago or even 5 years ago on social media. Have you noticed that?
Oh, 100%. I think people are a little bit more, our mindset, they're just happy because it's all around Ed's music. They're just celebrating it now. It's not necessarily, look, people that were diehard David Lee Roth fans are now sort of merging into the Hagar period and enjoying that a little bit more, and even the Gary period. So it seems to be the people that are right on the Van Hagar era and love that era tend to like all the eras of Van Halen, I've noticed. But it's good that now I have noticed on social media it's cooled down a little bit. I mean, it's been 4 years now since Ed passed. I mean, people are just grateful to have the music they've got, I think, Andrew.
And what's really cool, bro, is I know you and I both follow Sammy Hagar, and Sammy Hagar over the last couple of days on his social medias has been releasing snips of him and Van Halen playing on his social media, bro. So it's just I just think it's incredible, bro.
It's really interesting to see now. Like say Sammy Hagar, he's sharing a ton of this material that he's probably got. I feel like I've seen some of this footage before that he's sharing, and I think it may have been removed from YouTube or something. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Andrew, but I feel like I've seen it before, and I'm hoping that with the amount of content that he's sharing now, at some point that might get remastered and tidied up in 4K if they can do it, and send it out there to the masses, like what they've done with the Texas show in the package you've got behind you, Andrew. The Carnal Knowledge package that came out, the box set.
It's going to happen, bro. It's not when it's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen, and that's a perfect segue, bro, into you and I. And again, it's going to be a topic with a lot of people as they pop on in the show over the next few hours. The Alex Van Halen book that is due to be released end of this month, bro. So available in hardback, paperback, Kindle, and audio, bro.
Yes, well, I'm yet to order my hardback copy, but I'm definitely getting the Kindle version because I want to hear it. I'm hoping it's Alex. But I definitely will get a copy of that as well. I know Mikey Mojo's going to the book signing, so I was going to ask him to grab us a copy, but it's probably more mucking around than it's worth. You know what I mean? I'll just get my own copy, but I would love to get a copy signed as well. But I'm pretty envious of those people that are going to be able to go to that book signing with Alex, and
Sure.
all the selfies and that. It'd be good to see Alex out and about. It's been 4 years now. No one's really seen much of him. So,
I just want to hear what he has to say. It'll be nice. Yes. One thing, bro. Yeah, yes. We're going to have the book. We're going to have something tangible, great, his thoughts, etc. But it'll be really nice to hear what he has to say when people are talking to him about his book. And inevitably that always happens. With a writer. Alex, if you ever want to come on here and talk to us about your book, you have a permanent invitation. We would love to have you on talking about your book. So I don't know how we're going to get a message to Alex Van Halen, but bro, you can just ask. One day, someone might see and say, "Oh yeah, come on the 5150 show."
Hey, stranger things have happened, Andrew. You never know. Put it out there; it could happen.
Oh, mate. Yeah. Well, look, it would be great. It would be great, and I'm sure he's going to do that anyway on quote unquote other fan type channels, which is what it's all about.
Yeah.
But even if he, for example, if Guitar World interview him, and they're bound to, that kind of publication, they're bound to have him on for 5-10 minutes. So, you can imagine that video getting 2 million views in an hour, Brad.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that, earlier this year he auctioned off a lot of his stuff, and maybe we'll get to the bottom of that through his book. But my point being is, I'm sure Modern Drummer and some of those drum magazines, and surely they'll get him on at some point to have a chat to him about his book. It's going to be very interesting, actually. And like we discussed once before, Andrew, I hope it's not another slagging match. I hope it's just about the love for his brother and the music they created together and things like that.
It'll be disappointing if it is, but yeah, we all do hope that it's I'm convinced it's going to be a great book. So according to the Kindle notification I got, bro, that's due on the 30th of October.
Yes.
So
yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. I prefer to read a book, but I'm interested to hear the audio version.
Well, what we're going to do anyway, folks, is it's going to come out on a day, and then the weekend after that, Brad and I and John Conklin, Jimmy V, whoever, whatever, Tanner, we'll throw out an invite. But a week later, we'll all come together. We'll do a show like this. There may be some, I'm sure, that would have read it in a week. It happens. I'll be certainly doing the best that I can, bro, to pull through it. And then, a week after it gets released, we'll definitely be doing something here on the channel to talk about it because, it deserves the attention, bro.
Might have to do it in 2 or 3 parts, Andrew. You never know. You might have to do it in a few different parts because there might be a lot to unpack. Let's put it that way. We don't know yet. Let's just wait and see. It'd
be good to have Chris Gill's opinions on the book too at some stage. Very good friend of the channel, who incidentally has an invite to jump on. But I'll be keen to see what he thinks of it, because he knew about this book, bro, before everyone else knew about it. Obviously, because he'd been trying to reach out to them, and
he's in the circle too, Andrew. He's in the circle.
Yeah,
I think he knows people, and he gets a lot of information, which is really, really good for him. You know what I mean? I'm really happy for him. I'm just going to double check, Andrew, that I just saw in the chat there that John hasn't got a link sent to him, so I'll try and forward it to him, Andrew. If that's all right.
Yeah. Are you sure? I'm sure I sent it to him on Messenger.
Okay.
If you can forward it to him. Sorry, bro.
Yeah. No, I will do that. I just saw that in the chat there. But if you just bear with me while I'm not good at multitasking, Andrew. I'm one of those guys, yeah.
In fact, I'm going to go and prove that I did send it to him. No, it didn't. No, he's not in that group. Hold on. He might be right. John, Brad. Okay. No, I didn't send it to him. Oh.
It was an oversight.
Yes, I did send it to him. Oh, no, wrong John. It was John Conklin.
There's too many Johns, mate. I've sent it to your Instagram DMs.
Hey, mate.
I've slid into your DMs, John.
Awesome. Bro, I'm going to pop a very special guest into the chat. I think this is the first time he's been on a show live, but he's joined us in the chat a few times. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Jerry Lica. Jerry, good to see you. Thanks for joining us, Jerry.
Okay, Jerry. How are you, my friend? Jerry, we can't hear you. I think you're muted. Your audio is muted. Your microphone. Technology at its best, Andrew.
If you can you put your thumbs up? Can you hear us? If you can hear us, put a thumbs up, please, Jerry. No, he can't. Okay, so just hold on. Okay, you can hear us. So, Jerry, pop back out and pop back in again and see if that that sometimes works. So,
yeah.
Okay.
This is the one wonderful thing about technology, Andrew.
You got to do it a few times to get used to it, because it can be a little bit tricky.
I think we take for granted sometimes how, we just jump on, boom, 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 done, because we've been doing it for a number of years. And then when new people come on, it's like, it's overwhelming. It's a whole new world, Andrew.
So
a whole new world.
So you've sent John ZD351 a link, bro, have you?
I just sent it to him on Instagram, John. Pretty sure I sent it to you on Instagram.
I'll just send it another link.
Just send it now.
Cool,
But yeah,
cool.
I don't do Facebook that much. I'm just trying desperately to do a little bit more Facebook, Andrew. But yeah.
Jerry.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hey, we can hear you. Thank you, Jerry.
All right.
Hey, Jerry. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for the invite.
No problem. It's been our pleasure, Jerry, to get you on. I know that you've been in the chat a few times, Jerry, while we've live streamed. Obviously, you know John Conklin very well and Jimmy V. So,
Yep.
it's a pleasure to have you on. I've been following you a little bit too through social media, but because it's your first time on our channel, tell us a little bit about yourself and your connection to Van Halen and how you got into Van Halen, if you don't mind, Jerry.
Yeah. Well, it started, I'm 59. And so I was coming out of my Kiss, Aerosmith, Cheap Trick phase, and I discovered Van Halen. And that would have been like 78, 79. And since then I've been hooked because I was a huge Kiss fan. But
Yeah.
it was Eddie and Alex, really. And ever since then, it's been all Van Halen. Kiss has some sentimental value to me from, my parents like Kiss. They dressed up for Kiss for Halloween, but I've been a drummer, but a frustrated guitar player. And then one day in the late 80s, I got into painting. The first guitar I did was a Kramer Striker. And everybody's like, well, I thought you were a drummer. I said, no, I'm just a frustrated guitar player, but I like Eddie's guitars. And like everybody else, I was infatuated with the 5150. And then it grew from there. I call the 5150s like the gateway drug to this hobby.
Sure.
So, yeah, but I've been at it since probably, 89, 90. And then the first guy I met through an ad in Goldmine magazine. I was looking for Van Halen memorabilia, and I met Scott Smith, the legendary, Scott Smith. So then the 90s proceeded to go. I've had access with Van Halen 93 through 98.
Yeah.
Meeting them by chance at the airport and forming a friendship with their tour manager, as a few other guys in this group have, and spent some time with them. I got a bunch of signed things, and feel very fortunate. I want to say that they are the nicest group of guys, legendary status. I mean, they're nice, kind, polite. It was really cool. It was a great experience I had. And then with the internet, the groups and everything came, and all these guitar builders, just all over the country now, in the world even, met a bunch of great people, and here we are, with the advent of Facebook and
Yep.
the Facebook groups. I never thought I'd be talking to a guy from New Zealand, meeting guys from New York, California, everywhere.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty cool community of people, guys that I've dealt with. So the first two people I met after Scott, when the internet started going, was Jim Fombast and Rob Johnson.
Yeah.
And then it kind of grew from there. And now there's a couple guys like Mike from Period Correct, John Conklin, known him for a couple years now, talk with him. We share ideas, and we go over things, and that's how the community should be. I mean, there's a bunch of guys, and I'm not going to go down that, and be negative, but there's a bunch of guys that turn it into like a contest. Oh, this guy's better than this guy, and it's not what it's about. It's for self enjoyment, to pay tribute to your hero. And these guitars are just are one of the things that other than the music, I met some talented people like Tanner. Oh my God, he's 24, same age as my daughter, and he's incredible, talented guy. I mean, drummer, guitar player. I play drums. I mean, behind me is some of the guitars.
Wow.
I'm currently in the middle of working on. I play drums, so, and there's two air guitars. So, anyways, that's who I am. I'm just a frustrated guitar player that likes to paint and striving for that perfect one.
Hey, Jerry, can I just intervene? I'm a guitar player and I'm a frustrated guitarist. So it doesn't matter, mate. We're all frustrated guitarists, whether it's our main instrument or not. We're all frustrated.
Right. Yeah, no, like I said, my specialty is, I play in a blues band, and I played and jammed with a bunch of cool guitar players, and the guitar is my favorite instrument. Being a drummer,
Sure.
I get to play with a lot of great guitar players,
Right.
and it's cool because I'll get a guitar done and I'll have it set up. There's a local tech that he's got a place not too far from me. He works on Jim McCarty stuff.
Yep.
And Dennis Coffey from the Funk Brothers in Motown.
Yeah.
Dennis Coffey
Jim.
lives in the area. So
Jim McCarty, the guitar player.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's in the area. My buddy's name is Mark Ballish. He's over. I got to plug him over at the Berkeley Music Company here
Cool.
in town. And anyways, he's a great tech. He's worked on other, a lot of the local guys that were coming up in the 80s. So he's well known in town. So we're pretty good friends. Known him for 30 something years. And we, like you guys, I'll go to the shop and we'll stand around and we'll talk about the Who and Sabbath and Deep Purple and Cream, just those 3 albums of Eric Clapton, and of course Led Zeppelin, all that stuff, and we just hang out and just part of the hobby that's cool is just networking and learning things. And like, what's cool now is when you can text, you get on YouTube and you see a video. Like Mark and I will send videos, like we'll see a cool Deep Purple clip and we'll send it, or or a Zeppelin tribute, or like we like Jimmy Sakurai, the Jimmy
Yeah.
Page impersonator from Japan. He's really cool. So
He's incredible.
yeah, so that's kind of me in a nice long rant, but it's nice to see. And like you say, it's great to network with people because you can learn things, network for parts, trade, buy, sell, whatever,
Well, Jerry, can I just say it's been a pleasure to learn a little bit about you, my friend, because
Thank you. Yeah.
it's very positive and uplifting to know there's people like yourself and another frustrated guitar player like myself. So it's very nice to meet you, Jerry.
Nice to meet you guys too. It's
We
great. I appreciate the invite.
No, we that's what we try to do here is, keep a nice little community of, people like yourself, and we really appreciate you coming on. To the left of you on screen, we've got another dear friend, John ZD351. I think you're on mute at the moment, John, but
yeah, I'm trying to lead by example and muting myself when I'm not talking.
I just wanted to say a big happy hello to you, mate, and I hope you're doing really well. Been a bit quiet lately, so I haven't been communicating with many people lately, but it's good to see you online, my friend. I hope you've been well. What have you got there in the background behind you over your left shoulder? I think it is.
Oh, just in keeping with the spirit of the occasion. That's one of the other things that frustrates me as well. So I thought I'd put it up as a bit of a decoration. I was gonna wear my Van Halen shirt, but I don't want to take my hoodie off. It's a bit cold today.
Yeah. Is it a full size guitar, John?
Yeah, that's a real one.
Jump, throw it, present it, mate. Show us. Oh, Andrew's
It's
not
just being a lefty. This is the only sort of one that was available to me.
Wow.
And really, I wanted one for the spec more than the thing. I keep threatening that I'm going to take it apart and repaint it because the stripes are the stripes, and I get it that there's a lot of people out there that like to have their copies. I can see all of Jerry's ones there in the background, and we've seen the wonderful stuff that Neil Daly's done. I've actually the day that we were at the Corner Hotel, I got to pick up Simon Hosted's guitar and have a look at it. But like I said, the only if I had the choice of the full range, I would have got a black and white one with the black pick guard. But I just wanted to have a guitar that had all this sort of stuff on it in that way. Yeah. So I've got an idea in my mind of how I'd like to repaint it, but it's just another one of those things to get onto, I suppose.
I reckon leave it. It's good. Is it a custom job? Which one?
It is an EVH.
Okay. It is EVH, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Beautiful. How's the neck on that thing feel? Good?
Nice. When I first got it, it felt a bit sort of, how to describe it, flattish, ovalish to me, but it is a very comfortable shape.
Yeah.
And but yeah, it's a fun guitar to play. It needs a proper setup. I've got a guy.
It's beautiful.
That I might take
Yeah.
it to. It
I know.
is, but
I dig it.
I totally get why people want to make their copies of Eddie's guitars and have their style to it. I always remember that Eddie come up with this design basically because he wanted to have something of his own, and I think that to my mind, a better tribute to Eddie is to go ahead and make your stuff your own and do things the way you want. You know, I've got a couple of guitars that I've pulled apart and put my own stuff into, and I think that you know, you got to go out and find your own voice, your own style, your own look. And
John, can I just say you've got a damn good look going there, my friend.
Hey guys,
thank you very much.
just want to introduce into the stream to join us. We've got Les Paul, very good friend of the channel. Good to see you, bro. Chris Gill, another very, very good friend of the channel. And Tanner, you were talking about Tanner before. Jerry is in the chat. So thank you guys for joining us. So you guys know why you're here. So please
Hollywood Squares.
Carry on, gentlemen.
Is it for the Brady Bunch? Which one are we?
Hey, Chris,
Chris for the
I'm the center square, so I get to be the one to, you know, decide who's going to win, you know, a new Winnebago.
If you don't want us to be squares, then we can be circles, then, Chris, if you want.
I don't know.
It might be better than stripes.
You get two more. You get two more. You look be the Brady Bunch.
Circles before.
No, I think the squares, Andrew. The rectangles.
Okay, all right.
Wasn't Paul in the center square, Chris?
Yes, he was. The fabulous Paul Lind. Always, you could never trust his answers, though. They were always joke answers.
Yeah, he was funny, man. All that old school Hollywood at the time, was it mid-70s?
Yep. What was it? What was the old guy? Charlie something or other?
Charles Nelson Riley.
Oh, there's Charles Nelson Riley too, but there was also the old guy who wore the suspenders and stuff.
Yeah. H.R.R. Lidsville with Eddie Munster. The spin-off from H.R. Puffin stuff.
Oh, it's good to see everyone here on the screen. It's like a Van Halen little party worldwide.
It's the
Look at Les's setup in the back, man. That's amazing.
Oh, thanks. My neighbors love me.
Yeah, I bet.
Truly, cops. No,
it reminds me of that Tommy Chong clip from one of the Cheech and Chong's next movie. I think Lukather did the guitar for it, but it's a hilarious scene where Chong is practicing his guitar and like the wind's blowing and Cheech can't get through the door because it's so loud. So that's what that reminds me of.
I just remember the one where he's in that bunny suit and up in smoke, where he's playing like that Jaguar.
Yeah.
Falls over and it drums. It's so funny. The smoke, everybody loves music. And, yeah, it's good stuff.
And while we're talking about that, to bring it all into Van Halen, of course, we know that possibly the guitar that inspired the striped paint job.
Yep.
Played by Chip Kimmin of the Dills in the Battle of the Bands.
Yeah.
So,
the Stripe Les Paul, I believe.
Which was filmed in actually May of '77 at the Roxy.
The Roxy or Gazzari's? Wow. Yeah, Roxy.
Yep. Rodney, was it Bingenheimer? He was in that movie.
Yeah, Rodney Bingenheimer was in that movie too. Yep.
Yeah, because you could see him with his glasses on the sound guy.
Yep.
Classic.
Yeah. So I see Tanner's having a good, healthy square meal there. Tanner, I didn't get a chance to say hello to you at the last EVH Con because you were just doing such an awesome job on those drums all day. So
I know there was a few people I totally didn't even talk to at all. I didn't take any pictures with anyone either. John Conklin was like, "What the hell? Why didn't we take any pictures?" I was like, "I don't know."
You had the sticks in your hands.
I did. And there's one picture of the group of us where we all lined up, and I stood up on top of my drum throne, and I'm being blocked by a snowflake that's this big.
So it goes.
Yeah.
Anybody
One of
know
these-
about plans for this next one?
Date wise, I don't know, but John and Conklin and I have been talking about it quite a bit because we always plan some songs together,
Cool.
backing tracks and stuff.
Cool.
Awesome.
I hope to. I don't know if I hope to have it done in time. You know, Donnie Ward's making me a destroyer.
Ooh,
Wow.
So, and I'm gonna pop these guys. And even though it's not the Super 70s, I'm gonna pop these guys in there. So I got these old 70s Mighty Mites.
Oh man.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of do a little crossbreeding of like sort of the Hamer standards 70s style with the destroyer. So see how it sounds. And if it doesn't sound good, I'll pop the Super 70s in. So who knows? You know.
That's the wonderful thing about guitars. We can just mix and match and do whatever we like with them, Chris.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why I've got stacks of pickups and you name it. So
yeah, and that's it. That's true Ed fashion too. Just change it out. You know, change them out when you get sick of them. They don't like them.
Yeah, he was.
Well, it's a tool. It's a tool. I've always, even since like, it's funny that I fell into the Van Halen crowd because even before I knew about Eddie, I was doing the same thing. Just I didn't think of any guitar as sacred, regrettably. But anything I didn't like about it, I changed about it. And once I started to kind of get into Van Halen, I was like, oh, I have the same philosophy. Plus, by nature, I happen to hold my pick with my middle finger too, which was pretty funny to find out once I started getting into that as well.
Yeah, me too. That was the same thing. It was like funny when I saw Ed doing that because it's like, yeah, I do the same thing. It's like I think it feels more stable to me. It's like it's more centered, you know.
Well, it's funny. I think I know what. Like a lot of people used to think it's because of tapping, but he did it well before tapping, and I think it's because I saw a picture of him recently doing signatures or a set list, and he's holding his pen with his thumb in his middle, and I do the same thing. So I think that's where it comes from. It's just a lot of like I remember that Troy Grady guy who made a series of videos on YouTube about Yngwie and all those kind of really fast picking things, and he did a whole video on the Ed's like kind of butterfly tremolo picking, and he was like demonstrating it by holding a pencil on a table and saying that it's almost the exact same thing, which I found really cool. It helped me learn it better.
Cool.
More strength too, probably too. Put that other finger in there.
Yeah, 2 fingers.
And just.
I had Yngwie right in front of me. I asked him, I was doing an interview with him, and I asked him to show me how to sweep pick, and I still can't do it. So he was like right there.
His lesson videos are like, okay, just do this.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe you can start with Frank and Bali and get some lessons sweep picking.
True.
Yeah, economy picking at its finest.
Yeah.
True.
Frank and Bali. Didn't he like start that or
He was amongst them, yeah. He was. I mean, Yngwie in them. Yngwie was out in the rock scene, but Gambale was doing it too, more on the more jazz fusion side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all that stuff's cool. Return to Forever, all that stuff. He sat in for Demiola. There's some YouTube clips, and I go down these rabbit holes, and I'm watching Frank Zappa, and next thing you know, I'm watching Chick Corea videos. I'm like, how the hell did I get here? Just to be
the algorithm.
Right. That. And then, like, okay, there's Frank Zappa, there's Terry Bozzio. I go down a Terry Bozzio rabbit hole, and then, so then the next night will be all Van Halen, and I'm looking, I'm watching the interview, the Dutch interview they did, where Ed's he's doing Spanish Fly, which is can't get enough of that stuff.
Oh yeah.
My favorite videos are the ones that the VH store has out, where Ed's just playing by himself. Those 10-minute clips. Those are precious now.
Yeah.
I mean, in light of this whole tribute thing, I think everybody should spend a day watching those videos. I think there's 5 of them.
True.
And the one where him and Al are working out Girl Gone Bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Us
yeah.
Festival, the Us Festival's awesome. That little
Yeah.
jam where that kind of started. I mean, that's the stuff that I like, you know. I mean, 90% of my TV watching is YouTube and
Me
you
too.
know, this kind of stuff.
Yep.
I've watched these
Yep.
shows and, you know, not even
Yep.
signed in, you know, so it's cool to see. The community's really awesome to be able to get in touch with Chris. I mean, geez, it's cool as hell.
Oh, Jerry, absolutely cool as hell, you know, because he's a very dear friend of ours, you know, and the fact that he's jumping on, hanging out with just ordinary dudes like us is like, wow.
Yeah.
I'm an ordinary
Thanks.
dude. I'm just an ordinary
Okay,
dude.
all right, okay. One ordinary dude.
Hey,
I was going to say about we got coming up. I mean, I know they've been out for a while, but that 74 Pasadena, what was it, Pasadena High School recording of Van Halen. I just wrote an article months ago when it came out, but good old Jeff Hausman over at the Van Halen store, Van Halen news desk, decided to dig around because he knew some guys. He's known about this 74 tape for a long time. And there was one guy who had like a super high quality, like close to first generation copy of that recording, but he wouldn't hand it over to Jeff. And Jeff, for some reason, decided to ask some other people he knew, and another guy had basically that same thing. So he's got some really super high quality versions of those 74, you know, Pasadena High School stuff coming up. It's going to be cool. I've heard it. So, and he's going to send it out to this guy who's actually a professional recording and mastering engineer, who's going to clean it up even more.
Sweet.
But you know, those recordings that were out there sound good, and somebody did a cleaned up version that sounded good. But this new version that's coming out is going to sound even better. I mean, it's just like all that kind of 74 mist, you know, that mud and stuff like that just kind of all vanishes a bit. So it's much more crisp and clear, and you can make out like individual people in the audience almost. You can tell how big the crowd is now, and that sort of thing. So it's a cool thing. I'm just amazed to hear Ed at that stage, 1974. He's 19 years old.
With all those songs like almost done. I mean, like Out of Love, hearing Out of Love again, pretty much almost album like quality. Everything was like right there, and it's insane.
I make the point that, you know, if an A&R guy showed up, he would have signed him on the spot. They were that good at that point. You know, Alex was concert, you know, arena quality, you know, with the drum solo that he did. That's like
those guys.
Drum solo was crazy.
They were a force of nature, and I've been telling guys when I talk and meet them, those two brothers were a force of nature. When that bootleg came out last year of the Donington set, man, and in going back to that bootleg, it was like a freight train coming at you.
Yeah,
I mean, they were just so, I don't know. Am I being like overly dramatic with that description of those? I mean, it's just like this big thing that hits you in the face, you know. And it was
astounding.
amazing.
I mean, I saw them back in, you know, 78 twice, you know, the first time in the summer, which I was lucky to see. I see this to people all the time. And if I've said the story, you guys can just go get a drink or something if you've heard it. But it was 78, you know, they played in San Diego. They were doing it was one of the few shows they did in 78 that was a full length concert. They were the headliner. So I got a, you know, good hour and a half, almost 2 hours of Van Halen. But it was just unlike anything I had seen before. You know, I'd seen a lot of bands. I used to go to concerts all the time back then as a kid. And they came along and it was just like, these guys are just on another level. And of course, then the next time I saw them, they opened for Black Sabbath and they just completely blew them off the stage. I mean,
amazing.
They made Van Halen they made Black Sabbath back then, right? In 1978, they made them seem like they were all like 70 years old up there.
Yeah, Sabbath even admitted it. You know? And that was hilarious. The first time I seen was 81 in July 4th, Cobo Arena. And it was fair warning, all the shows that we hope get released, you know, those Oakland shows that everybody's clamoring for. That was just, I don't know how to explain it. It was awesome. I mean, it was, I don't know, first time you guys seen him, what was it like? You know, that's the only, yeah, it was amazing.
I mean, my perspective back then, let's see, I'm trying to think who I'd seen before that. I saw Boston. I saw Blue Oyster Cult. I saw UFO with Schenker. I saw Richie Blackmore with Rainbow. Gosh, I can go on and on. You know, I went to about everything that came through town before that, but still there was just nothing like the power of that band. You know,
I had 3 Kiss shows under my belt by the time I seen them. I had 77. I saw Kiss, Uriah Heep, and then 78 was Kiss and the Rockets. 79 was Kiss, Cheap Trick, and then I had seen Cheap Trick a few times because I liked them. There was another. Jay Giles was huge here from the East Coast. Yeah. They're like in this Detroit area. I'm right between Detroit and Ann Arbor, and Jay Giles was huge. And I went to see them headline, and it was amazing. But Van Halen it was on a different level.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just telling you because that's all I have to compare. You know, and it was, and I never missed a show. Well, I didn't go to the 2015. I was in a traffic jam. I was pissed off. I was having a bad day, and I was just like, I'm not driving 50 miles, you know. And I figured, they'll be back. And
oh no,
I don't really regret it, but you know, I was getting done with going to shows anyways. I'm kind of old curmudgeon when it comes to that now, but I had my fun. But you know, I like doing my hobbies now. You know.
Yeah.
But
I don't want to spoil it for you though. But out of all the reunion shows, so I think 2015 was the best out of the 3 tours.
All the YouTube stuff I've seen, yeah.
It was. I mean, I have to say that I did like 2012 because they played Girl Gone Bad, so that was the high moment of 2012 for me. But 2015, Ed was just so dialed in. You know, he was really playing like the old days, but with much cleaner, pristine, state of the art, you know, 2015 sound system quality. Now, the problem with the old days, of course, is that they used to stack all the speakers on the floor. So you had too much bass going on and, you know, it would, you know, really reverberate and everything like that. And you'd lose a lot of clarity. In fact, I remember the first time I saw Van Halen where I thought the sound was really clear was Monsters of Rock. So that was like where I was kind of more revelatory, like, oh, wow, you know, now I can really hear all the nuances of it. It's just not this, you know, it's not just blowing me over like a bulldozer. But in 2015, it was just like, God, he was so on, you know, it was just, it's sad. I mean, I think about it, it's like, you know, Ed passed away at 65 years old, man. That's just young by today's standards. That's just young. You know, think of what he could have been doing if he'd been healthy, you know, in all this time.
Yeah. It's like I was talking with John one day and I said, man, I would just love for them, like I was talking about those 10-minute clips of him just playing that are out, you know. I'd love to hear more piano stuff. I'd love to hear him playing. I'd love to hear him playing that baritone bass for an hour would be cool. Just to hear his interpretation, just whatever. Hell, just him playing surf tunes would be, you know, you know.
Had he lived, I think we would have, because it seemed like that kitchen sink, he was ready to put Van Halen to bed. He was tired of fighting with singers. And I think he would do like maybe movie soundtrack stuff or work with other people. You know, he said that's what he had planned, you know. So,
great.
I'm sure we would have seen more, you know, interesting stuff, just different, you know.
Yeah, I'll volunteer to go to 5150 and go through all those tapes.
Oh, we all have done that. I've done that. I have personally actually done that. And it's just, no,
Well, you
it's
need
tough.
help, give me a call. I'm retired, so I can. No,
I mean,
I can't travel yet. I can't travel yet. I need to go to EVH Con first, so I can spell Tanner on the drums a little bit.
We've got glaciers that move faster than Van Halen. You know.
But you know.
Yeah, good one. That's a good one, Chris. Good to see you, John Conklin. Good to see you, brother. You're looking good.
Yeah, John.
Chris, George Goebel.
George Goebel, that's it. George Goebel, that was the guy. Yes, George Goebel. And George Goebel was a fine jazz guitarist too.
Oh no, yeah.
Yes, he was. He actually had I think there was a signature model even. I think was there Gibson or some company made a George Goebel signature model. So
no kidding.
Good call, John.
There you go.
Good call.
Hey, Chris, you're mentioning about the 2015 tour with Eddie, how he was on his game, like he was really playing well. I don't know if you've seen the footage of. I'm sure you probably have. Everyone's probably seen it with Gary in Sydney in 1998.
Yeah.
I was at that show.
Oh, wow,
and
yeah.
It was just. I was blown away by his playing and performing that night. He was just on top of his game. Mean Streets, everything. It's just. I was blown away that night because I didn't expect a lot of those songs to be played.
Yeah. Well, that was the one thing that I think fans overlooked, was going to see that iteration of Van Halen live. You know, a lot of people say like, oh, the Van Halen 3 record wasn't that great, so they didn't bother going to the shows, and boy, did they miss out.
Yeah.
You know, because
was awesome.
He did bring out a lot of that stuff, and Gary brought a new spin on it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, like that's probably one of 2 times that Van Halen came to Australia, which was devastating for Australian fans, obviously. But you know, but I went along to that show and I couldn't believe, like, Alex was phenomenal. Even though he I think had a brace around his neck, but he was still playing phenomenally. And Ed was just next level. I never expected him to play that well. Like, I've seen all the Live Without a Net, all that stuff. I'd seen that I'd seen all the footage, I'd seen all the bootlegs, but in person to sit in front, you know, with him just sitting basically 5 or 6 rows to my right side.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was, you know, again, that was like a brief period of clarity for him too. So he'd kind of been in and out of it. And I know he was going through all that therapy and everything during that period. So he was a little more sober.
Year to the Day was awesome.
Yeah.
Year to the Day was awesome. So on the
His
record.
playing was incredible though at that point.
You know what I want to always ask, maybe Chris, maybe you know this. Sammy always had mentioned a song that was Van Halen's Stairway to Heaven that they were working on. Was that Year to the Day? The music for that was? Do you know if that was?
I don't know what's. You know, I can't get inside the head of Sammy, and I don't want to.
Yeah. I remember he always mentioned that they were when they had the big falling out. I guess around the time he said we were working on this song. He goes, it would have been the Stairway to Van Halen's Stairway to Heaven, and somebody had said it was a year to the Day. The music for that, and I guess they had been working on that with Sammy, which, you know,
I could see that being the case. I mean, Ed always had stuff in his pocket, and he always brought it out whenever, and it got, you know, changed around and whatever. And speaking of which, you know, this new the so-called unfinished song, you know.
Yeah. I was actually going to ask you about this one, Chris.
Yes, it's not the last thing that, I mean, gosh, you know, I don't want to pull the curtain behind the Wizard of Oz here, but it's not the last thing that Ed and Alex worked on. It dates to 1999. It's actually a song they did with Sharon.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
And they stripped the vocals off. You know, like Gary does a great vocal performance. He's actually very proud of it. And they just basically hit the mute. If they did anything together, if it's the last thing they worked on, you know, they hit the mute button, and then Ed turned up his fader on his guitar. So I guess you could say it was maybe it was the last thing they worked on. I don't know. The last thing they did was just to get rid of Gary's vocals, I guess. But that song originates to 1999, and that gives you an idea. It will give you an idea when you hear it of what the second album with Sharon would have been like.
Yeah.
So it gives you a strong idea. It's much better produced and everything. I wish you guys could hear it with the vocals because it's just that much more complete of a production, you know.
It changed people's opinions of Gary Sharon. It would kind of vindicate him in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah.
You know, the criticism that he took. I mean, from that, you would be like, oh, wow, man, this would have really worked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a shame.
I'm one of them. I need to hear it because it got on my nerves on that album. I was trying to look past it because of Ed, and I liked it. I didn't hate it, but it was like Gary's vocals were kind of, I don't know.
They didn't fit. The problem was is that, you know,
it's like they're trying to make him sound like Sammy or something. I don't know.
Well, there was that. And, you know, that's the first thing, you know, Gary did was go in and they did that record. And that was the wrong thing to do because he didn't have time to gel with the band. He didn't have time to find his sound. And I think he was trying a bit to kind of bridge this gap between Sammy, and he was trying a little bit too hard to sound like Sammy. It also doesn't help that he wasn't really recorded and mixed very well on that record either. So.
And he's not a real tenor either. So he was really Ed. I mean, they should have tuned down really, you know, like Extreme was tuned down, you know? So I don't know.
Yeah, his vocals were, I mean, they were great, but it's like you wanted to love it. You liked it, but you just wanted to love it. But I felt like I couldn't love it. But I liked it.
I've actually grown to really like that album more so than I did when it first came out. Mainly post Ed's passing, really, I've found a new appreciation for it. But
yeah, exactly.
I think it's really unfair in the sense that Gary copped a lot of slack for that because his mix on that record is terrible. Like the way they mixed his vocal was terrible. So
it sounds like he's in the other room shouting it, kind of.
No. Yeah. So I think it was a little bit unfair for Gary. I do feel sorry for him there that he copped a lot of slack for that. But
I think the failure of that record had greater implications, for the band Van Halen and for him personally than we all would even know, I think, because I think he became disillusioned with the fan base. I think Eddie did, because it's like people didn't want to go for the ride. They wanted to hear Panama .3.3, you know what I mean? Over, you know what I mean? And he didn't want to do that anymore, obviously. And I think he earned the right to not have to do that anymore. You know what I mean? It's like, he's proven he didn't have anything to prove, and he wanted to do something different. And I think the mass fandom didn't want to follow along, just like people like us. We were like, yeah, man, I like it. It's something completely different. You know what I mean? These 8-minute songs or whatever like that. It's kind of cool. It's completely different. But I just think commercially people just, oh, it's a failure. It's a failure. And I don't think he ever really recovered from that. I think he had a little bit of contempt for the audience after that. I think because he was just like, I think he probably felt like, oh, they just want to hear the same crap over and over again. Well, he used to say, go listen to that record if you want to hear that again. Right. So I think,
John, he was pretty vocal about it too, wasn't he? He was pretty vocal about it. He'd say that.
Yeah. You don't like it, F you kind of thing.
Yeah.
How much do you think that their manager, because he managed them guys and Rush, put them together? You think it was contrived that way?
No. You should read in the book, in the Eruption book, you should read the chapter with what was his name?
Ray Daniels.
Ray Daniels. The chapter with Ray Daniels. He kind of states his case very well. I was skeptical really up until that point, but he kind of painted things out, and Gary kind of backed him up on a lot of that too. And it was really not what people thought.
Yeah, I have that book.
Yeah. Go back and read the Ray Daniels chapter, and you might get a better perspective of what, at least from Ray Daniels states his case.
It was very eye-opening. I completely, he came off really good in your book, Chris. I was like, I was shocked because I expected him to be the jerk that Sammy had made him out to sound like, but he sounded like he was very reasonable, and everything he stated to you guys, it all made sense.
Yeah.
So
he just walked into a situation that was difficult to manage.
Hey, Mike. I think Al being married to his sister, is that why he became the manager?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm trying to remember what he said in the book, but it really wasn't. It wasn't any of that. It was really the Van Halens were interesting though, because I think there was a bit in the back of their mind. Well, this guy's basically family, and that's really a strong point with them. And so I think probably Ed and Al would probably say that was the reason. I think Ray tried to say that wasn't, but it's like with Gary. I mean, Ed just fell in love with Gary. That was the thing. Like Gary didn't think he had a chance, and he just like Gary shows up and he's just like, "This is the guy. I want him. You're the one. I'm not talking to anybody else. You're in the band."
Right. But I think that might be a bit of the way Ed related to a lot of people. That reading in your book, he would fall in love with that dude, and that dude would be couch surfing for a while until he went afoul in some way, and then he got excommunicated.
Yeah,
and I feel like Gary might have been that guy, unfortunately. And Gary's great and super talented and perfect for Extreme, But I think he kind of might have fallen into that. I love you, man, and hugs and kisses, and this is family, and that's how Sammy was in the beginning, and that's the impression that I got from and again, I'm not the post 1989 guy, but reading the Eruption book really opened up my eyes.
I think
Gary
It's the thing with, and poor Gary, I think it's just, Ed got to second guessing himself and Gary became kind of a victim of that. I mean, like I've said a bunch of times, there is a full second album. It's done. It just might need little tweaks on the mix, and obviously, Al's releasing one of the songs as an instrumental. And Al obviously thinks enough of that, out of all the unreleased Van Halen stuff that's out there, he chose that to put out. So, I mean, that says a lot to me, because it also says a lot to me because, Gary gave me a copy of that song and it meant that much to Gary and it means that much to Al. So it must have meant a lot to Ed too. It must have meant a lot to the band. I don't know what it meant to Mike because I don't even know if he played on it, but but at least between those three parties, that song resonated with them, and there's several songs on that album that are of that quality.
Chris, can I ask a question? Maybe you might know, maybe you might not, but was Ed a bully to Mike? I mean, he really seemed like, other than buddying up with Sammy and then doing that thing while the brothers took we all know that history, but do you think he was hard on Mike? Like,
Well, I mean, yes, he was. I mean, it's I don't want to sound like a total Eddie fanboy either, but I can semi see where he was coming from. I think it was basically around, the 84 thing, which, it's been very well. The one thing in Noel Monk's book that I think is pretty dead on is how they kind of screwed Mike over and how Ed felt like, I'm carrying all this weight, and he's getting this cut, that's equal to what I'm getting basically, but I'm the one who's writing the music here. I'm the guy who's like the hardcore worker and blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And Mike was kind of like, yeah, I'll show up and I'll do this, but he also liked to go home and be with his family.
Right.
Ed was 24/7. He was relentless. He builds a studio. He basically moves in there, see you later, Val, maybe when the album's done, I'll see you, we can go out and get a hot dog, or whatever. And, but
we've talked about this a bunch of times, about a lot of us, and it was an impossible standard that even Ed himself couldn't wrap his head around. I don't think he really knew what he wanted Mike to do or be. If Mike actually wrote, which is what Ed's big problem with him was, would Ed have preferred to have kept control over everything?
Well, that's what I mean.
Anyway,
if he was going to contribute, what did he want him to contribute if Ed was the springboard?
Yeah, I mean,
he's going to lose anyways.
Yeah. It's a no-win situation.
Vocals.
Yeah.
Right.
Ed didn't realize that Mike was the perfect guy for him and for that band. He didn't crave the spotlight. He knew his place in the band. He knew that Eddie was the star of the band. He never tried to overplay. He did his job, did it well. And I think if Billy
and he
Sheehan
flew the flag, and he was a fan favorite.
8 months, Billy Sheehan, there would have been some kind of drama or something with that. I just don't think Ed ever realized. I mean, listen, when you look at it, like Ed was diagnosed with cancer in 2001. They had no singer in the band, so he had cancer. Mike decides to go play with Sammy, who was their arch enemy at that point in 2002. It was Alex and Eddie left. That was the left of Van Halen. They felt like he abandoned them. You know what I mean? When you look at it from their point of view, it's like, I can't. And now he's taken off of me. And they hated Hagar, and Mike was good buddies with him, so they felt, hey, Mike's sleeping with the enemy now. And that's
but before things got bad with all that, it just seems like Mike was getting shoved around, or it just appears like, okay, let's talk 1981 or, fair warning sessions. I'm just making something up. If Mike come and said, hey, I got 3 songs, do you think they would have got made?
No, they wouldn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he was flying the flag as a team player. He's doing what he's told, play this, do this, sing this, whatever. And so that's what I mean. If Ed's bitching about that, I mean, that's just
you can't have it both ways,
I think Ed was really mad at Mike for doing the whole thing with Hagar, and then when Wolfgang came into the picture, and then he started seeing on social media people ripping on his kid, and that's when Ed just started lashing out at Mike, saying, "I had to teach him how to play everything." I think it was just a reaction to the fans shaking shots at his kid. You know what I mean? Which
good point.
Protective father. I think that was a big part of that, and I think that deep down, even Wolfgang has said it, and Mike, I think they, had Ed lived, I think they would have ironed things out. They knew each other from when they were young. You see videos of that one in Donington where Ed's kissing Mike's wife, Sue, and then Valerie and Mike. I mean, they grew up together in a lot of ways, right, Chris? I mean,
and he did. I mean, that's, last time I saw him, that was when he wanted to announce that we're going to get we're getting the band back together.
It's Ed retaliating for getting kicked in the nuts by Mike by going out with Sam and, not staying loyal.
Yeah, but I think Ed appreciated it. He had the 3 tours with Wolf, and he said, now's it's really time to do, what the fans want, and was the plan. As of 2018, it's going to be the Classic 4. It wasn't this kitchen sink thing that came along later when it was just basically looking like Ed's final leg, and even then it was already too late. But the plan was in 2018 was they were going to go out with the original 4. They're going to play stadiums. They're going to have Foo Fighters, Metallica, and other bands open up for them. It's going to be the huge blowout. And Ed really was enthusiastic about it. He really wanted to do it. And they were even, Janie had an idea for the promo, and it was going to be hyping up Mike. It was going to be like, it was going to be the beginning of Running with the Devil, with the descending, the very speeded horns, and then the bass part, and then Mike,
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of speak to a little bit of that. Tanner jumped off, but, me and Tanner are in the Mike fan club, and, because Tanner has helped me so often with, running AI and helping me break apart tracks for my transcriptions and stuff, Mike was a much better bass player.
Oh, yeah.
Than Edward was, from things that we know Edward probably played on, or that we have a very, very strong suspicion that Ed played on. That stuff is really but simple, not easy. Not hard.
Right.
Maybe stuff he did on the Wildlife. It's nothing. Ed was not a finger style good bass player, real bass player in the way that Mike was. I mean, Mike played, So This Is Love has got a great bass line. I mean, there's a Girl Gone Bad. That's Mike. And why do we know that's Mike? And Tanner, can always whip up the tracks. And because you're hearing things that are recorded in the room, you're hearing the bleed from the drums, you're hearing the bleed from the bass. It's 3 guys in the room playing. And it's not like Ed went back and overdubbed Mike's bass part. That's not true. Ed couldn't play the bass part on Good Girl Gone Bad in any scenario, So, Mike could play. And Mike was the perfect, as we've said, Mike is the perfect guy to let Edward shine. And, it was just those weird things that Ed would say and do that he would lash out at things he perceived in that moment, as causing him trouble. And, to Jerry's point about, I think Jerry's kind of intimating about the push comes to shove thing, where Ed got frustrated trying to get Mike to come up with something for push comes to shove. And he was frustrated that it took him a while to show Mike, something that he wanted Mike to play for push comes to shove. And it's like, hey, they got there in the end. What more could you want? And it is a shame, to that one of the last things that Edward didn't get to do before he died was he did not talk to Mike, and he, over the phone at least, that ship had sailed. And I think I want to hope that Edward had a realization, maybe in the way that he might have had a realization with Dave, which is like, hey, people want Dave. And even though Dave can't sing, it's not Van Halen without Dave. So we're going to go out with Dave, and that's it. And I hopefully he had an appreciation for, to me, what was easily 25% of Van Halen, which was the incredible, obviously the live backing vocals live, and then good to excellent bass playing. It's not Jack Bruce. It's not, it's not Billy Sheehan, but did Ed really want that? I don't think Ed really wanted that.
Yeah.
He might have fantasized about what it could have been like. And I think he had fun playing with Tim Bogert and playing with Billy, but that's not the reality of what the band really was. And I hope and pray maybe that he had some kind of, understanding that, that Mike probably, maybe, I don't know if he ever did, but Mike, the fans know that Mike was 25% responsible for what happened with Van Halen. I just think I don't think Ed ever maybe got there. I wish he did.
Yeah,
I think he did. No, I think he did. I think he knew. I mean, a lot of it, he would say stuff. He would just, in these interviews, and kind of go back and think about it. I mean, I dealt with that a lot. That was the problem with that Billboard interview. Was that he didn't have a filter there, and with the Guitar World interviews, there was a filter there. We would run him by him, and he would change things, like, no, I didn't really mean that, or that was a spur of the moment, or I misspoke, or whatever. It's, he would think better of something, it's like, yeah. And sometimes, maybe that is the way he felt, but he just didn't want people to know that. I don't know, but I really do. I saw that, at least in that last time I saw him, that, there was something genuine there. There was a genuine appreciation, I mean, otherwise they wouldn't have played Mike up. I mean, like I said, this whole tour announcement was going to center around Mike's back. That was like, it wasn't just like the original 4 back. No, it's like Mike is back.
I just find it incredibly sad that, Sammy knew that Eddie was dying. He even reached out to him. Mike never appears to have reached, just said, hey, I'm sure Sammy said, hey man, he's real, sick. I just got to call George Lopez and says, you need to call him now, man. This is, things are not good. And Mike had to know that he was that ill, and just, I don't know, maybe pride got in the way, but you would have thought Mike would have said, listen, man, I'm Ed, I'm calling you. Just want to, see how you are. I'm checking in on you. And, and if Ed hung up on him, then Mike could say, hey man,
at least I tried.
I tried. I can sleep at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it never even got to that. And it was just kind of sad that there was never, ever any kind of closure or anything on that, And
no,
Mike
definitely
about it. And Mike's the guy that we all know. He doesn't want to talk about any of that stuff. He just wants to fly the flag for the band and stuff like that. But it's just kind of, it almost seemed like out of character. I always expected that Mike would always be the bigger person and just say, hey, but maybe after a while it cut a little deep on Mike, some of this stuff too. And he just didn't want to even,
Well, I think I can see that, him feeling that way, of just kind of being like, yeah, I just don't want to, this could just be a tense situation. I just don't want to, I'm just not feeling it, It's possible that he just knew it was always going to be drama in some way, shape, or form.
That's how I kind of think of it too, Chris. I think basically maybe he didn't want to flare up a situation that was, could have been quite volatile that particular time in his life, The other thing is too, if they were centering this thing around Mike's return, maybe that was enough for Mike. You don't know. Maybe that was enough for him to go, well,
that's what I think maybe that was what was Brad.
Yeah.
Just exactly
that's a great point, Brad. Yeah.
Because, the end is the end. When you're gone, you're gone. You can't go back after that. So it's like,
because you can only sort of pick up from Mike the way he talks, even in recent podcasts of things I've seen him and whatnot. He just seems to be so genuinely such a nice guy. I couldn't imagine him doing anything out of like vindictive or anything like that, or anything out of anger. Like no, I'm not going to talk to Ed. I think maybe there was, those later.
Well, I think that's right. I think that right there is kind of key to me, what you just said, Brad, because there's a communication style that Edward didn't get from Mike that he got from everybody else. He didn't, Al and Ed, we know, fought physically and verbally, and were really, there was a passion there. And that was the language that he understood. He understood Dave being a total jerk and, forcing his opinions and he understood that kind of thing. But when somebody laid back like Mike did, I think Edward saw that as that like a lack of passion, and he doesn't care enough to get that riled up about something. I think that might have been some of the disconnect between them, because that I kind of got that feeling too, but I'm going to dial back a little bit. We're all so excited about that incredible Pasadena High School bootleg, which is the great thing of my life. I can't compulsively playing it. I still, Tanner and I talk about it constantly. It's so good. And so it's a great document because it does two things. It shows, hey, Mark Stone was really a good bass player.
Yeah.
Good tone. I think.
Yeah.
And then, could his background vocals have been stronger? Yeah, but they were there, and it kind of filled up some sonic space in the trio, right?
Sure.
But then you hear that demarcation, because that gig is the gig where Snake lent the PA to the band, and Dave calls him out. So you hear that moment where, okay, this band was really, really hot. But then when Mike joins the band, it's a whole quantum leap forward with the backing vocals, and even the bass playing is not quite so all over the place in a way. It's a little more conventional, but that makes things gel better. And he brought so much to the band, and now we have the sonic evidence that we didn't have before. And that is just so exciting.
Alan,
to hear that.
Alan, can I just ask a question and chuck it out to all you guys? So it's an interesting point that you make, and the importance clearly of a rhythm section to a band. We saw something similar happen with the Beatles. The Beatles talked about when Ringo Starr came in and they looked at each other and went, holy cow, their music was just propelled forward at leaps and bounds. So exactly the same that you've just described with the bass playing of Michael Anthony. It's like they were looking at each other going, jeepers. So, we can't underestimate the importance of that foundation, can we, Alan?
Yeah, absolutely. Ed never loved Mike's tone, but, in those early shows with Mike, I don't know if he's playing like the acoustic amps or whatever he was using back then. I thought Mike had really good tone. But when you listen to what Mark Stone's tone was, Mark was getting into that Tim Bogert, a little bit more of the distorted bass, kind of Geezer and all that stuff. He had some of that going on, and Mike had a slightly softer attack, but I just think it was a better thing. It just.
I think that the thing too is that that 74 recording, you can hear just how progressive they were. They were almost a progressive rock band to a certain extent, and especially the type of material that they were doing. My gosh, it just was not. It was not common FM radio fare. I know, because I was listening to the radio back then. You were not hearing Cactus, on the radio.
You were damn sure not hearing Captain Beyond.
Yeah, you weren't hearing Captain Beyond on the radio. And this was stuff this was deep in the record bin type of stuff. And I think what happened when Michael Anthony came over was that Roth was able to pull the band a little more in his direction, and work on those harmonies as an ersatz, horn section type of thing. Pull them more towards the pop and the funk, and that sort of thing. And it just, but it's great. It still worked, But I think if Mark Stone had stayed with the band, they would have been like, I don't know, like not like Yes, but they would have been a much more progressive band, I think. And they probably would have got a different singer, too, eventually. So, because I think Roth probably would have gotten frustrated, or they would have gotten frustrated with him and gone for somebody else.
Yeah, and I hope that Alex and Ed, I think at various points in their lives, they had different frustrations, and they weren't necessarily in the habit of having the best perspective. And of course, these guys were kids.
Yeah.
We got to remember, as Tom Bukovac told me, and as he tells many people, think about what the Beatles did before they were 30, and we're all just pissing up a rope. And so Van Halen was doing all this stuff when they were young. They were in their late teens and 20s, between Mark Stone and Mike and getting the record deal and all that kind of stuff. And I all that time when you're a kid, especially as a guy, I guess you're not thinking and appreciative of what you have in the moment. You're just full of fire, and you're just and you're kind of an idiot. You don't know how to communicate things to people as you should. And of course, you've got some substance abuse going on with at least 3 of the members, and Mike was doing his fair share too. But it wasn't like people were like giving kudos where they really should have been getting them. and people considering other people's feelings. I mean, it was just a hard thing for everybody to communicate,
And just think, like, they had that sound, they had that success, they had that chemistry, and with Mark Stone, who knows if where it would have went, like you said. But with Michael Anthony, I mean, they had the sound, they had the bass player, the background vocals, and just pledging forward. It's amazing that they had the style and everything at that young age in their early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's interesting is if you go back and you compare that 74 Pasadena High School tape, and then what the next known tape that we pretty much have is 1975 Gazzarri's. And it's like these long, I mean, it's a different audience, obviously. At Pasadena High School, they were doing more of a concert, so to speak, and Gazzarri's are playing at a club for singles out to mingle, kind of deal. So the songs are shorter, and everything, but it's such a change, it's just like, is this the same band almost? You listen to it and just go, wow, it's like, it's the material is, it's much more radio oriented. The songs are shorter, they've got these harmonies going on. Ed isn't really quite as flashy. In fact, I'm trying to remember which song it is on there, but he doesn't even play a solo on one of the songs in that 75 recording, and it's just like where it's like, man, almost all the stuff on the Pasadena High School thing has just got these extended solos on.
Oh, yeah. Well, and another cool thing that doesn't get mentioned a lot and is the fact that Ed is already playing Eruption in 74.
Yeah.
So he'd been doing, at least, with the Cactus thing and lots of the riffs that, it's not the entire fully formed thing that we hear on the first album or anything, but it is like probably about 70% of the way there pretty much.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And it's just, and he's playing a Les Paul through a Marshall instead of, he doesn't have any whammy bar. He doesn't have, what was I going to say? I forgot what else he didn't have, but he's using the wah pedal too. It's interesting because the wah pedal almost after that just disappears, even though you still see it in his stage rig in the club shots, but you don't really hear him playing wah that much, but it's like, he's all over that damn wah in 74.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that whole thing, I've always likened that the Echoplex and the wah, the way he used it there was very, very much like Mark Ronson.
Oh yeah,
Mick Ronson.
Mick Ronson.
Oh God, shoot me for that one. But no, yes, but that whole thing where he does that whole, it's like listening to the live version of Moon Age Daydream, where he's freaking out with the that sound on sound. Capability, the Echoplex and the wah-wah and the Les Paul, and that was kind of its moment, and he stopped doing that freak out thing with the Echoplex probably around late 75 into maybe 76 when they stopped doing so much psychedelic stuff.
He did it well. He didn't do it as much, but it was part of the Eruption solo up through actually a good part of 76. So
yeah,
like,
so that's so sometime, late 76, I guess, they kind of phase that out, I guess.
And then, of course, Ed discovers tapping, and then that becomes the thing,
Yeah.
So,
yeah. But that was a cool surprise on that. I'm thinking, oh, well, I was not expecting that, and it's great. Of course, it still is like, oh, there's a nod to Cactus right there. It's like there couldn't be any denying.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But it's like any good band, you steal from wherever, and you make it your own. So
yeah, and I love that too, that you say that, because that I hear this so much because I go so far into the weeds on transcribing Van Halen, as all you guys know, but I get the argument about the word originality always comes up.
Right.
And, originality is really a bogus concept, I believe.
I agree.
I often hear that from people who just refuse to believe that Eddie actually learned from anybody. I mean, it's just not true. Everybody is, unoriginal to a large degree. It's just not.
Led Zeppelin.
Everybody.
Oh man, I got to tell you guys this story, because I'm working on something about Jeff Beck right now, and man, Chris, first of all, you listen to the very early recordings of him with the Deltones and stuff, and he's just doing the Cliff Gallup and Les Paul triplet pull-off things. Like there's one song where he's just doing that everywhere. Like every chance he gets, he's just doing those triplet pull-offs. And he just did that throughout his career. So there's that. But man, there was some stuff where poor Alex Ligertwood, man, you want to talk about somebody who was stomped on badly by somebody because, it's the song Ice Cream Cakes on Jeff Beck Group. And it's funny because it's credited to Jeff Beck, but it's actually a song that Alex had recorded. It was a Benny King song, actually. And what was the name of the band? I'm trying to remember, but it was Alex's band, that had recorded it. But like, not only did Alex Ligertwood get just completely pushed out of the band, there was like another song that Jeff had done that Alex wrote and took the credit for, for himself, not giving Alex any credit for it. But then also this other song, we were just digging into that, and it's like, oh wow, it's the same lyrics, and I'm surprised that Benny King's family hasn't sued the Jeff Beck estate over it.
And it's like Rita Coolidge on the Layla piano thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much of that going on, man. But I just the originality argument is just hilarious to me, because it's like, you are what you are, but like, God, almost the moment that you hear somebody say original or originality come out of their mouths, you can almost discount anything that they're going to say ever again. Because that is just
I tell you one
term.
thing, and it meant a lot to the brothers, is they were original in their tone.
Yeah.
Especially
with antecedents, though, because it's true that Ed was really chasing, a Clapton live with Cream for the tone too, not just the playing, but the tone too.
And I'm going to make Tanner mad, but Al kind of lifted John Bonham's Lemon Song snare drum sound, or Stairway, and Tanner will say within a few megahertz or whatever, which is awesome. But I really can hear it. You can definitely hear where he got that sound and tweaked it, the way he played, and it became part of this, like I keep saying, this force of nature that came at you.
Well, right. And how are you going to say that Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page, and Eric Clapton were original? That's not the first word that comes to mind when I think of those guys. I think of them as great.
Yeah.
Right.
I just think they're great. And original,
but they put their spin on it, and they became who they were, what we know and why we're talking about them now.
Yeah. But, it's like, to a degree, but then it's also like, there's times where, a lot of those guys didn't put any spin on it. They just straight did it. I mean, there's no spin, there's no originality. It's still great to hear the solo to, Hey Lordy Mama and Strange Brew. And we know that it is straight up ripped off,
right?
Phrase for phrase. I mean, every nuance is straight out of Albert King. It's not even pretending to be original. So get out of here with the original argument.
They did something cool with the songs with it. When you hear the original version of Spoonful, and then you hear Cream's version of Spoonful, it's like this, they put some power behind it. Like there's some balls behind it. And then along comes this other band, Van Halen, their interpretation of what Cream, they had more balls, and, I mean, it like progressed, I thought.
Yeah. Listen, you are what you eat.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just depends on how diverse your diet is. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the thing about Beck, Clapton, and Page, is that those guys were all scholars. They studied the blues. That's they used to hang out, and
Brian May too. I mean,
just in
Tony Iommi, they were blues.
Oh yeah,
they were jazz blues fusion.
Yeah.
There's almost nobody you can name that wasn't a constant lifetime student of the. I mean, Robin Trower, Stevie Ray, everybody good.
Yeah.
Obviously Slash, everybody like that. They put in the effort because they're passionate about music. They're passionate about the music that they hear. They, especially the music that they listened to when they were teenagers or when they first started playing. And that's what, strikes you in the guts. And that's what gives you your passion for your lifetime. And, it never goes away. And, Cream never left Edward. It's like that's what started everything. So it's like, it's just.
But I think where the originality term comes from, or not comes from, but they all had their own little stamp. You knew who it was when you heard them on the radio, and I think that's what people are taking to be, original.
True, but then some people are like, would say like, well, why don't you do an original song? Well, I can listen to Panama, which might sound very original and exclusive to Van Halen, but like, and I was having this argument the other day about suspended chords in general. Like, okay, there's not a lot chordally that's going on in Panama that hasn't already gone on in Rolling Stone songs with Brian Jones in the band. I mean, really, the chord, people think that the suspended chords got invented, by Rush and Van Halen. And well, no, it's just as basic as anything can be, people don't hear, the Rolling Stones thing, but it's like, Dance the Night Away, Panama, little guitars. It's also
how it was executed.
It's also executed. Yeah, but it's like the actual fingerings and the chords and even the rhythm. AC/DC is not that far removed from listening to, the early live Stones records. It's just different people playing the stuff, and there's not like this overly concern of like, oh, how am I going to make it original? It's like, oh, I'm going to just. They're coming up with stuff, and it's like I just don't think
through a Marshall that makes it.
Yeah, and the Stones were playing with what they had, and of course, but it's like there's almost never a case where something just falls out of the sky that's never had an antecedent. And to me, like there's certain people that are kind of close to that, like Hendrix might be, maybe the one. And personally, I controversial, but I believe that Hendrix is probably the greatest electric guitar player if there was ever a list and that meant anything. For me personally, he's over and above Edward, just for me, and for a lot of reasons. But there's a more original thing going on with Hendrix than there was with a lot of other people. It doesn't mean that they're not great, but it is what it is.
Fred Sanford.
Yeah.
You got to remember, it was also all about the focus.
I can't believe he just said that on a tribute show.
Oh yeah, I'll say it all day, every day. But there's other reasons though. Like Hendrix was a singer. Hendrix was a songwriter. Hendrix,
sure,
was a complete. There were so many innovations that Hendrix did that are just as innovative in what he did as what Edward did, and I just kind of don't. I just don't think there's any contest really, but that's just my opinion. But again, it's like there's just original. I go back to original whatever.
Yeah,
Ed lit a fire under everyone's butt to have their own tone too. It seems Warren DeMartini, George Lynch, all these cats from the '80s.
Well, they were chasing Edward's tone, so I don't know how much. Yeah, but and they still are, and they're still using IRs for Edward's stripped cabinets and all that kind of stuff. So is their stuff original? Did they get their own tone? I think they kind of got their own tone when they couldn't get close enough to Edward's tone, and they were like, "Well,
that's how it works." Though. That's always how it works, because it's like anytime you're like, "I'm going to do a song that sounds like this," and it sounds nothing like it, but hey, I have created a sound. That's a lot of how it works. So I know
everybody here loved the first album tone, and guys around here, and same in the groups here. Ed hated that tone. I don't see why, but man, it just, everybody here just clamors for it, and they go to the nth degree to
when I realized that I really wasn't as big of a fan of the first album tone is when I actually played through a plexi, and I was just like, oh my god, this is it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not really fun. I don't know. I didn't find it to be fun. I like, to me, like I always say 1984, that was my favorite Ed tone.
Diver Down, Fair Warning.
Yeah, even Diver Down. But 1984, I just love, like Drop Dead Legs. I think that's just like the perfect
those three albums right there for me are my favorite.
Brad, you can speak to Marshall tone, Brad. Let me ask you about that, because you're into kind of the JCM 800, kind of like the later Marshalls for the slash kind of thing generally. But when I was a kid, I went to my guitar store here in Houston, Rockin' Robbins, and I got the full stack 100-watt plexi, turned it all the way up, got my I think I tried a Telecaster and I tried a Les Paul, right?
Yep.
Guess what I sounded like? And I didn't know anything about amps, and I still don't know a lot about them. But when I plugged that in, I sounded like High Tides and Greengrass by the Outlaws. That's what I sounded like. It didn't sound like Van Halen, not even freaking close. But, Brad, tell us about, I want you to speak on that. So tell us about the difference between the kind of Marshalls that you and Slash and others kind of gravitate towards versus the real dry plexi thing.
Well, the real dry plexi, I mean, I've tried plexis and I've actually gigged with plexis, and I find them too unforgiving. I'll put it that way. They're very dry. They're very unforgiving. You hear, if you play well, you hear it. If you play bad, you hear it. And a JCM 800's a little bit more forgiving. You still got to play well, but they've just got they've got a little bit more of that gritty, dirty sort of vibe. But I've been using the JCM Slash Head, which is basically a Jubilee series Marshall, and that thing to me is probably the greatest Marshall that was ever made. Just my personal opinion. I mean, guys like Joe Bonamassa, Chris Robinson from the Black Crowes, Red Hot Chili Peppers, everyone uses these amps. Slash, I mean, they're just a phenomenal sounding amp. They've got that Marshall raw, but they've got something that's they've got a little bit more low mid range that I love, and that low mid range gives you a lot of punch. And the plexis don't seem to have a lot of that low mid. It's a lot of mids and highs. And if you're into mids and highs, then that's your thing. I've tried also a Randy Rhoads Marshall that came out, and it was in the white Tortex sort of look. It was great. I mean, I love Randy Rhoads as well, and I love that amp, and I tried it, and I just sounded terrible through it. I just couldn't get a sound. I'm sure guys can, but I think there's a thing that when you play a particular sort of amp for so long, you're playing adjust to that. And then when you play, it's like, I know Dave Leslie from Baby Animals really well. He played through Ed's rig on the For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge tour rig. He goes, great, I'm going to sound like Ed, this is great. And he got on and just sounded like himself. He goes, one day I'd love to get him on to talk about his experiences on that tour. But it's funny, going back to your Marshall thing. I think there's the later Marshalls, again, have a different quality to them as well. I'm not saying they're good, bad, but they lean to a different sort of tone. But they are reissuing a lot of these classic amps as well, and they do sound phenomenal. The reissue of the Jubilee, which was the grey Tortex with the silver front, which is what Joe Bonamassa and Slash use, they sound phenomenal. And there's something about those amps. They've got the JCM quality. They've got the 800. They've got a plexi vibe, but they've got more grit and low mid range. That's basically for me why. And I can plug a Stratocaster into that Marshall and just do a few tweaks. The tone controls are so responsive on the Jubilee. So you can go, when you turn the mids, let's say up to halfway or just past halfway, say like 1 o'clock, there's a massive difference. You can actually hear it. Where plexis, there's not a lot of difference in the EQ. No matter what you do, you can push the low end. There's not a lot of difference. You can push the high end. It's very bitey, very treble. But it's a phenomenal sound if you play them loud. But there's not a lot of places where you can play them at that volume anymore. So
and again, I even played those. I tried playing those loud, and I just like, man, if I was doing Outlaws covers all night, I'd be rocking. But and that's where I was like, what in the hell is this plexi thing? And but then I didn't know. Now Chris does power tools every month in Guitar World, and if you haven't looked at that last page every month, I'm always like emailing Chris, like, God, this is a great one. I'm so excited about this stuff because he goes through like the history of those kind of tones and kind of tells you exactly what's going on. And as an aside, I got to plug that because it's so great. And Chris's prose is so great and he knows what he's talking about. And I just love reading that kind of stuff. but it lets you have sort of realistic expectations for what you're getting from something like a Plexi, or what you're getting from the late 70s Marshalls. And I didn't have that when I was a kid. All I had was showing up at vintage guitar shows, and showing up at the big famous music store here in Houston, Rockin' Robins, and I'd try all this stuff, and I'd just be scratching my head, and again filling myself with self-doubt, and it's me, what's wrong with me, I can't do this, it's a Plexi, that's what Ed had. I didn't know anything.
I think, I did an interview with Tom Werman in the early 90s, and he didn't really know gear very well, but he was talking about these qualities of guitar amp distortion. And he said, well, he kind of classified it in two different ranges. He said there's like cracked window glass, and then there's crushed safety glass. Yes. And I think he was talking about Plexi versus JCM 800, because judging by the bands that he worked with, and it's like, yeah, I can kind of see that, I did want to mention about the Jubilee, because I was lucky to get I worked at Guitar Player, and there was a Jubilee that made the rounds. It would actually showed up at Guitar Showcase. It had belonged to Tyron Porter and the Doobie Brothers, and I wanted it, but one of the other guys who worked for Bass Player got it, but then he got tired of it for some reason and sold it, so I snagged it, and I still have it. But Mark Thompson brought in, he had a 50-watt Plexi head, and we A/B'd them, and we got the Jubilee to perfectly match this 50-watt Plexi.
It's versatile.
It was uncanny, but then it does all that JCM 800 Jubilee stuff too. So it's like that was just sold at that point.
Chris, like, can I just say, Chris, I've done that as well with other Marshall amps, and I've got very close with the Jubilee, or the JCM Slash, which is basically the Jubilee.
Right.
Sounding like a Plexi or a 900 or an 800. I've got versatility with it because the EQ on it is very responsive. It's actually one of the Marshalls that they got the EQing right, I think. There's something quite good about it. I used to have, when they first came out, I bought the PV5150, and I sold my Jubilee, and I love Ed's tone, I love his sound, but I couldn't get my tone, what I was trying to find out of it. So I ended up selling that 5150 head and bought the JCM Slash head, which was a Jubilee. So basically I got back to my tone, and I think that's what I was saying about amps. You find a certain thing with an amp that when you play other amps, like I've tried a Fender Twin and I just can't play through it. It's just not, it doesn't sit well for me.
Yeah.
I know there's players out there that can annihilate through a Fender Twin, and I just can't. I feel like I'm stale. I just lose my feel. I lose everything. It's amazing what it does, yeah. But the Jubilee is a very versatile Marshall, and I can get, if I want to sit there and be pedantic and try and get Ed's tone from that early period, and especially John Conklin, you mentioned the 1984 period, I can get that sort of tone out of a Plexi, out of a Jubilee. I can get close. It's not the same, but it's very close.
Yeah.
Biasing.
That's the other thing that you got to be, people kind of tend to forget, you may think an amp is bad, but I've been going through stuff. I've just been on a tube kick, along with the pickup kick lately, and just, I get stuff to review for Guitar World all the time. It just passes in through my house, in and out. And I hadn't realized, I was looking at some biasing videos on YouTube, and it's like, how many amps ship from the factory with the bias cold on it? And it's a typical manufacturer thing. They don't want to deal with warranty stuff. So they don't send out the amps optimally biased.
Right.
So,
and to your point on biasing, I'm going to jump in there real quick. I'm going to stomp on you for a minute, Chris, because that was the whole thing that I grasped from Pete and Dave Friedman's video, their Van Halen tone chasing video thing. I didn't comprehend until that video that the Variac thing, the biasing had to match what you were doing with the Variac, and therein lies a lot of the magic.
That's a secret. And I know that because when I went and I saw the number one, there's a piece of tape on it, which we didn't photograph. It wouldn't let us photograph it, but there's a piece of tape that says like, set Variac to 89 volts and bias at 89 volts.
Yes, baby.
And that's the secret. That's the key. And that's why all these people said, I tried to Variac with my Plexi and it sounded like shit, or whatever. And it's like, well, because you've got to bias it. And I think this is just a theory, but I think that little screw hole that you see in the back of the number one in the Van Halen 2 studio shots by Zlozor, you can see that little white plastic thing sticking out. I think that was just a bias adjustment that Jose put in there because he got tired of digging inside the amp every time it had to change tubes and to bias it with the Variac. So it's just like, I just put it in the back here,
Friedman and I think John Sir or someone, they all kind of know what there's one extra thing that they haven't told people. I think I saw it on a live video recently with Dave Friedman saying, I'll tell you about the fat cap. I'll tell you about the mid pot, but there's one thing I'll leave out, and maybe you guys can just guess it on your own. But I'm at liberty to not tell anybody. John Sir knows this as well, or whatever, and it's just so there's still a little bit of mystique behind it, but it's not.
But it's not like a master volume circuit or anything,
right?
Yeah,
or an extra tube or whatever the hell is.
No.
Right. That's totally right. But yeah, of course, I didn't know any of this stuff back then, and I'm just getting the stock Marshall and just, hey, Mike. I mean, it's talk about it when you're a kid. I mean, I'm doing this when I'm like 14 years old doing this, and I'm just like, man, I don't know anything about this stuff. Late in life, I'm starting to get, some decent tones. I mean, tone. I wished I had tone. I kind of tried to do what I could do with the equipment that I had, but I wasn't much of a tone chaser, and I'm still not now. And I just kind of concentrate on the playing, and then just let that lead where it may and everything. But I'm kind of getting closer and closer, and there's cool things like Tanner says. There's some of the Dave Friedman, David Bray, George Metropolis, and John Sir. Mm-hmm. They basically know what's going on, and in the VH1 sound, and like that Sir, that new Mach 2 Sir that you reviewed, Chris, this month. It's got that built-in Variac, and it's got the fat cap mod that you can blend in there. That's an awesome amp right there. Read Chris's review this month of the new Sir Mach 2 amp, and man, that's got a pretty much kitchen sink in there, don't you think?
Pretty much, yeah. And be warned, it's a bright amp. It's a bright sounding amp. So I'm used to a lot of JCM 800s and things of that ilk, and it's and even a few plexis and everything, and even by plexi standard, it's got a little bit of this this high end on it. That's just like this glassiness in it and everything like that. But you know what? That's it. That is what it is.
Yeah.
So. But you do have a lot more flexibility than you get, there's no sense anymore in buying an old plexi because, first of all, the good ones are probably all in Joe Bonamassa' collection or who knows where. And it's just, they're so expensive, and there's all these great things from Friedman or Sir, Metropolis, on and on, that you can get, even better.
If you must have an amp. I mean, and when I was a kid, I'm trying to do this sound with my 65 Super Reverb and my Tube Screamer. It wasn't getting there, baby. But then Andrew just held up. You had the Universal Audio Lion, right?
Oh yeah.
That guy, I've heard some very convincing tones out of that.
The Lion is it. The Lion is like in a pedal. My gosh, it's almost like spend your $400 and be done with it.
Yeah.
Because it's like you don't even have to do that much tweaking.
Yeah.
If that's the sound you're chasing, it's got it.
Yeah, you don't need a brown box. You don't need a PS2. It's very that you can dial those in. Man, I've that's awesome that pedal exists, and
the anti pedal is a 5150 in a box, the new one. So you're like, how can a pedal sound like this? I do warn you though, I was killing myself. I have to admit that I did the fucking most stupidest thing when I got that pedal, because Universal Audio for some reason doesn't send an adapter out with their pedals, right? So I just grabbed some random adapter, 9-volt adapter, plugged it in, and it's like, and of course it says right there in the manual, was it something like 300 MA or something like that, and I'm just like, oh, whatever, it should be fine. And I'm like having all these problems with the pedal. It's like it started to work and then started to flip out and everything like that. And I'm okay. Let me go through and update put into new firmware, do this, do that. It was going through all this stuff. It just kept on getting worse and worse and worse. And so contact tech support at UA, what the hell's going on? It's like, are you using the right adapter? And I'm like,
Dude.
Let me look. 175 MA. Oh shit. I'm an idiot.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, guys, I've got to jump off. My plumber is out here working. I had a pipe burst outside my house.
Oh,
I'm like,
I've got to jump off too, guys. I'll come back on a bit later, Andrew. All right, I've got to jump off for a little bit.
great seeing you, Brad.
Nice to see you guys.
Yeah,
Be here for
likewise.
a few more hours, bro.
Thanks,
Cheers, bro.
thanks, Alan, for being such a kind gentleman to in my comment section. So thank you.
Oh, I think you're the man, Brad. Great seeing you, man.
Brad, Alan, see you guys.
Cheers, Al.
See you guys.
All right.
God bless. Cheers, Al.
Bye.
See ya. But yeah, the
the-
anti-pedal is really cool. So I just, if you want a 5150 amp for $400, get the anti-pedal. So
I've got to tell you too, Chris, the settings, the standard factory settings in this pedal are spot on. They've got a free setting, the guy Paul Kossoff setting.
yeah,
They've got a Beano setting.
wow.
John, I've got to tell you, bro, I've been listening to these albums for years, and just straight through my monitor, the settings are just fantastic. It's unbelievable what technology can do these days. One other little thing too, I'd like to say, Chris, too, that caused me problems with this pedals, because it's on Bluetooth. I had the app on my iPad and on my iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
In my studio here, and it kept on dropping in, dropping out, and I for days I couldn't work out why. I was about to go and throw it back, and then I worked out in my own mind what was happening. It was trying to pick up, even though it was, yeah. So only have it sync to one app, and then you'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets a little frustrating when you get the Bluetooth stuff and all that in there, because that's why I was just pulling my hair out, because it's like I thought it was the Bluetooth that was giving me hell. It's like, no, I just used the wrong I used an adapter that wasn't quite strong enough, But and that was just kind of weird. At least I didn't break the pedals. So that's the good part of it. But it was but yeah, all that Bluetooth stuff. I mean, you love it and you hate it. I mean, it's one of those things that you do worry about, like at a gig. Is it going to go down on me, or is someone's phone going to mess me up, or something? Yeah. And you don't get that with a good old Jubilee or a Plexi or whatever. Yeah.
That's not going away though, right?
No, it's not, but it is a cool thing. I mean, it's just like for recording, my gosh, it's just like, especially that anti thing. I just wanted to go in and just lay down some tracks, because it sounds so rich, and
it's incredible how far this stuff has come. It's like, I still can't wrap my head around how they're able to do this. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
That's the other part of the hobby that I need to learn. I have none of it, and I'm so dying to get into it.
Hey,
when the guitars are done, then I'm going to get all this stuff so I can try and enjoy what I've built.
Yeah.
And it's your magazine and everything on YouTube, and talking to guys like John. There's a whole nother world for me, anyways, to dive into for this.
Yeah. It's things like these UAFX pedals, so they just make it so easy. It's so plug and play. It's not even like using an app, it's just like, it's a pedal, and it's just like so much is right there. And there's some deep stuff if you want to get into the app, and you can get in some little hidden features and stuff like that. But for the most part, you can do all you need just right there, like a regular stomp box, which is
so. Having said all this, what do I need? Just a great pair of studio monitors, and then I can just blow everything through a computer.
Get a flat response speaker, like a head rush thing, something like that, Jerry, as opposed to your monitors, because your monitors aren't flat response. Yeah. So just go and get any flat response. I just use a head rush, 2,000 watts. Boy, and you crank that up, and it pisses your neighbors off.
Yeah.
I got good neighbors, so I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
They hear me out in the garage with routers and sanders and Van Halen blasting and Black Sabbath. making guitar bodies all summer. And I was like, oh man, I had to go to two of them and ask, hey, sorry, I've been making noise. They're like, no, that's okay. We know what you're doing, and I can't really hear anything. And I said, but
you blew my eardrums out. So 5 years ago.
Here's a Jerry right here.
Oh, cool.
It's a new one, Jerry body.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jerry's this is incredible. This one. This one's definitely is basswood, right, Jerry? And
yep.
And this Jerry got it really finessed down, the shape, everything. It's just like, boy, I mean, look at the horns, everything on it. It's just it's great.
Well, I had help with guys doing what do you call it? Intel or no, peer review. Mike McGuire called it. I'd send out, pictures.
Peer
review. What do you think? And we did a peer review with some guys, and then I went ahead and I messed with my template, and then I did a batch for guys. And I'm not out to compete with anything with Locke. This is just retired old guy. Found something that he liked to do, working with wood, and that's all it is. And
cool.
I made, for a group of guys that a handful of bodies, and yeah. It's fun. It's really fun.
And it's great. It's great. It's a great body.
Appreciate it, John.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're happy. Yeah.
I mean, when Jerry puts his mind to doing something, like Jerry was a drummer, and and he got himself so he could jump down that rabbit hole. He went all the way down the rabbit hole because he's like, with this body, he knows. I mean, it's like he's a luthier. It's like this body's incredible. It's just like
in my intro, I said that was like the 5150 was the guitar that got everybody. Yeah. It's the gateway drug to this hobby. It really, for whatever reason, this beat up one pickup guitar, nothing fancy. It had all these little intricacies in it. The mystery of the wood. Not going down that rabbit hole. I don't want to start a whole nother thing. But
come on, we got to talk now. Yeah, down there. I actually had I had the other day. I was helping out Donnie Ward with something on authenticating a certain alleged Eddie Van Halen Kramer guitar. Right. But we got onto the basswood, or swamp ash conversation, and Donnie was just adamant. Swamp ash, but I've seen the guitar. I think it's basswood. I mean, I'm not a wood expert. I probably haven't handled as much basswood as Donnie has, but
you can't blame somebody for what they see and what they think. I mean,
yeah.
I just don't see the rest of the ash grain that you would see on the other Kramers that have surfaced on top of the 5150. So, and poplar was the wood of choice. So I'm saying it was either poplar or basswood, and then a friend of mine, everybody knows Scott, has held it too and seen it and said it was basswood. So
the other thing, which is brought up by a lot of people, and I think knowing Ed the way I do, let's consider his signature model guitars. What were they made of?
Yeah.
Basswood.
Yeah.
It goes on
and the Holdsworth story. Holdsworth turned him on and said, Ed, try
the Holdsworth story is the other side of it.
That's what
the argument.
Me. When they did that auction of the 51 of the Hot for Teacher, and a lot of the stuff was incorrect in that, that description of it. But a couple things that he said, it just kind of it was like a moment of clarity. I'm like, oh my God, he's like 1981 or early 82. He was hanging around with Holdsworth, and Holdsworth had just switched. I think those Valley Arts guitars. I think he had made at the time.
He had Charvel. Charvel had made him, right. And of course he had the three different woods that he had, and the one he liked the most was the basswood one.
Exactly. So I'm sure Ed was listening to him, just trying to glean all this stuff from him, and probably he may have called somebody Kramer and said, "Hey man, get me a piece of basswood, and make me a body out of basswood." And you know what? And maybe it was a one-off because like Jerry, you said that the routes aren't, I mean, the roundovers and stuff, the routes aren't even completed on the back up here. They stopped, right? They never, it was not even like a finished body. I mean, it was a rush job, and maybe they just did that and painted it and got it to him, and it became this guitar, So it kind of fits in, like you said, the timeline. He was hanging around with Holdsworth at the time.
Like I said, from what I feel, from what I've seen the guitar, I've seen the back of it in person. Right. There's a certain color to the wood that it doesn't look like any swamp ash that I've seen. It looks like basswood that I've seen, and you know, and again, Ed loved that guitar. I mean, that neck was the prototype for the Music Man signature model neck.
Right.
You know, they analyzed it, and you know, that's what the profile of it was. What became on the Music Man Van Halen model. So it was basically they were doing the 5150 with a different body design and a maple top. You know, essentially, not entirely, but that was the start of it all. You know,
Yeah,
and
Caleb makes a great point there too. Why would he just duplicate just about everything from the 5150 for the creation of the Ernie Ball and not do the wood? You know what I mean? It's kind of
Yeah.
true. He really was trying to take that guitar, what the sound of it, everything, even the pickup.
Right.
They tried to duplicate the pickup, and then they
Yeah.
kind of went in a bit of a different direction. And he liked where they were going with what they came up with, but that was the basis for even the pickup of that guitar. What he had
Yeah.
in the 51, right? So it was really kind of just his. An original version, a newer original version of the 5150. Basically, that's what it was kind of going for. I mean,
and Music Man's the company that they fixed the headstock and everything, you know, and they had that up there for a while. They were looking at it, you know, in detail.
Didn't they like laser measure it and profile it into the computer?
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
and that was Unkert's happy accident for asymmetrical back or whatever. Or...
Right.
So
yeah, Unkert said Eddie never asked, I don't think, for anything in particular in the next, and he said Unkert said my hands were similar in size to his, so I made it what felt comfortable for me. He said, and he never complained. So it was like, you know, and I guess that asymmetrical thing was kind of just an accident in a way. I guess a happy accident, right?
True.
Yeah.
True.
Well,
cool. Well, Jets, I got to bail out here, so I've got to put my daughter to bed and everything. So, but.
Thank you, Chris.
Andrew,
was a pleasure.
So I hope you enjoyed the telethon and everything, and that you get millions of dollars in for the kids. So, and bring out Lulu the dancing elephant at some point, I hope.
George Goebel, Chris.
And George Goebel to play a guitar solo. Maybe George Goebel can shred some eruption for us all.
Yeah, his crew cut with that badass crew cut he had.
True.
Yeah.
You could cut ham with that.
He had that famous quote, feel like a pair of brown shoes on a black tuxedo or something. That was his famous line. That's how he'd feel around people sometimes.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Gents, thank you. Good to see you all.
See you, Chris. Nice to talk to you.
Take care. You too.
Cheers, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, I thought, you know, what we know about Ed and how he's throwing everybody off the trail, and I talked to John about this too. Like maybe it was poplar and it was so light, and they're like, well, yeah, I think it's basswood. I thought maybe one of those scenarios, but you got to believe Chris. He held it. Scott held it. You know, I mean,
poplar and basswood to me, being a carpenter, are very similar in like density and kind of just like softness of the, like if you feel the front, it's flat, soft. You don't see a whole lot of grain. I mean, we use a ton of poplar in like window trims and stuff like that in carpentry, and so I've used quite a bit of it. And I've even experimented with rounding over the edges to see if maybe the grain comes out or something like that. But and a lot of people's evidence against poplar is the color, being that a lot of poplar is green, and I agree, a lot of poplar can be very, very green, but it also can be almost basswood colored if you just happen to find, you know, a body, a piece that just was, I don't know what part of the tree it is, heartwood or whatever it's called, but I've seen a lot of tan poplar and I've seen a lot of green poplar in it. So, but basswood, I mean, from what I've heard, I've always been kind of on the basswood.
Well, the one Kramer body I had stripped, it looked like maple, and then when I got the rest of it stripped, there was green strips in it, and I was like, oh, this is poplar, and I'm like, you know, but yeah, I mean that's going to go on forever and ever. You know, the debate about the pickup, the wood. So believe what you want to believe.
Pretty much, right.
That's how I look at it. Life's too short. Go have fun, build your build, stripe your stripes, and you know, that's my theory now.
That where I sit is that it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't really matter anyways. You're gonna sound like shit playing through both of them if you suck at playing guitar. So
there's already been too many stories of this guy getting on someone else's gear and saying, "Well, I don't sound like Eddie. I don't sound like Brian May. I don't sound like whoever's guitar and amp and actual chord even use their pick." So and then you just see some schlub in a club playing through a PV Bandit on a Strat and getting the exact sound. So
it's so funny
what
you
you were
said
talking
that.
about before, just whether it's poplar basswood and like that. We're talking about these organic pieces of wood that are individual, like fingerprints. Like the atoms on this piece line up exactly like the atom on that piece. Everything's going to have its own resonance.
Yeah.
And
the weight of one swamp ash body to the next varies in itself, and that happens with all wood in general, and really any. Yeah, I mean, drums are kind of the same way. 2 drum sets made out of the same exact wood and same paint color and same everything are going to sound different, and that's just how it goes.
Yeah,
2 pieces out of the same tree are going to be structurally different, at a resonant level, and then you've got to marry it to the right neck. That's going to vibrate, sympathetically.
All these pieces of basswood that I had were all different weights and densities, and it was like, I don't. The heavy ones, I kept thinking, were they wet?
Right.
Still waterlogged. But no, and same with alder too. I've had a couple pieces of alder that were lighter than the swamp, or not the swamp, but the basswood. So. And then I had a body roasted supposed to make it lighter, right? The damn thing was like a boat anchor. The block when I got it, and then the body ended up being kind of heavy, but I mean whatever.
The EVH Frankensteins, every other one I've had in my hands was very lightweight because it's basswood, but mine is like heavy. It's basswood, right? I mean, but mine weighs way more. It feels way heavier. It's like 8 pounds. Mine.
Some guitars are just turkeys. I mean, like I've heard of some kind of experts. I'm sure Bonamassa has weighed in on it, but like there are plenty of those 59 bursts and stuff like that people pick up and they say this thing sounds like crap. Like it's not anything like what I thought a burst was going to be like, and that's just kind of how it goes. There's this weird kind of atom level differences. I mean, setup goes a long way, but I'm sure that's that can only take you so far.
Yeah.
But then again, like I mean, there's just connections that you make to guitars over other ones that are kind of unexplainable. I mean, I've tried so hard to replace my Gibson SG because it's just I've used it for so many years. I just wish that I could buy a guitar that I liked more than it, but I just cannot. I cannot seem to swing it. And there you go. I got one of those 2014 SGJ guitars or whatever that came out. They're like matte cherry red, and I think it was a workhorse. I've used it for everything and worn the stain right off of it.
So we got to talk about Alex's book coming out in a few weeks.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Is it going to have any dirt, or is it going to be positive?
That's
I
a
think
good.
it's
That's
all positive. I think.
Hopefully it'll be factual positive.
Yeah.
If there is dirt, it's not going to be like, childish, or
I
for
don't
lack
think
of a better word.
I would be surprised if there's any kind of dirt or stuff like that in the controversial stuff. I think it's just a love letter to his brother. That's pretty much it. And their life growing up together.
I'm interested to hear the structure of it. Like, is it going to start from day one, or is it going to, like how much time is he going to spend on childhood or teenage or like, I wonder if it's going to be a mix of everything or what.
How about trying to help Ed get clean? You know, what was his role? I mean, how much, how often do you stay with it till you finally throw your hands up in the air and say, I can't help him. I tried, that kind of thing. I don't know. That seems really personal, but
Yeah, I don't know. If he'll talk about that or his own problems too, falling off the wagon.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. He seemed to clean up from like 93 on. He was on the health kick. And one of the interviews,
the recent kind of interview about Van Halen 3, and
Yeah,
they had replacing him for most of the album because of it, whether it was the divorce or
Yeah,
alcohol.
he could have. I mean, I remember he was doing this pre-show thing where he would drink like garlic and carrot juice.
Oh yeah, Mike
Sammy made a
Anthony.
joke. Sammy made a joke. Some girl come to give me. She was like, "Whoa, he smelled like an Italian kitchen or something." All the garlic.
Michael Anthony told that story on one of those cameo things last year.
Yeah.
That made me laugh.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good book, and I wonder if they're going to, if that, I guess that's instrumental. What is it called? Unfinished or something like that.
Unfinished, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be available, on
Spotify, hopefully,
or Apple Music, or
I'm sure within a week someone's gonna rip it from the audiobook and put it on YouTube or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they put it out there anyway.
I mean, people have already took the Instagram clips of it and put it up on YouTube so far. So I have a feeling.
Mike McGuire sent me a link there. I bought my book through. I think it was $62. You get access to this talk that he's going to do, like a live stream.
Yeah,
and you get an autographed card and the book. Like the card.
Wow.
Yeah. So I got that. I don't know if it's still available, but that's the 26th, I think, is that webinar thing. But you get access to that password and whatever. So when's the book come out? The 22nd?
22nd, yeah.
Yeah. So a couple more weeks.
So
are we
Andrew,
getting a book?
can't wait
Are we
to
getting
read
a
it.
book at the signing? I feel like I read that it says that the signing was like you go and you get the book there, but I'm like, I'm already gonna get it on Amazon. Should I cancel my Amazon order?
Yeah, you probably should, because that's so Andrew. So Tanner and I are going to in New York City, the signing. We got the tickets for it. So next we'll do a show one of these days, and we'll talk about it. We get to, I guess Alex will sign your book for you, and you get to say hello for a second, and then you move on.
That'd be cool.
Oh,
yeah.
Give us a yell, bro,
Yeah.
and we'll do a the usual time slot that we go live. So would love to go on live with you guys and share your experience. Thanks. Yeah.
So Tanner's coming down. It's October 21st. He's coming down from the North Pole where he lives, and, and we're going to go down there, and I'm sure we're going to see 50,000 other Van Halen nuts that we all know and love at the bookstore in Manhattan.
I'm sure we'll see plenty of people we know, because I've already seen some of my Facebook friends go. Fortunately, some of them are going to the Jersey one, which probably would have been more ideal, but tickets sold out quick. But I'm happy that we got the tickets when we did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, it'll be fun. But and I'm like I said, I'm sure we'll see a lot of people we know there at it. It'll be like a mini EVH con there, I'm sure.
Teddy asked me immediately.
EVH con. Yeah,
Teddy asked me immediately if I was going, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah, Teddy called me on the phone. He's like, I know what this is about, Teddy.
As soon as I saw it, I messaged you, and I was like, and then within 5 minutes, John's like, two tickets secured. And I was like, perfect.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mikey Mojo is going to a book signing too as well, guys. So
one of the Jersey one, New Jersey
one,
yeah. It'll be cool to catch up with him and see his thoughts. But yeah, let us know, because obviously I've pre-ordered the hardback, and we'll probably get that a week or 2 weeks after you guys in the States, because it'll be through Amazon, and they're pretty fast on their deliveries. But we'll get the Kindle version pretty much as soon as you guys get.
Yeah.
So we'll all be up on Play. Probably try and read it within a week, John, won't we?
Oh yeah, exactly. I think. Well, you know what? We get the Kindle one anyway. So as you're doing your daily routine, you can always throw that on your AirPods and go and do that too. So I think between the AirPods, the Kindle version, and the hard
copy
Kindle version, I think in a day or two we'll probably have it done, right?
So I want to ask you guys a couple of questions, and Brad and I were talking about it amongst ourselves before we went. Well, when we went live, I'd be keen to hear what you guys have to say. So, number one, great, we're getting a book. But what I'm really, really excited about is Alex being interviewed by other people. So we're going to see Alex talk for a change. You know, for example, Guitar World are going to be probably having an interview with him, you know, because his brother is one of the greatest guitar players in the world, you know. So you know how Guitar World interview everybody, you know. So it'll be interesting. Hopefully Alex is going to be doing that, John. Do you think he'll take advantage of that kind of
I do. I think,
publicity?
Yeah, I do think he will. I think. I mean, the way it was worded is that he's going to do a press tour for it. I guess some kind of. I don't know if he's going to pick like, you know, like in here in the United States, like, you know, CBS Sunday morning, you know, which is where they dedicate like a 20-minute segment or like a 60 minutes that you have in Australia, over down in Australia, I guess they have, and probably New Zealand too. You guys have 60 minutes there, I'd imagine, right? Like, you know, it's the same thing as we have here, and where they do like a 15 to 20 minute long piece, you know, on somebody, which is good. So I'm hoping he does things like that. I don't know if he'll do like the Howard Stern show or anything like that here. I don't know if he, you know, it depends, but I think that HarperCollins expects this book to be pretty big too. So I think they're going to make a big deal out of it, and I think that's why I think he'll be exposed to all the heavyweight kind of news programs and, you know, news talk shows here in the States, which is good because I think that, you know, the interviewers will probably ask some good, some good questions. You always wish one of these guys like Sammy or Mike would come on a show like this, because who knows the better questions to ask than people that are on these shows. You know what I mean?
Even
like,
Eddie Trunk, like Eddie Trunk had Michael on earlier this year or last year or whatever, and it was like the same old shit.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell? Come on.
Exactly.
No one cares. No one cares about how Van Halen formed.
I always thought, I said, you know, that cameo thing Mike does, he says, I would like to just get that cameo. And you don't, Mike, all you got to do is answer I'm going to ask you 5 questions and answer those 5 questions in depth. That's all I care for, like, for the whole time, you know, stuff, you know, about his gear or about something. Just, you know, just give me 5 answers of stuff that nobody's ever asked him, because they always ask the same questions over and over again, you know?
I was psyched about the lost interview, Steve Rosen's Lost Alex interview there. That was like several hours long, and I was like, woohoo, and I listened to the whole thing, and like, you know, you get kind of peeved a little bit as a drummer when like all Steve does is ask him about Eddie, and I know the point of it was to get more info for his developing book back then, but like, you know, I want to hear. I mean, most of Alex's answers were just, I don't know.
I know.
I'm not.
Well, the problem is, Tanner, you know, it's like a drumming guy from the drumming magazine asking a guitar player about his gear. You know, you got to be probably. I wouldn't know anything. I don't know the technical terms or anything like that to interview a drummer, guys. But I reckon I could wing interviewing anybody about a guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Caleb's going to be at the LA event.
Yeah, I've asked him to and I'll ask you guys too as well. When you see Alex, I know that you guys are going to have a lot of things to say, but if you can, just say that you know this cat in New Zealand that wants to say thanks for the music.
We definitely will.
Cheers, bro. It'll mean a lot to me.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get it in there.
Yeah.
I hope Alex smiles. I hope Alex smiles at least once at the signing.
mate, I think he'll have an earpod in his ear, and they'll be telling him about the cash registers ching. I'm sure he'll be having a big smile.
I have a hearing aid in one ear and an earpod in the other. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it should be good. It'll be nice to, you know, because it could be the last time we see him. You know what I mean? Ever, anywhere, you know.
It's the only time I'll see him, I think. So that's why I'm happy to go.
Yeah.
I haven't had the pleasure of seeing Van Halen live and never will. So, you know, it's incredible for me to be able to see. I think I would say probably my favorite living drummer. There's a lot of them.
Is that a dead one?
Look at Ned Hallen's comment. I'm going to tell him. Funny.
I'd like to
Very
catch
funny.
up with them again. I mean, I was fortunate to my little story was I got to meet him and Scotty Ross. Met him at the airport.
Jerry, you
followed him
have
to the
good stories.
hotel.
Jerry's got good stories.
Yeah, and they were nice. And Scotty hooked me up until he left the Van Halen organization and continued to be in touch with him. But Al, I mean, my favorite run-in with Alex was at the hotel again in 2004, and I gave him a DVD of Buddy Rich through the waiter. He got up and come up and thanked me, and I said, we met in the 90s. You probably don't remember, just being the nervous fan. And it was just amazing that he got up from his table, come up, said, thanks, going to enjoy this,
Wow.
So, I mean, to me, that was the greatest, and then the run-ins I had in the 90s with him were with everybody in the band backstage or whatever. They were awesome. Friendly, not one bad thing.
Jerry, tell them about the pizza. Just tell them the pizza story.
Well, that was the first night. We met him at the airport, got autographs. I'll show you what I got signed at the airport.
Wow.
Yeah, Jerry had some good quality time eating pizza.
And I hate to show it because people are going to dispute that this is real Ed's autograph, but he walked behind and it was like a real quick, oh, hey, Ed, can you sign my head?
You said Ed was in a pretty good mood all those times too, right?
There. Is it backwards?
Nope,
No.
it's good. You can tell that's his autograph. I don't think
That's his autograph.
That, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's Al's. That's Sammy. Sammy came in by the limos, and I was like, oh, hey, I didn't know he was going to be there because they came in off a first class off Northwest Airlines. It was the night before the Right Here, Right Now kicked off. It kicked off here in Michigan.
Wow.
And so that all happened at the airport. So we followed him up to the hotel, and we were trying to find our way in the hotel. And Alex and Scotty were there, and Alex goes, "Hey, the guys from the airport." We're like, "Yeah, we were just hoping we can meet or see you guys or whatever." And they said, "Well, we're looking for this restaurant that's supposed to be around here." I said, "I'm not from around here." And so we went back to the front desk, and Scotty asked the girl, where is this place? She goes, well, you want me to make a reservation? And he looked at Al and said, well, how many? And he said 4, because there was me and my buddy and Alex and Scotty. And so we were like, cool. And then while she was making the reservation for them guys, he asked if we needed tickets and a meet and greet or whatever. And we're like, yeah. So that started a relationship with Scotty. And then seeing the guys, by chance when you're waiting for meet and greets and stuff. And so that
Scotty
was really cool.
Was the tour manager. Scotty was.
Yeah, Scotty Ross was a tour manager from 90 to 2000, I think 99, 2000. So that tour ended, 95 comes. I've already met Scott Smith. I've got some access. And I was there when Ed's drill got stolen on the Balance tour. And we went after the gig back to Scott Smith's house, got his drill. You guys heard that story at EVH Con, I think. He told that story. And then we went back to the hotel and gave the drill to Scotty. And Ed finished the tour with Scott Smith's drill. And you guys know the story from there. And 98 came along, had some really cool access, met him at the hotel, got to spend some time with Scotty in the hotel and got to talk to Ed very briefly, got a picture with him I didn't have it out. Maybe next time I come on the show, I'll have some more stuff and we can do more show and tell type stuff. But bottom line,
you said he was
they were
very
great.
friendly though. He was good, right? Ed was in a good mood and friendly.
Friendly. I mean, not, you know, I don't know what to say other than they were amazing to the people they were around. I mean, I never seen one bad thing.
Wow.
I mean, it was just, you know, and like I said, that moment when Alex came up and said, "Thank you for the DVD," you know, I did that in '98, just like would bring little things like for Scotty and, you know, Alex and that. And I got another head signed just by Al.
Oh,
there you go.
I'm down.
So, yeah, I was very fortunate. I was very fortunate, very lucky to, you know, just be around them. And I got the, you know, the typical meet and greet pictures, and then that one of Ed in the hotel lobby. But it's good stuff. Very fortunate.
And Jerry was at the premiere party for Van Halen 3, the one that I was at too. I didn't know who Jerry was, but I'm sure we passed each other.
Yeah, no, that was another thing. I just emailed on a whim and asked Scotty, "Hey, is there anything going on? Is there any way I could maybe come out?" He goes, "Yeah, if you know, fly yourself out here, I'll have stuff for you." You know, so I got to see him. That I wrote the songs down. I've got them in a folder somewhere. The set that they played and some pictures, and that was really cool. That was what, March of '98.
Yeah, it was like March 13th, 98.
Yep. At the Billboard Live, which was Gazzari's.
Yeah, it was. I guess Gazzari's, they had wrecked the building, but it was on the same spot as Gazzari's was on the Sunset Strip, and so it was cool. So I always tell people, "Yeah, I saw Van Halen on the Sunset Strip at Gazzari's." You know.
Yeah, I can say I was there too, and I'm like that.
Exactly.
I mean, you look back now, and it's 27 years ago now, or whatever.
Yeah.
It was, pretty amazing. And to think about it and talk about it,
it really was to see Van Halen in a club. You know what I mean?
Right.
We saw Van Halen playing in it. I mean,
right. You saw, you know, the whiskey video, right?
Yeah.
Dreams. And you're like, well, I'll never be able to. And we did.
We did. Yeah, we did.
Incredible video. Incredible footage. It's one of my favorite. Just, you know, the whole thing, everything that you can see on that video is just incredible.
It sounds great too. I watched that for the sound because, like, you know, you see a lot of those, you know, the Cabo Wabo Cantina kind of footage, and that's all just camera quality, distant camera quality. But to hear a studio quality sound at the whiskey was pretty cool.
The sound of Al's drums in that video is incredible.
Oh my Lord, that's probably top 5 for me.
Yeah.
So how huge were they, guys, in the States at that time? You know, because they've always been a little bit underground here in New Zealand, obviously. Not part of the mainstream, and I mean that respectfully and with respect and you know, but how huge were they when that album came out? You know, that era, early '90s.
They were still huge, but because it was Gary Sharon and it was something new, and a lot of people just went into the whole thing very negative attitude. That's why I think that they were very approachable. I mean, I remember, you know. I remember Valerie Bertinelli used to be on the Van Halen mailing list with us. She would be on there. We called her Yoko. That was her nickname, Yoko. And her email address was even Yoko at the time. But I mean, we would send emails. She would email back. I mean, like, you know, I found an email somewhere where I said, "Are you going to be at Madison Square Garden?" And she says, "Yeah, I have to pick Wolfie up at 3 and go to LAX. We'll probably get to the Garden around 9. Maybe I'll see you." You know, it was like weird, you know. Now I look back, I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool, you know. But we get free tickets. The people on the Van Halen mailing list, they were like great to us, man. They really were. And Scotty obviously was involved in that too. He was very big with that. But they were incredibly, like, you know, for such a big band. And so, you know, Eddie Van Halen was very famous no matter what, you know what I mean? And
sure,
they were so good to us. I had nothing negative to say about any time I was ever around any of them. It was always a great experience. So, I mean, and the same as you, Jerry. You said the same thing. Eddie was always nice when I was around him. Alex, Michael, they were all great. Gary Sharon was great. I never met Roth or Sammy. Actually, neither of those two I haven't. But
I met Sammy at the airport. I got the pictures with me and Mike and him together, and then me and Al at the limo. Ed was already in the limo
too. He seems like a happy guy too. So
yeah, no, they were
comedy.
Great. Well, the thing is, when they got off the plane, Al's like,
"Cheers, Greg."
I was like, "Alex, hey, can you sign my drink?" He was like, "Wait a minute, 4 hours on an airplane, I need a smoke," and he lit up, right? And that was when you could. Went and had a couple shots at the bar before they got. I was getting all nervous, got all excited. It was like, something you say you would never do, but when it happens, you're just like, oh my God, there they are, And
wow.
It was just like really awesome. They were really very cool. And keeping in touch with Scotty, even to this day, he would call out of the blue, like when he was with Journey. I finally got a picture with him in 10 years ago. I always wanted a picture with him because he was into like restoring Schwinn bikes and stuff. And I would go to flea markets and I would see bike parts all the time. And I'd be like, email him, what do you need? Whatever. So that relationship alone was just mind blowing, because he's such a legend in the business from, Journey in the 70s and Poison and Men at Work. And after Van Halen, he was with Saliva. They were on the Kiss Aerosmith tour, and he had asked if I could take him and his daughter to the airport so they could get her back to school. And we had the power outage. What was it? 04, 03 from like Michigan to the East Coast. We had the big power outage back then. So that got canceled, and that just kind of fizzled. But that's kind of stuff, you do for people that, hooked you up.
Awesome. So Jerry, I've got a question, and obviously it's for you, Tanner, and Johnny. Are we expecting any new music in conjunction with the book release?
Just that song from 99 or whatever. Yeah. That'd be nice, man. I would love to see him. Maybe that'll be asked if he'll, go through all that material and just weed stuff out. Like, hell, even if it's just, here's my brother and I captured, to me, here's what I would like to see. Al sitting there like, man, I think people would love to hear that because this represents what Ed was thinking at this time. You know what I mean? Or here's a piano piece that I love that was near and dear to my heart. And I was like, okay, we could have done, that kind of thing. I'd like to see something like that, like him put, even if it's just, Ed banging on the, drums for 15 minutes or something, just as, or I would love to see more like video more than anything.
Me too. Yeah.
I want to see the Oakland shows.
I want to see studio videos. I know there's more. I know.
Yeah.
What I want to see is the Won't Get Fooled Again Dreams video restored and re-released on because I mean they've been doing a ton of those kind of remasters. Like they started with the Humans Being video and seeing all those videos really clear. I think AI has something to do with it as well, but I think they own the actual footage enough to have it digitally uploaded and stuff like that. So I'd love to see stuff like that in full quality.
And that was a Warner Brothers satellite gig where they did it out of 5150. It was for all the Warner Brothers reps around the country type of thing. And they, I don't know if you saw the full cut where they do a drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was kind of cool to see that they did that. And and then Al's drums there sound amazing. Drummers got to stick together here.
Yeah, it's because he had Andy Johns in there.
Yep.
You do get a glimpse of. I was watching that back recently, and I realized that you do get a glimpse of Ed's cabinets for like a split second as they walk past or whatever, and then, which is kind of cool to see. And then
Well, you see
hear Ed,
Mike's cabinet right too,
they
the
do
Go
the country. They do the country like jam for a second, and then you hear Ed say like, "Oh, you fucked it up," because like one of the guys moved the mic or something like that.
Right.
And, but he was using those striped PV cabinets in that video, and not even in a row. It was 1, 2, and 1, 3 on top. It's kind of funny to see, and I just like to see more studio pictures footage. I know there's more. I mean, what's his name? Photographer just uploaded that picture of Ed in '78 there with that black, the Charvel that turned into the dragon snake.
Yeah.
I talked to Alan about it. I'm just like, all these photographers are just sitting on these photos in negatives, and it's like they're just gonna die with these photos. And I think Zlozover or whatever his name's Lowe's is, he's got the books and stuff which are amazing, and he's got his website, the Atlas Icons or whatever, which is like a bunch of his pictures with the whatever you call it, watermarks on them, which is fine for me. I can see enough through it, but like whatever that other guy's name is, like I'm spacing on it. Like he just has all these negatives, and luckily he has these friends like what's his name, Frankie Linda or whatever his name is, that was hanging out with him and told him like, oh my God, no one's ever seen this photo before, and he like uploaded it like, oh, I didn't know, and it's like, upload it all. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, what's the point? What's the point
what's
of
cool
taking
about
all these
that?
photos if no one's gonna see them?
There was a local photographer, Robert Alford, and he helped out the Jeff Hausman and those guys when they were running the inside.
Yep.
And I got to look at a lot of his slides, and he's got a hell of a lot of nice slides, when he'd shoot them when they'd come to Detroit. And
Wow.
yeah, and I couldn't believe the stuff, like for me too, I wanted to see all the pictures from July 4th, 81. That's where all the streamers, any picture you see with, they had them red, white, and blue streamers, all that crepe paper. That was my first concert, Detroit.
No, there's a lot of, I mean, in the inside, I have one of the inside magazines. I bought the one that has the pictures of 5150 and 85, because for so long they've been on Google, but they were scanned in probably in the early 2000s with crappy scanners. So, and I bought it, and that was how I figured out that there was the rototoms in the 5150 kit. Let me see if I can find it here. So I made a really good scan
with the Red Simmons drums, with the Red Simmons
Red
pan.
Simmons, and you could always kind of see that, but you can never really make out what was around it. Here's the whole thing.
And Tanner, you're the only person I've ever known that's realized that you can hear that rototom on good enough.
I think so. It's either that or it's a cowbell. I still don't know, but I'm still figuring that stuff out. I mean, we've seen a few of these, like this one.
I think it's a cowbell. I know what part you're talking about.
This one right here is up on Google. I think one of him and Valerie is up on Google somewhere. Nice quality.
That one with him with that Steinberger bass too. There's the kit in the background with Ed with that Steinberger bass. That's a good shot too.
Which people always thought that was later than the ones I was just showing, because it was an entirely Simmons kit, but everything about that photo screams 83. Ed's outfit is just straight out of any other photo shoot. The jean jacket with the leather shoulders. His hair length, and the Frankenstein is sitting right next to him on a chair, and the studio's still completely unfinished, and because people just kind of went and said that was the 5150 recording, and those ones are way more towards the 5150 recording, although those rototoms I don't think were used. I think he was just using what was around him. He had like 4 or 5 Simmons drums, and I just love to see more. What I was getting to is that some of those photographers took pictures in 5150, and there's a couple of Ed, and there's some of Ed in the 85 where he's kind of over in the corner I think one of them, he has a saxophone and a guitar around his neck and stuff. But like, just give me a glance of Al's drums in any photo. Just
all right.
Just the
Isn't
corner.
it funny though?
Isn't it funny though? I don't care.
Like the trendy instruments that were coming out, and they all gravitated towards whatever. Like the synth was the big thing in pop music and everything, and starting in the early '80s, they used it, and it always sounded like them. Like
exactly.
Al using the Simmons added that extra power that I'm talking about all the time, where they sound like a freight train coming at you. It's just.
And they always made it. Yeah, they always made it sound like them, but they always made it sound not like what they were being used for other things. Like Simmons drums are all over other things, but when you play them, them live with natural cymbals and drums, and you put them through effects, and I think I heard that they even like fed them through the room after they were done recording for ambience and stuff like that. Like they really try. Especially on 1984, I know that there's not that much Simmons other than the kick, but like I think they were really trying to make it still sound like a real drum, and then 5150 was more of an embrace of that sound, especially after almost 3 or 4 tours where he was using only those Simmons drums. I mean, the Ozfest, he has all those drums, but he barely hits the toms once. Especially like listening to the you mentioned it earlier, the Girl Gone Bad kind of jam, those runs that he does are just like and he was still kind of figuring it out, I think, but I love the Simmons sounds.
They had that luxury experimenting, and they were just, like I said, their personal tone was very personal to them. I mean, it was very important to them that they had their own identity when you can hear their music. When strangers like that aren't into music, they're like, oh my God, you can just tell when a Van Halen song's on,
Well, they were both neurotic. I know Eddie, everyone knows that Ed was neurotic about tone and the absolute intricacies of guitars and everything, amps, but Al was right there with him. That's what a lot of people don't realize, is that he had all these kind of like ideas in his head about certain woods and certain heads and certain sticks and stuff like that may not have been as important as they really were, but to him it all made a massive difference. And I agree. A lot of people don't know because they're not drummers, but Al, like playing an Al drum set with Al's drumsticks and all that kind of stuff at his throne height, his everything like that is like, it's like so foreign. I've gotten used to it recently, with my drum series that I'm trying to keep up with. But like the height of his toms and the height of his snare and the sticks being twice the size of a normal stick and the cymbals being twice the size of most people's cymbals and stuff, it's insane. And then how hard he hits, and I take seriously when I'm trying to recreate it. I'm not going to play the drums like so like Neil Peart or just a jazz drummer. If I'm going to try to sound like Alex, I'm going to sit there and study how hard he hits the snare to the inch from where he started.
You brought up a good point, couple shows or whatever it was, or I forget where it was, but you were talking about tribute bands, and the tribute bands that are out there are really cool, but no one nails the snare tone, and it's part of the sound.
It's infuriating.
As much as the guitar players, it complements the good guitar players. But if it doesn't bother them, that whatever. But it it doesn't infuriate me. But I would like to see more drummers just at least get your snare in. Get your snare dialed in.
So let me just ask you guys a couple of questions then. So you guys are going to be hooking up with Alex, clearly. Are you going to be catching up with him, Jerry, for a book signing? Is that on your radar? Okay.
No, I just bought that access thing I was telling you about earlier to watch the webinar.
So will there be an opportunity to ask questions in that webinar, do you think?
It's in front of a live audience.
So
I'm wondering if they are. I'm wondering if they are gonna. I don't know how many people are gonna be there, but yeah, I've seen him before with people like Bob Odenkirk wrote a book, and
yeah,
he did this little talk, or like Geddy Lee did. Like Geddy Lee did when he went around talking about in front of audiences. But I think it's just a one-off in L.A.
Well, the only reason why I ask, guys, is is Alex obviously is going to talk about the book, but do you think he's going to take an opportunity to let you guys know and us know, obviously by extension, that he sold his drums because he's not going to drum anymore? Will we finally get answers to questions, or will it just be about the book, and about releasing new music and the videos that they've got in the vault? Do you think we'll get answers to those questions?
I don't think we will. I don't.
I bet you if the questions are open to us as people there, I'm sure people are going to ask it. I have a feeling you won't answer honestly. If not, just kind of deflect from what I'm just kind of seeing recently. But I don't know. If I get the chance to ask him about the snare sound, I will.
And he won't answer you. My nephew and I asked him about it at one time.
I'll tell him I figured it out.
It's all in the tuning.
That's exactly what he said to us.
Really?
That was the only answer he gave us. Yep. We asked, my nephew and I both asked him, tell us that. What do you do with your snare? How do you get your snare sound? It's all in the tuning. That's all he said. I was like, oh, thanks.
From my experience,
you
have to agree.
Gaffer tape underneath it or something.
So you don't think we'll get you don't think we'll get any answers to any of these questions, guys? It'll just be about the book.
Probably.
Yeah. Which is not bad.
I would want to know if he's retired, or does he plan on doing anything, like he did Respect the Wind for the end credits, when they did Humans Being for Twister, if he's be interested in doing anything musical that way. That would,
I'm still listening. I'm just going to put my camera down.
I agree with you, Jerry, because
that's all I would want to know is like, hey, do you see yourself going in the studio and composing or arranging or that kind of thing, doing keyboard parts or whatever, just curious, that seemed like a fair question,
Yeah, I agree with you, Jerry. I think, the thing is people don't realize he kind of sat back and took a backseat to his brother in a lot of ways all these years. But in reality, Alan will be quick to point out that Eddie couldn't read music at all, but Alex can open a piece of music up and sight read it and play it right in front of you, like Mozart and stuff like that. He was really trained to read music and stuff. So not only is he a phenomenal drummer, but he's a piano. He can play the piano too, a pianist too. So it's like, and people don't realize that or know that about him. You know what I mean? So a lot of people don't even realize that's him playing the piano on Respect the Wind.
Yeah, that was him doing that, and it sounded very reminiscent to a couple pieces in Scarface. Some of the background music, if you listen close, when you listen to Respect the Wind, I can get an air of some of that Scarface music, like maybe he was influenced by it or whatever. But and I think he rearranged the music in his drum solos too that were triggered.
Yeah, you're right.
He was playing. He did all that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think
he's not a one-trick pony by any means.
No, but I just think he's done. I just think was like getting rid of all his stuff. I just think he's got the horse farm or whatever he has now that his son runs and his wife, and I think a portion of proceed of something is going to that the book or something like that, or no, of his auction. A portion of it went to some horse charity, and then I think that he's going to. Between that and his, I know he likes to race cars, and his son is into that. One of his sons is into that anyway. So I think
he's done. I think he's done. I don't think that the drum auction was like. I don't know. I was not as sad about it as a lot of people seem to be, being that like he never played a drum set for multiple tours. So it's like it only makes sense to not hoard it. What the hell's the point of keeping it all?
Right.
And like. and we got good pictures out of it. I mean, that's what we've wanted for Ed's stuff all this time. I think it is, you know, it is sad to hear that he is done, but the auction to me was kind of a separate thing where it was just kind of like, why not? I mean, it's cool.
Why pay rent to store all that shit? You know,
it's true.
If you're not, if you're not sentimental over it, I mean,
right? Some guys aren't. They can part with it, man. I'm
clearly wasn't. I mean, I think he kept the stuff he wanted to keep because the number one rosewood snare wasn't in the auction. I have a feeling that's like his, like, I mean, that's essentially Ed's Frankenstein or 5150. Like, I think that he just kept stuff like that and you know, certain things.
He's got access to anything he wants if he did want to get back into it. He's got a great relationship with Ludwig and Pasty. He said in one of the last interviews or one of them specials that came out where relationships was everything to him. You know, that's why he stuck with Ludwig and Pasty.
I wish that more companies would give him some more signature stuff, even though he's not playing. I just would like I wish Regal Tip would sell his sticks again and stuff like that. Like, it would just be nice, you know, to just be a fan of Alex and buy stuff related to him. Like, you can buy EVH products, even if EVH did something cool like that. It would just be nice to buy Alex's sticks or something like that and not have to pay $500 for it.
Right.
Tanner, I reckon it's going to happen because America is the greatest nation for promoting product and linking other product onto that promotion. It's all about, you know, creating a win-win situation. So I can't see, John, that this book is just going to be released with not being tagged onto anything else, John. Why would Alex Van Halen miss a perfect opportunity?
Right. You know why? Because I think he may have enough money right now that he, you know, if he needed the money, I could see him doing it. But I just think it's over. I just think he's just closing this chapter, and this is the closure, and this is the bow on top of everything. This book, and I think that's it. I really believe that. You haven't seen him at all.
I still want to see the live shows that were recorded. Dave said they recorded everything, and I think even Neil Monk alluded to it. Like, of course, we want the 81 Oakland shows. We want what about the 79 shows? You know, Dance the Night Away and You're No Good. Those live clips. You know, there's that. There's you know, I'm sure 84 had to have been way filmed. I mean, I don't. That's a bad expression, but it had to have been done.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't do a tour of that magnitude and not shoot anything. Hell, even the MTV footage is cool. That 20 minutes that's out.
I just don't have any high hopes. I mean, I have high hopes, but
that would be the only thing I could see them doing, right? But I'm with you, John. You're probably not going to see the light of day.
It's just going to be the book, and that's it.
An asshole making these videos. He's out there just being a total ass. You know, ripping on Wolf this last winter. Yeah. For whatever reason, I don't know. You know, he just drops these stupid videos, like, you know, whatever.
Every time there's some kind of movement in the Van Halen camp, it just, like, coincidentally is when he drops these videos, and it's so weird.
I know he's a moron. They're, like you said, done. He was always God. I always hated them interviews back in the day on Rockline.
Yeah,
you guys, John, you remember Rockline?
Oh yeah, Bob Coburn.
You're right, Bob Coburn, and we're here with the Van Halen, and they're ripping. Ed was never there. It was always Alex and Dave, and sometimes Mike, and they're whooping it up in the studio, and they never gave a serious answer about one thing. And you know, being how we are, we want to hear some cool, you know, stuff, music wise, whatever, you know. But it was always, you know, just Dave's bullshit.
So Jerry, you're expecting Dave to come out and be aggressive when the book's released?
Maybe, given his pattern.
Yeah,
I hope not.
Wow.
Michael Anthony had a little quote. I think he was interviewed recently, and he said something about the book, being surprised about the book, something like that. I didn't read it because I don't click on those Facebook articles.
Right. Well, you never know with
Wow.
Dave either. I mean, don't get me wrong. The music in that era and everything, they're the reason I became a fan. But you know, just lately,
Dave can't say. Sorry for interrupting, Jerry, but Dave can't say fuck all about the book because it's written by Alex.
Right.
There's
Right.
There's nothing Dave can say.
No. But you know he's gonna pull some kind of garbage.
Oh.
You watch. I mean, if the pattern is like what Tanner said, you can almost guarantee like the book drops on the 22nd.
A dancing video, new dancing video.
Yeah,
Can't
some
wait.
stupid ass dancing video that no one, you know, or some story he's gonna, you know, retort if Al does do that. But that's why I think I agree with John. I don't think he's gonna be that much dirt, right? It's just gonna be personal stories and we went through this on this tour. We you know, when we came over on the boat.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear Alex's retort to Sammy Hagar because of what he wrote and read.
No.
How's that going to balance out in the book, which clearly what we're picking up the vibe on, that it's, you know, a close, intimate portrayal about his experience with his brother. So let's keep it on
right there, Andrew.
Yeah.
That's why he won't fall into any of those traps of that kind of stuff. Because
I think Al's too smart
take
for
the
that.
focus off the book. He doesn't want to do that.
I hope that if there is anything about them, I hope he has good things to say about them instead, like a kind of like a being that this is kind of his wrapping up thing. Like I hope that he does take a therapeutic approach to say, you know, like, you know, I realized that maybe Ed and I were a little too obsessed with the studio and maybe like we asked too much of Sammy to be there at our beck and call all the time. Maybe, and that's why we hated him and this and that. That would be kind of nice to hear. I think I mean, obviously he could if that was the case, he probably would have told Sammy that in the last year or so, when, as Sammy calls him every 30 minutes and has to say in an interview that he apparently has to stick up his ass.
Maybe that was the downside of having a studio, because their expectations, okay, this is my life and this is my hobby at the same time, and I live in the studio and I expect everybody. I think that's like, you know, I think maybe that was the wrong thing to ask of those guys that weren't on the property.
I mean,
that's right. And when you consider what Sammy's wife was going through, you know,
and they could have set up work hours. There's no excuse. I mean, they could have set up like working hours, and if
look at Metallica. James Hetfield wanted to leave the studio at 2:00 in the afternoon. You know, so
yeah. They could have done,
and the band's getting shitty because they were used to getting smashed at 6:00 in the evening, John. You know, and start doing good stuff at 9. You know, and all of a sudden our lead singer wants to leave at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Right. Yeah. No.
Caleb says I have intel that punches will not be pulled. So.
Oh really?
Yeah, that's it. Caleb just posted there in the chat.
Really?
No punches will be pulled. So he's not going to take shots. He's just going to stay on the message of the book. The book's not going to have any of that kind of crap in it. It's just going to be all
good.
That's what I want to. I want to hear, like, you know, when Dad was bringing, you know, he taught us this, and when our first gig together, and you know, I want to hear, you know, maybe you get some more insight to the way they thought musically.
You know
yeah.
You know what I don't. You know what I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that Eddie bought a drum set with his paper route money, and then Alex played the drums when Eddie was doing it, and Eddie switched to guitar. I don't want to hear that story again.
Screw you! You take the guitar. I'll play the drums.
Yeah.
You know? I don't want to hear that.
Oh no!
Oh no, he will be laying it out. Oh,
he's laying it out.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
So punches will be pulled then.
Oh, you mean he's going
pulling a punch? Pulling a punch is not
it's not hitting full force.
Oh.
So he's punching with full force.
You pretend to hit.
So he will be punching with full force.
Well, we'll see.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, that'll be good
Wow.
stuff to talk about on all these shows.
Well,
Wow.
That's not to say that it's going to be like a muckraking thing. If he's got something to say about someone, he'll say it.
Okay.
Yep.
But
Okay.
again, you also look in the thing that you put 4 people in a room and they'll all walk out with four separate stories as
Sure.
perspectives evidence.
Right.
And it's not to say they're right or wrong, but sometimes you're in the middle of something and you've seen what's happened, but you don't know how it's affected other people. You bring your own viewpoint and you bring your own baggage with it. So we'll just have to see what his viewpoint is on what he's got to talk about.
Right.
Speaking of baggage, did you guys see the wolf behind the music?
Yes.
Wolfgang, did you kind of hear what Val alluded to? But she wasn't at liberty to talk about, and it was like abuse.
No.
Go watch that Wolfgang behind the music and watch what Val had to say, because that was news to me, and I don't know what was
like physical abuse type of thing.
No, I don't know. She said there was something. It's in the behind the music. Watch it and see what you say. I can't repeat. I mean, I can't remember exactly what she said, but she said there was abuse, but it's not for me to talk about. Something how she laid it out.
Well, who is it for her to talk about then, if not her?
Right. Well, I'm just saying she said it because she was talking about how Ed loved Wolf. Like no human has ever loved another human before, that kind of thing. And it was alluded.
You just posted that thing that Caleb just said. This is Ed's book too. Yeah, Andrew, that's a great point by Caleb, because I remember Ed saying that he wanted to write a book. Him and Al remembered all these stories and stuff like that, and he had mentioned that he would. Oh man, Al and I we want to write a book where before he got sick he was talking about that. So yeah, so that Caleb, that's right. That this is Ed's book too. You got that right, man. That's a great point.
That makes a lot of sense, and Al's just the messenger. He's going to put his stories in there too. That's awesome.
So you know what? Maybe
wow.
this will be the final word on all this stuff, and maybe on Roth and on Hagar and everything that.
Well, no, it can't be the final word because Roth hasn't released a biography, and nor has Michael Anthony.
Roth has actually. Roth actually has. He's got that book Crazy from the Heat.
Yeah,
right?
Roth's book Crazy from the Heat came out what?
Okay. All right.
Mike did mention about writing a book too. I'm pretty sure it's crossed his mind. He did mention something about it, that he thought about it, but I mean
that'll be a good one
for everything. So he won't. He'll keep it above board. He doesn't want to damage the legacy of the band like everybody else has. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's his MO.
He has the right to have negative opinions on the band, and that's kind of what most of his book will probably be about, is from 84 on just being holding onto a shit rope. So I can't imagine it would be the greatest story. I mean, it would be good to hear, but I really only want to hear from 75 to 85.
Yeah, I don't think Mike will either. I don't think any dirt will come from him. I think he's trying to protect the legacy of the band. I'm glad somebody is, you know what I mean? Because everybody else is pretty reckless about it, and he's kind of trying to protect the legacy. Just think of the music and all that stuff. So I'm glad he's.
That's also not to say that Mike could be, well, anyone can come out and say whatever they want, and it's up to us to prove it or not. But just when you say protect the legacy of the band, I mean, like sometimes I feel like I really don't belong here in this forum, because like I'm more a fan of the music than a fan of the individuals and everything. But I look at it the way that, like, when I read the four books that were each the 4 autobiographies from the guys in Kiss, and like if you read all 4 of them, you can kind of find the real story in between them all, because
Sure.
you can see that they're
Right.
4 distorted views, much like I was saying before. You know, we can go on what we've seen from Mike in the past and assume that he's gonna keep bad news to himself and actually protect the face of the band. And it could actually mean that, you know, some of the stuff that was true stays hidden, not for good or bad reasons, but just because it doesn't paint a good picture.
Right. That's very true.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, I mean, I read Neil Peart's book, Joey Kramer's, Sammy's, Dave's. At one point, it's like, if you're a fan of them, you're going to hang on every word. But if you're kind of a skeptical kind of guy and you're like, okay, they're just doing this to sell books, or like the Kiss books, you know, like that's a perfect point. Whose story do you believe? And then like you put them all together, you kind of like, all right, well, this guy was this way, so I think I believe Paul, for example, if on a certain issue, you know, but whatever.
Oh, that makes sense. So Caleb's put a comment in here that from his understanding, the brothers didn't particularly enjoy Noel Monk's book. This lines up as having a response to it.
Yeah.
So going back to the early days.
The
Caleb, jump in here, goddammit.
Yeah, well, the links in the
the explanation of the book.
Jump
like
in.
One of the explanations that Alex gave was kind of the, you know, this is, I think the quote I read was like, this is the only accurate Van Halen story or something like that, and which is obviously not true, but and I think we had Greg and Chris on here a while ago, and they were saying like I think that quote is less to do with Greg and Chris's books respectively,
Right.
and more to do with you know, the people that told stories that were there, rather than the researchers like Greg and Chris who pulled from a lot more of a pool and you know, and didn't involve dirt by any means.
What about Rosen's book? What did everybody think about that? I didn't
think they were happy about that.
What?
I don't think they were happy about that either. The Van Halen camp.
Yeah, I didn't read it. I mean, I just, you know, it's like, okay, what do we need to hear 10 years, you know?
Yeah, I don't really know. I like
it's
Steve.
cool that it's doing it.
Yeah. I like Steve, and I like his interviews and stuff like that. They've been very helpful in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But I don't really ever get that much new out of him, or out of his interviews typically, because they kind of just repeat.
He's a good writer, though. I'll give him that. Yeah. I will give him that. He can tell a good story. From that perspective, it's pretty good. But I'd advise anyone, Jerry, if you're a fan, buy the books, read the books. That's and then make your own mind up. That's always going to be my.
I love that he was a guitar player, and even being an intermediate beginner guitar player, he still asked Ed a lot of questions. A lot of questions in those early days about gear and picks and strings and all, which is like, without that,
Yeah, I've got more guitar worlds around here than I do modern drummers, and I'm a drummer.
Ed was lying a bit, but
throwing people.
Well, we have Steve Rosen to thank, guys, for basically providing the blueprint for journalists to ask questions to guitar players, and it was the interview that he did with Jimmy Page, and Guitar Player. That was the defining article. The blueprint that he was asking Tanner everything that you said about. What pickups do you use? What's what is it? The neck pickup? Is it string gauges and picks? You're right. So we do have Rosen. I think in a way. We kind of got to thank him for doing that, because up until then, they weren't asking those questions.
No, a lot of stuff. we've figured out, like recently, Alan confirmed that the Frankenstein was the guitar used on Panama through one of Rosen's interviews, Steve's interviews. So, which is good because a lot of this information we would never know otherwise. Because Don Landy's not talking and he doesn't remember any of it anyway. I don't think I don't think he kept detailed notes of any guitars, especially the stuff they did at the 5150 studio. So
there's a lot that he would remember, but not down to the guitar. I don't think.
Right.
Like, I mean, he like someone Greg asked him a question about Alex on that tape op interview, and he's like, that would be a question for Alex.
Yeah, right.
Which is interesting to hear that Alex still has kind of a good memory of that kind of stuff. But yeah, between Steve Rosen and Obrecht, their early interviews, they go a long way. I mean, obviously, like I said, Ed lied about the Variac and certain things, but he was generally pretty honest back then about a lot of things he didn't have to be. I mean, I think either Steve or Obrecht asked him about like how to keep the tremolo in tune. He's like, I don't know if I should say that, but here's how. And it was generally what he did, minus some of the tricks or whatever. But yeah, I like those interviews. Someone just posted an Alex interview from '95 from a magazine I didn't even know existed on the unofficial Alex Van Halen group or whatever. He screenshotted all of the pages and uploaded that, and there wasn't a whole lot of new stuff in it. But I had never seen that interview. He talked, and there's some good pictures in it too, close-ups of the '95 kit, which that's one of my favorite sounding doors. Especially.
Does anybody remember an interview? I think it was Al, and he said that him and Ed, like Ed played in different times or phrasing than a normal guy. I think it was Al talking about Ed. I don't know if it was in A Modern Drummer, if it was in, God, I can't remember it. I wish I had all this stuff bookmarked.
Me too.
He just said Ed played in, like, I play in 4s and Ed plays in 5s type of thing. Anybody remember?
I remember that. Actually, Wolfgang recently said the same thing.
Really? Okay, so I wasn't crazy
Ed.
then.
No, yeah, he said Ed played like in 5. He couldn't count. He goes, he was always off. Al was the one that would count them through that. And it's funny.
But Ed was the human freaking time machine. He was like the ultimate metronome. He had the best rhythm.
Right.
That's weird. That's funny.
Well,
all feel.
It is, because if you think about it, Love Walks In wasn't played to a click track. He did that. He played it by himself, tapping his foot, and played the whole song. And then Alex overdubbed the drums, because there's a thing called it's called a ritard, RITARD.
Yeah.
Just call me.
No,
yeah.
It's called a retard, and it's like in the chorus.
What?
It's not the timing. It actually slows down in there, like when they do the chorus, and then you sense a change. It's not to a click track, because it actually slows down. And so they couldn't use a click track, and they did, for whatever reason, because the studio, I guess the piano in there, they couldn't do the drums at the same time or whatever. On that particular, I don't know why. I forget the reason, but I know that Ed did that and tapped it all out with his foot, and Alex overdubbed, and it's like virtually perfect. You can't tell any.
Right. And there's another reason they were joined at the hip, so to speak, and at the brain musically, because he knew what he was thinking, knew how he played.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and that's what made them what they were.
That's why when people say Alex didn't deserve a songwriting credit, no, he did deserve a song, because those songs all originated from him and Ed just jamming on parts. The beginning of the drum part for AFU,
right.
He would play something like that, and then they would start jamming to it, and and then they'd say, "Hey, why don't we use this part for this song here at the beginning?" And then and that's and that part, that beginning drum part from AFU, it's on another song, like an outtake of another song. I forget what it is now, but it's just like, that's what it was. It was just, they would just sit there and let the tape roll, and then, oh, that was a cool little part. Remember that little jam we did there? We should use that part here, and and kind of arranged it all together that way. So
Al had a quote in one of the magazines. They said It was about the union. He got a letter from the union, said, "Attention, musicians and drummers," or it was it was musicians and drummers. He's like, "What's wrong with that statement?" Because we're all musicians or something. It was something having to deal with the union. It was in one of the early interviews. It's like he took offense to that, and rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, yeah, that's the joke, right? What do you call a guy who hangs out with musicians? A drummer or whatever? Like that?
Yeah, drummer or a bass player. Yeah.
Check Caleb's comment out. He boiled strings for 5 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Ed.
Geez, she's,
That's funny.
Be evaporating a bit of water in 5 years.
Thanks, Ed.
I remember I had too many beers one night and I put them in the microwave. I figured, well, you can boil them. Like, I just
look like Frankenstein.
It's like pop,
I do mine in the air fryer. It's healthier.
I didn't know you couldn't put metal in the microwave.
Yeah.
While that drummer's gone, he's on phones. So Conks, your 5150 that you showed before, that was painted by Jerry, was it?
I painted this one actually.
No, he painted that. I made the body.
You painted that.
Yeah, that's why it's not. It's not like a. But I tell you what, Jerry, Jerry has like a template and for the striping, and it lined up like incredibly well. It was like virtually perfect the way when I put the tape on it. It was like a poster that Jerry had blown up to like the same scale as the guitar, and it sat right on top of it like perfectly. And yeah, it really it just looks like when you sit on the stand, it's like the horns, everything. It looks really, it's the best thing I've ever seen as far as this. Yeah, there you go. See that poster?
Wow.
That you lay that on top of this, and when you're striping it, and man, it lines up really, really well.
And so, John ZD351, you said so that one that you showed before. I don't think I was in the chat, bro. So you didn't paint that your EVH.
That's like a stripe series. I bought it from. I actually bought it from the Toman on online, and got it in January last year. But it's
beautiful.
If you look at it, it's like it's a It must be something you can't even see really. I don't know if it's just a stencil or something. It's I can't really see any unless it's got a good clear coat on it or whatever. But I think it's like obviously just some sort of like a I don't know, it must be some sort of print or something that they do on it. But yeah, it's just that's there's no relicking or anything on it, and it was just they had this, the Bumblebee, and the 78 black and white style.
Beautiful.
Available for the lefties. We only got the choice of this one. Like I said, I would have got the black and white.
Okay.
And to me, I mean, I get what you guys do, and like people pick like Simon's one. Like he not only did he do the 5150, but he wanted it exactly how it was back in the Alive without a net timing.
Yeah.
I always laugh at people that want to do. I'm not laugh at it, but just I find it sort of amusing that the Frankie, the 5150, Gilmore's Black Strat are like iconic guitars, but those guitars went through so many permutations, so many different necks and pickups, and chunks of wood ripped out of them and put back in, and whatever. That you really got to really say you can't just say this was this person's guitar. You can say this was this person's guitar in April, 1986.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like a virtually different guitar from year to year. So for me, it was the simplest way for me to get something that was a one pickup with a Floyd with a detuner set up that way. But yeah, like I've got a little project going on an old contemporary Squire Strat that was my original before this thing came along. That it was my sort of thing that I was trying to do as a Van Halen-ish type sort of guitar. And actually, I really love the neck on that thing. And you just find you can find a diamond amongst all the rocks in any type of any sort of guitar brand or no matter whether it's a expensive or cheap one, I guess. You find the ones that just all the right bits lined up accidentally, I guess. But yeah, I've always sort of felt that the stripes were a bit of a heavy crown to wear. I wouldn't like to be on the outside, playing in front of people and then pulling something like that out. It just has too much of an expectation to it.
I agree. Unless I'm playing like a Van Halen, I wouldn't walk around with the striped guitar.
It's funny. Well, you get on YouTube and whatever pops up on your page pops up on your page according to what you've been seeing. And I just found these videos like last week of some guy. He's an Aussie guy. A lot of this, he just plays these songs where people do the covers and they sort of
Tom Shreds.
Well, they got like a thing where you're playing with the actual track, but they've deleted the guitar out of it, and they're playing over it. And he's doing a bunch of Kiss songs, but he's either playing a black and white 78 style or a Frankie. And I've gone through his things. He's probably got like about two Van Halen songs in there, but he's done all these different Kiss songs, and he does them really well actually. But you can play anything on anything. I love going to see my brother-in-law play, and watch him play "Sweet Child of Mine" on a Strat with 3 single core pickups through a small Fender amp, and then other times he's doing a Hendrix song on a Les Paul. So there's no rules to it.
Right.
As much as I've always got that sort of like two competing voices in my head where, yes, I love the gear and I love having different styles of guitars for, different things or whatever. But at the same time, I've got an equally loud voice saying none of it matters. You just pick it up. It's all there just to hold the strings tight and you play what you play.
Right.
And yeah.
That's it.
Like I always
it's fun to talk about the little details of like is this line exact? Is this screw exactly where it should be? What's the the actual impedance of this pickup and everything like that. But I've always looked at it as like there's your house and my house, and from my house to your house, I've got to go down the street, turn left, a bit further down, turn right, go around the roundabout, and then I'm at your place. But those directions only work if I start from my place.
Right.
And using those same directions or using the same guitar and amp when you're not starting with the same hands and the same, thought process and the same type of technique is going to give you a different sound and a different thing at the end. So that's probably why some people sound more like Van Halen when they're playing through not Van Halen-ish type gear than someone else who's actually playing Eddie's rig.
That's true.
I want to have, I always wanted, it's like my thing with EVH, it's like, man, I wish this stuff was around in like 90, when I was 25 or 30, and could afford, that's been really cool. But then, I got into this hobby and I had my own stuff. So that wasn't a big deal. But I did realize something at one point, like if I get okay enough to go to a jam night, I'm not showing up with a straight guitar because it's going to be the last thing you're going to need. So I always wanted just a plain white 5150, like everything. So it's going to be white headstock, black, everything else. So
well, Jerry, in a strange kind of way, Fender EVH have taken your view on board now with releasing the the Frankie models and the 5150 models that are unstriped now, so that you can go and play blues, play it at a blues gig, Jerry, with your blues band.
Yeah, right. I think Jim Vombas was the first guy to do that. I think we did one in like 98, 99. We were he said, I want a Frankie with no stripes. And I don't know, you'll have to ask him if he comes on later or whatever. Or I think
He's got an invite.
Yeah, you got to ask him about that because even now Jimmy doesn't play any striped guitars when his band plays. He'll play like the Kramer ad, like
hey Caleb,
Frankie, like just like
there's
that.
Caleb. Hey Caleb. Now,
What's
he's
up,
the only
fellas?
one to get away with playing a striped guitar.
Good. Hey, thanks, bro, for jumping on. We flicked an invite earlier, and obviously people can jump on when they can, and when they have an opportunity. But so obviously we're interested in what you've heard about Alex's biography. Now you've mentioned a bit of the information already, but let's have a chat about that because that's what we're here for. What have you heard, Caleb?
I've heard very little. So in fact, all I've heard was it's not going to be nice, which is what I thought, and I think we all thought for a while, was that why would he waste his time at this point in his life, getting back at people and talking, but apparently that's going to be in there, and there's going to be some record setting straight in it, is what I heard. So I don't know who he's going to line up and who all that, but it's like that, Alex, very powerful in personality, maybe the most powerful in the whole outfit, probably. If you heard the Rosen interviews, I mean,
Very
it sounds like he's had people killed, but
like
I'm joking, Alex. You know what I mean? Like there's this very uncensored on those interviews, and I was like, wow, he's got some anger and some feelings, and especially towards Dave because it was fresh and whatnot in 1985. But
so now we're going to get hammered with a bunch of Dave videos and retort probably.
I don't know. I don't think Dave will be able to compete with this unless he goes full book. But I don't think Dave can do that. I don't think he can stay in the between the lines on anything. So I mean, Dave,
Caleb, I've got another question then for your opinion. So we all know that Sammy called Ed and they made up in the end. Okay, so we're going to take Sammy at his word on that because why would he say that if that didn't happen? So do you think
there's one guy that knows that happened, and that's George Lopez. So he facilitated it. So
yes,
he was the one who was with Sammy and said you need to call Ed because he was sick, and because I'm sure George probably said to Eddie, or said, why don't you guys talk or whatever, and Eddie probably said he can call, he's got my number, or something like that. So I think when Sammy heard that, he probably called him up, and they probably did have that I can't see why Sammy would say it once and then repeat it a bunch of times if it wasn't true, because it's not, it'll get debunked eventually, so
I think they had a conversation, but I don't think it was. I think it was probably one phone conversation, then odd texts here and there for a couple months, and that's it. I don't think it was. I think Sammy kind of made it sound like more than it probably was. Like, oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know that there was a tour that they were working on, that where they were trying to get everybody in the fold for that. So I'm sure as soon as Azoff got the okay to start, reaching out, I'm sure by the end of the day he had reached out to everyone involved. So, to see if they
do you
were.
expect Alex? Do you expect Alex to line Sammy up in any way in this book, Caleb?
I do, because he won't respond to Sammy apparently, and that if you've read a lot of Sammy interviews or listened to them, he's most frustrated about the fact that he can't get in touch with Alex at all. So a good tell that there might be some Sammy dirt in this book is that that Alex is like, you know what, I don't think I should talk to him or make up with him because this book is coming out and it's going to destroy all that. So
Yeah.
Could
be over the Cabo stuff. It could be anything.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why. I mean, we don't know all the details. We only know Sammy's side of all of that, and Sammy's obviously he's gonna make it sound like, he was totally being fine, and those guys were the money, the money grubbing guys and whatnot. But we don't know. We don't know how it all went down, and
I wonder if any of this is going to leak. I mean, usually they send advanced copies out to reviewers or people like that, but
yeah,
I don't know. If, I wonder if things are going to.
It's only a couple weeks now, so
yeah,
it's really coming. It's going to be crazy.
Right?
I don't even know what this thing I'm going to is going to be like. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Is that on the 26th, Caleb?
I think the 24th is the one I'm going to in Los Angeles.
Okay, is that the talk? Is that the?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he's being interviewed. It's going to be very similar to Ed's Smithsonian setup, I think. I think that's what it's going to be like.
That's what came in my package was a pass or access to that.
Yeah, I don't. You got a I just got a ticket. I got a ticket. I didn't get a package yet, so I don't know.
So hopefully the person that interviews Alex might know a little bit about drumming, because that girl didn't know too much about guitar playing, did she, when she had the opportunity to ask some really, really detailed questions?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of a bummer when someone gets a hold of someone like that and they don't know much.
No,
I mean,
in
that Ed Smithsonian thing, he gave up a lot of the stuff on his own without her asking. So I don't know. I don't know what Alex. It's the craziest thing. We all don't know anything, and this is coming in a few weeks, and we really don't know.
I asked Chris in a message, Caleb, if he knew anybody that had received advance copies, being a writer, and he replied back saying that he doesn't know anybody. So whether or not, you got to take Chris at his word, but he's saying that he doesn't know anybody that's received advance copies.
Well, who's the mastermind in Van Halen camp, right? The guy who kept all the secrets, right? Who's the guy that said no one says anything to anybody or I'm going to kick your ass? That's Alex Van Halen. And here he is with his own thing. So I expect no different, right? Right up to the point of release. So
I think he knows how fast Van Halen news spreads just from history. And I think, he is a smart businessman. He always has been. I just think he's gonna shut his mouth until it happens, because
that's just
he's talking about it.
That's the way it's always been. So why not one more time, right?
Yeah.
So here we are.
And the other thing too is people sending advanced copies of books out is a marketing exercise, and it's when the book is out there for profit. If Alex's main reason for putting out a book is to get his story out and not to make another $10, then he's not going to care about reviews and hype and any pre-release data for it.
I think
when it comes out and everyone gets it at the same time.
He's driven by money a little. I mean, he's a businessman. He's always been that way. he's always talked about business. You know, he's always fascinated with it. So I just think he's realized that the stories that are in this book will get circulated upon its release, and then people will hear shit, and then it'll blow up that way instead of a pre thing, you know.
Yeah.
And so it'll be like a word of mouth. Like, can you believe he said this? Can you believe they said that? He talked about this. He went after that. You know, I mean, who
I'd be
knows?
interested to see not just what he says, but what kind of receipts he's got for what he says. Because, like, you know, as I said before, everyone's got their own viewpoint to it. And really, if he's the only one that's got the story, who's going to refute him or who can prove him wrong? He can say what he wants, I guess.
He can, you know, it'll be interesting. These are old men now, right? So they don't have much time to get their punches in or get their stories straight. I mean, Sammy's been dominating the whole, you know, landscape the last several months, and it's amazing how he finished right in time for this, right? So Sammy's going to go dark here in a minute. What, it's birthday, right? Literally the time frame is perfectly lined up for Sammy to end his whole 4-month, you know, Sammy experience, right? And it's ending next week with his birthdays and all the bashes and everything, and then it's Alex's turn. And God, I wonder if Sammy's nervous about, you know, what's coming.
Sammy had his say, and he was pretty brutal in his book. And so I don't want to hear any backlash from him like, oh, Al, you know, he was too rough on me. I don't want to hear any of that shit from him because he already, you know, he was the first one to do it. So, but whatever.
Yeah, and that's supposedly the reason that you know, Alex won't talk to him is because of that book. So
he's nervous as a whore in church.
Something's up.
I haven't read any of it, but like, is what Sammy said that was supposedly brutal, was it proven correct or wrong?
Well, it's hard to deny it. He went into a lot of the stuff about Ed on the 2004 tour, and we all saw it with our own eyes. So, you know,
that's your receipt, John.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
And Sammy said everything.
Sammy just saying what was going down, and I do remember him saying that, him expressing some regret that he shone a spotlight on it. But again, maybe he was just saying what he saw at the time.
He said what he saw, and he said it, but he probably didn't realize that he'd never talk to these guys again because of it, and it got very long. And then he sees, you know, Roth standing on a stage with them waving the flag, and you know what that flag was, right? It was nothing more than Roth saying, "I've captured the flag." You know, I'm waving the Van Halen flag now. That's literally what that was on that tour.
Yeah, it was a big one too. That was a big.
He did it at the beginning of the show, and he did it at the end of the show, and that was for an audience of one. You know, like literally. So these guys have been going back and forth forever, you know, and then Sammy, you know, said, hey, you know, even Roth could come out and sing a few, and then Roth right away called his bluff, and Sammy said, fuck you, no way. You know, so
what do you mean?
So it's funny. It's
I've got another question, Caleb. I'd love to ask you. So we've had a bit of a round table about this. You know, you mentioned just before previous, you know, that Alex is a smart man. He understands the business side of music pretty well and understood it very well at the beginning. What's your view on Alex endorsing products or doing other things in and around the publication of his book? Do you think he's going to take advantage of that?
I don't know. I mean, I think the story is going to be about what's in the book, and that's what we're going to all hear about. And whether anybody in the public, you know, gets to ask him anything, like, is another question I have. You know, are they going to reserve a part of the thing next in a couple weeks for people that, you know, lottery in for a question or whatever, or but I don't know. I mean, he's obviously been real quiet since his brother passed, and he's you know, sold all his gear, you know, maybe not all of it, but most of it, and that's a way of him saying, you know, I'm not going to play anymore, maybe publicly, which is sad, because I mean, imagine being the drummer he is, and being only overshadowed by, you know, the greatest guitar playing musician of all time. You're in the same band, and that's the only reason that Alex Van Halen doesn't get the due he gets, you know.
Yeah.
Is because he was in a band with Eddie Van Halen. If he wasn't, he'd be one of the, you know, he'd be up there in the top 4 drummers of all time on everyone's lips. He's fantastic.
He is on
and
mine.
he's half that. Yeah, he's half that sound.
I've been
Everybody.
noticing lately that one of the reasons I believe Alex is underrated is because the greatest hits don't showcase his greatest abilities. I mean, like, let's just say Jump. I can hear all the awesome, cool things he does in Jump, but to most people who listen to Jump, they go, "Oh, that's basic drumming. That's boring drumming."
No way.
No, it ain't.
Drumming.
No.
He can do the rock thing, but he can't do the stuff that Neil Peart did or whatever. And it's like, that just shows me right out of the gate you haven't listened to enough Van Halen. Go back, listen to every single song, and then try to tell me. And it's
No.
crazy. It's not even.
There's like prog rock going on in Jump. It's like
entertain.
No, he's wrapping himself around the beat like nobody can, and nobody, you know, it's a jazz thing. He's such a jazz player, and he's a secret, you know, jazz head. He loves that part of his playing. And he attacks the song from all different directions. I've never heard anyone be able to copy Alex Van Halen. You know, people can copy Neil Peart, people can copy John Bonham, and people can copy Keith Moon and sound a lot like these players, but I've never heard someone like nail Alex.
No,
the guys on Drumeo broke down Jump, and there's some complicated shit going on.
Yes.
In the
Oh.
breakdown where under the solo rather.
And his whole, like, it's almost like he has to remind you almost in just about every song that he does that shit.
Yep.
And he puts his stamp on it. And, you know, there's a reason, like, that in those old, you know, shows like at the US Festival and the, you know, where they go up to bow and Eddie's just fucking pointing at his brother, like, this guy, you know. And it's not because, like, everyone's chanting Eddie. It's because Eddie knows that he's playing with someone who's superhuman. And I mean, just they're the brothers and their connection. That's Van Halen to me. It always has never been about the singers or any of the other stuff. It's these these two kids who started playing together and got to know each other so well musically that was their gift, you know, that their connection.
There is no one without the other, and we've seen that. I mean, Ed does pretty well. I think probably the best example of Ed without Al is this SNL, in my opinion. But you know, that concert he did with was it Bryan Adams and other people? I think that's terrible.
No, he's notorious for not playing well or sounding. I mean, he sounded pretty good on the Brian May stuff, all those outtakes. I thought it was great. That was a great thing that Brian May released. If you haven't heard all those outtakes, it's great. And he's playing a lot of good blues, especially on the slow blues song.
It's fantastic. It's incredible.
And he's using a front pickup for the first time anywhere on that recording of Let Me Out, I believe. He's never soloed with a neck pickup before. and
What was he playing?
it happened in 1983 on that. I think he was playing the Purple Kramer, is what I think, because that was the, I don't think he lugged one of his 59s down to that studio, but he's these guys, we're all still talking about it.
Yeah.
9 years ago today was the last concert, at the Hollywood Bowl, and 9 years. That's crazy.
It's too long.
So are we expecting some new stories? Obviously, some stories that only obviously Alex and Van Halen know. Some, are we going to get that kind of stuff, Caleb? Do you think in the book?
I wish I could tell you. I have no idea, and I'm not a great reader because I have ADHD and whatnot. I'm hoping to get the book on tape, and hopefully it's Alex, and that'll be great. That'll be great to spend time with the story. I love books on tape for that reason, especially when the author's reading it. So
apparently he is.
That's great. That's perfect. So, I mean, I'm going to get a copy of the book, but like I said, I'm one of those people who reads 2 pages and he forgets what he just read. So
sure, I'm like that too.
And I don't even get high anymore. So that still happens. But but I'm looking forward to it. I like that he's doing this and he's honoring his brother. He probably, I'm sure they talked about it. They might have even wrote a bunch of passages together about, we don't know. We're going to find out. I think that'll be one of the questions of, when the writing of this book started and how much did Eddie have a part in it. That's got to be one of the top questions because it is called Brothers, so, yeah.
Okay, so this is where you guys can practice. So 3 of you guys, there's 6 of us here on the stream live. 3 of you guys are going to go to a book signing or have an opportunity at least maybe to ask Alex one question. Mm-hmm. So John, I'm going to get you to tell us if you could ask Alex one question, and then Tanner, and then Caleb. What's the one question you're going to ask Alex?
I would ask, are they ever going to release any of the live videos or any of the music that they have stashed away? That's my main thing. Or the wall of tapes at 5150. Are they ever going to do anything or release anything, video, concert video, or anything?
And why?
And you've just asked Tanner's question too, because I'm sure that's exactly what Tanner was going to ask. But I'm not going to preempt anything, Tanner. What's the question?
Well,
the one question.
If I had a limited time and I was the only one in there, I'd ask probably something like that. But if under a time constraint and a quick answer, I'd say, why can't I buy your drumsticks from Regal Tip anymore?
Okay, all right, I dig it.
Because they just retooled their factory and they're back up in business and they have a website again. And
I think the conservationists have something to do with it. The sticks are too big; they take too much wood. So
this is one of the ones he used in the 80s, and it's a baseball bat. Here, I'll grab a normal size stick next to it.
Yeah, look at that.
Holy shit.
It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's a baseball bat, all right?
They're actually good.
Can you just hold that up again for folks? Hold it up again, mate.
Wow.
And both in length and in girth.
That's what she said.
Caleb, you got one question to ask Alex.
Well, God, I don't want to give it away because someone will steal it, and I'm going last. And I'm going last, right? So, When are you guys gonna take it? I don't know. I've thought about it, and then I keep thinking of stuff. But I'd probably ask him if he knows who Johnny Bean is. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You fucking bastard.
Just kidding. No,
You fucking bastard.
I don't know. I know it's a joke.
I know. It's a good one.
There's so many little things. I mean, like something stupid, like why did Ed and Mike reverse sides in South America on that one show? What happened that night? Like,
yeah, good question. You've been asking. You've been asking that question for years.
He won't remember. He won't remember. I'd love to know if there was video. Like, they gotta have tons of video. I'm sure they do, but it just probably sounds like shit, and they can't clean it up, right? So it just sounds like shit. Why would they ever release anything that sounds like shit?
Yeah,
I'm sure it looks great, but it probably sounds like shit.
I'd probably ask what his favorite album, like what drum sound on any of his albums was, because it varied so much over the years. Like, I mean, he obviously said a lot of negative things about Diver Down and stuff, but like, every album he was like, this is finally the drum sound I've wanted. And it's like,
that's crazy, Tanner, because I think his snare sound on a few of the songs on Diver Down is the best snare sound he's ever had. So
I think all around, that's probably my favorite. That's probably my favorite as well.
And that's the first time we truly heard it
too. The kicks too.
The guitar tone and the snare sound on Where Have All the Good Times Gone is my favorite. It got me into it. Like, it made me want to do this. That song, that sound.
Yeah.
It was insane. So.
And I like that record. Everybody pans it because Ed panned it. John
did too.
Great album.
I tend to
I think
skip
it's
the least
awesome.
amount of tracks on Diver Down than any of the others. Probably not for the debut, but
What's crazy is there's those outtakes, right, from
Hang 'em
like
High,
the Full Bug.
Full Bug?
Yeah, Full Bug. Those Full Bug outtakes on YouTube. Ed's tone on those outtakes might be his best tone ever, in my opinion. And it's on those outtakes. It's there's some EQ thing. It sounds incredible. But
I thought it was cool that Dave, what sounds like played the acoustic like live right there, part of the track. Like, he has time to play it, sing the intro, and then the band kicks in, and you probably put the guitar down and sing the rest of the track, because a lot of those outtakes are one takes with Dave singing like scratch vocals or whatever. They normally they'd go back later and replace them, but I thought that was crazy. That, I guess they had the know-how to record stuff like that, and then add it later. But
and there's that thing about Where Have All the Good Times Gone? Why it's tuned quarter step. It's in between. It's perfectly in between E flat and standard, and I think that there's demos of it where it sounds like it's an E flat. So my theory there is they turned up the speed.
Yeah, you might be right.
There
about
is
that.
certain
makes
machines
sense.
Back then. I did a lot of research on this because I've talked to Alan a lot about the tunings and stuff like that, obviously, and I.
Oh, really? Does Alan know something about the tunings? I don't know. Does he?
He's always cared more about. He just cares about the actual tunings, but I've always wanted to figure out the why. And from the beginning, Alan just told me he doesn't really care about the actual why. And there's a lot of evidence. Like, there's a ton of pictures of him backstage with the Peterson, and there's a few of them where you can actually see the knob turned to his typical live tunings or whatever. But he said something in the beginning like about it's for vocal reasons. It's like, what the hell does that even mean? Tuning 30 cents above half step because of vocal. It never made sense to me. So I've spent a lot of time researching that.
How about that's what Ed was hearing?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there is some.
They just tuned to Ed's ear, right?
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he mentions it in one of those Obrecht interviews where he's like, or he might have been talking to a woman interviewer,
Yeah.
like that I'm tuning really differently. Like I tune different than everyone, and so it was conscious. Like he definitely was going somewhere. We all know what he did with the flattened B string, which nobody could figure out for years how he could get like Running with the Devil, the sound, in the intonation up on that part of the neck, because we all know you can't match the intonation from the cowboy chords to bar chords at 5 and 7 unless you flatten the B string. And he figured that shit out, and he uses it on most of his tunings. And as soon as you figure that out, you go, oh my God, that's like the biggest secret we've ever figured out as guitar players. Am I right, John? Like when you flatten that B string and get in that area that he's at, like, between 5 and 9, it sounds perfect. And
he had an impeccable ear.
Yeah.
He had a great ear, and I don't think it came from piano, but I think he knew about, because I think in that same interview he talks about knowing how pianos were tuned, because pianos are tuned to itself, like you tune a piano to the lower notes, and so I think he knew about it. I think he came up with it himself. I mean, a lot of the stuff Ed came up with, in all reality, he came up with it alone. It existed before him, but
I think other people just accepted the flutter of an out of tune string, and Ed said, no, I want to fix that and get it.
He was neurotic in the best way. That was one
right.
of the examples where he just couldn't stand to hear that kind of thing. And I hear it all the time in covers and stuff like that. It's just like, I don't have the same ear, but I can hear when someone's not tuned to the album, or tuned, their chords aren't tuned, or just plain out of tune, which is the worst offender. But
I missed the last part.
I think another reason Diver Down is so good is because it was like done in 2 weeks. There were barely, I think I counted like 4 guitar overdubs, possibly, even if it might have been 3 on the whole record. And I mean, it was live. The 3 of them, Mike and Alex and Eddie, on everything were like, live. The vocals were the only thing that was really overdubbed, and it was
no time to think.
And a really good secret about why it's also great is that each song was done individually, and then they moved on. And I don't think there's another record where they did that.
Actually, Eddie said that For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge was the first time they did that, but you're right. It was Diver Down that they did that.
Yep. They did each song, and then they moved on.
I know that he overdubbed the solos, the solo on Secrets. He overdubbed that the same day as he did Dancing with the Streets. Those are like overdubbed solos, I guess. There, and I know it was the same day he did both of those solos.
And those are amazing solos. Those are like
completely
they're
different
incredible
and amazing. Yeah.
Incredible solos. God.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have to run, boys, but this
Caleb,
has been fun.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for jumping on.
Fun. Oh, of course.
Caleb, come back on in a couple weeks after the Q&A.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely be an experience. Hopefully, I'll have some good stories.
Yeah, it'll be around the same time. So yeah, we'll flick you a link. Thanks for jumping on, bro, and thank you for sharing us your thoughts and opinions, Caleb. And all the best, and keep safe, bro.
Have a good night, fellas.
See you, bro.
Nice to see you.
Fellas, I'm taking off too. I just want to say goodbye and thanks for having me, and I'll talk to you all soon.
No problem, brother. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure jumping on with you. And
great talking.
Okay, well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be staying around for a little while. But guys, appreciate your time, and we'll keep in touch. And we'll do a show where you guys can come and share with us, obviously, your thoughts and impressions and experiences with Alex, because we haven't had a lot to celebrate recently as Van Halen fans, have we? And this book clearly is something that's got a lot of us interested. So be interesting to share our thoughts and opinions on it.
I'll be able to give a review of John's couch.
That's right.
The comfort of John's couch. So.
Yeah.
You better be on your best behavior, Cephas, all right?
Yeah, I'm going to come around a little more often now. I feel pretty comfortable hanging out with you guys.
See? I told you, Jerry.
Oh.
Nobody bites here.
Yeah.
No, Jerry, and thank you, brother, for jumping on. You too.
Yeah,
you know,
thank
so.
you.
No. It's our pleasure, and you know, we'll get together. I'm sure in the next couple of weeks. Anyway, we'll be doing a show here on the channel. It'll be the same day. You know, a Saturday here for me, which will be your time zone. So around the same time that we started. And we can get together and share our thoughts, because at the end of the day, you know, we're just only fans and we're just getting together. Yep. And as you said at the beginning of the show, Jerry, we're just taking advantage of technology and stuff that we never had 30 years ago, 20 years ago to talk to each other around the world. You know, it was some guy down the road, you know, and maybe he wasn't as much of a decent fan, but you had to talk to somebody.
Yeah, and I can't talk to my wife about this. I mean...
No,
you know,
no.
She's too busy reading anyways. So, So it was awesome, man. It was cool. I enjoyed it.
No, it's our pleasure. Thank you, Jerry.
Excellent.
All right, we'll see you guys.
See you later.
Peace. See ya.
Peace. Rock and roll.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, brother. Are you staying, Cephas?
What?
Are you staying or going?
I'm staying.
Oh, good. Yeah. So, no, it was interesting, John, especially hearing from Caleb, getting some of his thoughts. Clearly, he knows a little bit more than what we're picking up on. For him to say that there aren't going to be any punches pulled is an interesting observation. Setting the record straight sounds right, sounds good, and there's nothing like a little bit of controversy, I think, to get a book going once it's finally dropped. John?
Well, again, until we hear what the contents actually are, you can be, you know, hard hitting and not pulling any punches, but then not necessarily attacking anyone.
Good.
But by the sounds of it, there has been, you know, it seems like there is a bit of a few antagonistic relationships in his life there, and you know, he it remains to be seen whether he goes on an attack or he just goes on saying truthful. This is the story, and the facts as I see them, somebody might not be happy with, but he's not going to sugarcoat anything. So yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see what stories come out when they come out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be truthful, regardless of the style of how he does it, whether it's an attack or just telling it from his perspective, because that's all he has really, and then Ed's, I believe, too, obviously. And
yeah, it'd just be interesting to see if there is anything that comes out that's sort of like diametrically opposed to a previous account from another party, as to whether it's all right. We've got two separate, you know, opposing things that both of them cannot be true concurrently. Sure. How do we prove which one is the more accurate representation? And that'll be remaining to be seen.
Well, I think at the end of the day, John, you know, like yourself, you know, I've read a lot of, you know, music biographies over the years, and you have to take the writer at their word. You know, when they say something, you know, that's, you know, you got to take them at their word. So whatever Alex writes, you know, we have to take at his word. So I'm certainly looking forward to it. Tanner, what's the plan? What's the schedule for the trip down to John's? How many days are you going to be spending down there? Are you going to be doing a bit of sightseeing, or is it just?
We'll see. We haven't talked too much about it yet. He just told me that I'm welcome to stay, and I'm sure. I mean, I've been down to the Connecticut there for the con and went around a little bit. That's kind of nearby most of those guys, but I'm sure we'll do something fun. I hope we do so. I actually do want to kind of get a bigger crew together after the con and maybe get dinner or something like that. Because last year we all hung out until 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and then we all just kind of went our separate ways. But we all just hung out and just talked. I mean, totally nerded out to the point where we had John's 5150 open and the back cavity open, and we were looking at the wiring and rewiring someone else's guitar, and it was pretty funny. But it would be nice to maybe get dinner with Les and Jimmy and John, especially. You know, it was nice to really meet all those guys after seeing them on this show for so long. And
can you do me a favor, bro? When you're there, obviously you're going to be taking some video and some pics and stuff like that. If you can take a short video and send it to me in Messenger, I'd love to put it up here on the channel of you guys just hanging out and just saying a few words. It'll be good. Be good for folks to see.
He told me we can jam through his rig and stuff like that. So I'm gonna bring my electro that I built.
Oh wow!
And play it's a baritone. Right now I have it in A tuning, but
can you hold it up
for the Spanx thing for the Warren Lawful Color Knowledge album, he had it as a 6-string bass. So I'll probably put the strings back on it and be able to let John play through it or whatever. And so I'll be able to play all of his guitars probably and jam and we've been talking a lot about figuring out a way to play music together online, because there's a few services where you can stream live, like without any latency, and kind of like a meeting like this. Open up Zoom, you just mute it, and then you use these programs where you play and you're playing at the exact same time. And so we've been working out on figuring out how we can do like live covers together and stuff like that. And so I think I might try to figure that out and try to get the old man, teach the old man how to use it on his computer.
Fantastic. Well, it's got obviously there's a solution to the problem, because John, half the albums today that have been recorded and released on Spotify are all been done. I'm recording the tracks here, and you're recording the drums where you are, and we're sending them to Tanner, and he's mixing them. Yeah.
And we him and I last year we prepared. He made a backing track, a synth track for Why Can't This Be Love. So we played along to that at the con, and this year we're gonna do Mine All Mine, I think, which actually I'm working on right now, and recreating those synth sounds on the OU812 album are no easy task. Ed, well, he's in his keyboard interview magazine, he actually said like he wanted the newest of the new stuff. He went to a store and just said, give me all the new stuff, and he ended up with a DX7 and a TX816 rack, which is basically eight DX7s in one. And then he had a Roland keyboard, and he had his Oberheims from the earlier albums and his pianos and stuff like that. And most of those songs are like 8 layers of those pianos mixed together, which thankfully there's a free plugin called that recreates the DX7, and it has all the presets, because And I'm pretty sure he used just stock presets because the DX7 was no easy feat to reprogram unless he had Steve Porcaro do it for him. I'm sure he had a little bit of adjustments, but I've been trying to work out the Mine All Mine sound, and somehow along the lines I figured out that the kind of the arpeggiation in the beginning there, the really cool kind of bass synth kind of thing, it's actually the same preset as the lead later in the song, which is really funny. It kind of sounds like a harpsichord. But yeah, I've been working through that slowly and coming up with a track for us to play along to. And him and I like to play kind of deep cut stuff at the con and practice it, because I practice kind of all the tracks, but I usually don't. I usually skip over the songs that most people don't know or want to play, because most people just want to play the greatest hits there. And but we liked, last year we played Dirty Movies together and Drop Dead Legs. That was pretty fun too.
Well, if anybody is watching on replay and they've got to the stage here at 4 hours, we have EVH Con videos live on the channel. And if you go to the last EVH Con, I think, there's a 6-hour stream, Tanner, and you're playing drums on 5 hours of it.
It was a blast. I can't even tell you how much fun I had. And people were like, give him a break, let someone else drum. And I was like, no, I want to play. I want to keep playing. Like I had no objections. I was tired. I really wasn't that tired, mostly because there was quite a bit of a rest period in between each person that went up and down. And, it was, I got my breaks and stuff, and I had so much fun. That was the first time I've ever played drums in front of anyone, much less basically live.
Well, you look like a pro, bro. And as you know, and John, he's been on a couple of shows since, a lot of people were talking about your contribution as being one of the great contributions of the convention, because it's all about, young guys getting up there, John, with their guitars, and some old guys as well, rocking out, which is, great. But, to have some of these young guys on the drum kit just playing phenomenally well. I remember Jimmy saying to me live, he said, we could feel the difference. We could feel,
Yeah.
And when you're a guitar player and standing on the front of the stage, John, as you know, playing in bands and playing in a band, having that surety of a good beat behind you gives you something to lean into.
I think it's the care that I put into it. And I don't want to speak for any of the other guys that have ever drummed there. I've never been, I've only seen videos, and people have done great over the years. But the care that I put into drumming Van Halen is the same care that these guys are putting into Ed. And we had the whole balance rig. We had the balance rig there last year. Which was insane. I think Dave's going to come again with that. And he said we're going to take a little bit more time and dial it in and stuff like that. Because last year I believe we were just using the, can't remember what amps he brought. I know he brought a 5150, but he also had a Sir amp that he preferred to use. We just didn't take the time to dial it in. So this year we're going to get it better. I mean, it was pretty comical. Some guys were better than others, but they plug in and they turn the volume up and it just went, what? Because it was just like.
So I'm just going to interrupt too. While I remember, you guys are going to have to work out too a system. Remember on how you're going to mic, so that when we stream live on Streamline, how we can pick that up. So whether or not that goes through a mic on a like a Focusrite or something.
Even just I've seen those ones. We use iPads there, I believe, but even just you can plug in. They make microphones that just plug right in, and it replaces the internal microphone. I think it would just be that much better, just an ambient sound. This year I am bringing.
So something like this would work. I've never used this. It's like a Rode, a Rode thing that you hook into your device.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ah.
So I'm hoping to have better sound there this year. I think we just kind of set the iPads up last year and hope for the best. And I'm bringing my drums again. I'm bringing an all electronic drum set, and I bought a new module that allows me to upload samples to. And being that I'm doing all these recreations lately with Alex, I've been kind of making all these samples and uploading them into it. So this year it'll all but sound like Alex is right there in the room, being that they have such an accurate Eddie rig. I'd like to kind of pull my weight. And we're hoping to, like last year, Jeff started playing bass, and he had his Jack Daniels bass and an amp and stuff, and he played through that for a few songs, but then he kind of took off and took his stuff. So we just were playing the bass through the PA, and it wasn't, just kind of boring, and switched basses a few times. So John said he's probably just going to bring a bass amp, and we're going to spend some time on making it sound a little bit better. I mean, it sounded pretty good last year in the room, but
yeah,
I show up the night before, and I set up, and John was there too. Me, John, and Dave, and Joe. We're all there, and we jammed a little bit just to kind of get levels set up, because it was pretty much the minute we get there, we start kind of jamming and stuff. But it was fun. I can't tell you how much fun I had. Like, that was, I don't know. I guess I always say when I leave these shows is that, like, I have no one to talk about Van Halen with in my life. Like, my family they're all casual fans and stuff, and
yeah,
and they all like it as any other kind of person does. But when it comes to the nerd stuff, it's like I laughed at Caleb's tag there on another VH fan on the spectrum, because that's how I feel when I talk to my friends and loved ones about it. But when you go there, everyone feels the same. Everyone wants to talk about that stuff, and yeah, it was awesome. It was really awesome. I mean, even meeting micro celebrities in our community, like Chris Gill and stuff, it's pretty cool. I mean, even I've been watching. I used to watch Johnny Bean back in the day when Rob Johnson was on and stuff like that, and being able to meet Rob Johnson, who I thought was, unfortunately I never got to meet what's his name, who passed away there, who used to be on Johnny's show.
Dave Nesdall.
Yeah, Nesdall. I never got to meet him, unfortunately, but those guys were kind of personal heroes for me for a while when it came to the replicas. So, no, I didn't get to actually talk to Rob, but being in the same room with those guys was pretty surreal for me. And I, most of those guys don't even really know it, that I'm a fan of them.
And well, you're going to have Jerry's going to be there too, So
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and Craig Stuffco, another good guy, that
Craig
we talked to.
Craig wasn't there earlier this year, unfortunately. I was looking forward to meet him, and Fairfield, what's his name there? He wasn't there either.
Louis Costa.
Yeah. So that was kind of a bummer, but meeting people like Steve from Howard Stern was cool. And yeah, playing with them was crazy. I mean, I've never played an ounce of music with any of these people, but when you all study Van Halen, it doesn't really take much to kind of blend in quickly.
Yeah. So there's some nice words there by Bent Tom saying that Dave Nesdall rang him every day when Bent was in hospital. Hell of a nice guy. It was a shock. It was a shock to hear that he'd passed away, because like you, I used to enjoy watching him and listening to his advice that he would give guitar players about doing mods, John, to guitars, or giving you advice on guitars or pickups and stuff that he'd picked up over the years, and he gave all that information freely.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful thing, because there's so many I've seen in so many different interest groups, fandoms, and just interests of people that like you get those gatekeepers that have so much either knowledge or access to certain things, and you wonder what advantage to themselves they have for hoarding it.
Yeah.
It is a shame, and funny how just before when Tanner was talking, he sort of came up with the term casual fan. It's become sort of like almost a derogatory thing to say when someone's a casual fan. But why shouldn't someone just be a casual fan? Not everyone has to be obsessed about something to enjoy
Sure.
it.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's always been that thing of the girls get it heaps worse than guys do, where it's like someone's wearing a t-shirt and oh yeah, you name 3 songs. Well, big deal if I only like one song and I decided to buy the t-shirt, or big deal if I only bought the t-shirt because I like the way it looks. Nobody owes an explanation or a justification to anyone else, and so when I hear about communities and events like this where people get together, and as much as I can say, well, I can't be bothered really figuring out the difference in tone between Diver Down and 1984. I love the songs, but it's I can totally respect that some people have enough interest in it that they really want to dissect it, and as long as it's done,
Correct.
without being a prick about it. And unfortunately, some people don't get that memo. But as long as it's done within the scope of just having an interest in it and wanting to find that sort of stuff out and share it and don't do something if you're not going to enjoy it. Is sort of like the end result of my rambling, I guess.
No, that's not rambling. I think at the end of the day, it's I think you're hitting the nail on the head. I just want to get back to Dave Nestor. Well, I remember John and Tanner. Not long after I bought my Axis Music Man. Now that comes with a Music Man trim system. It's standard to it. And I sent Dave a message. This would have been 6-7 years ago. When I got it, I sent him a message saying, I've got a German-made Floyd Rose sitting here that I bought a couple of years ago that I've never installed, and I've just bought a Axis Music Man, 1997. Should I swap the trim system with the German-made Floyd Rose? And he sent me a message. He said, "Can you talk?" And I said, "Yep, right, yeah." He said, I'm going to ring you on Facebook Messenger. And I said, "Oh, okay." So he rang me and he said, "Don't fucking change it. The Floyd Roses, the trim system, the Music Man trim system is fantastic. There's no advantage in you changing it with a German-made Floyd Rose. Are we clear on that?" And I said, "Yeah, no problem." So, because I didn't know, and I was asking him, but I took him at his word, and I'm glad I didn't change it.
Well, it's crazy. There's so much of that in this community, like, not to put a negative spin on it, but there's so many like people that have these strong opinions where you have to do this immediately. Like, you buy this guitar, the first thing you gotta do is change the Floyd Rose or whatever, and it's just like, no, you don't. Like, I've made a Floyd Rose special, like one of those copper zinc coated pieces of junk, worked for over a decade now, and I've never had to replace a single part, and I used the crap out of it. And I did some mods to it. I changed some of the screws out to like stainless steel ones, but like it's worked. And it's like, thank God I didn't, as a 16-year-old, dump $300 into a Floyd original and probably ruin it because I didn't know how to install it and stuff like that. It's kind of, I used to be more on the replica pages before recently. I think I feel like a lot of them kind of went to crap. I'm still on a few because I know a lot of the people in it, but there was a few where I left because I actually, around the time Eddie passed away is when I really kind of moved away because a ton of people were starting to make their replicas in tribute of Ed passing, and there are a lot of groups, and some of the groups are definitely urged for people like who are super nerds. I mean, like the people that get into the 5150 body wood every day and stuff like that. And then there's kind of the more casual ones. And I found myself posting and commenting and kind of getting in arguments too much and stuff, especially because I'm under the opinion, like, do what you want, buy the parts you want, do whatever you want. But like I always suggested, like when people were building their first replica, don't go out and buy thousands of dollars of parts, and don't start with the most like accurate replica bodies and stuff like that if it's your first time painting it. Like we all talked about it at the con, but it was like every time that happens, the person's it always makes me laugh because they start out and they go, oh, it's going to be a replica. And then at the end of it, they finish it and they go, I decided that it was just going to be a tribute. I was close. I decided, and I was like, no, you messed it up and you don't want to admit it because we've all been there. And so that always, I would say, like, start on a Squire, start on a kit. Like, even if it's not super accurate, I promise you're gonna have a lot more fun when you end up realizing that, like, it's hard to make those replicas.
Why would you spend hundreds of dollars, John and Tanner, buying a lock body and a lock net, and you've never built a guitar, John, in your life? So what Tanner's saying, yep, buy a Squire, go and buy a second-hand Squire for $100, and then practice on that. You're right. I don't have the patience to do that, but I'm telling you now, there's no way that I would do that. I would no. I'd love to build a guitar, but there's no way that I would go and get a lock body and a lock net, which could be, by the time you ship it over here, it's not much change from $1,000, and then to cock it up. And I've never done anything like that in my life, John. Come on.
Or make the world's greatest replica that's exact down to the minutest detail, and they put these freaking stupid hands on it. Look, I'm the same. I as I said before, you respect the passion that goes into it, but
big time.
There's also the irony of making an exact copy of something that the original was just whatever happens. So much of what went into the multitude of mods and fixes and changes that Ed did on the Frankie that were not planned out. He probably tell me that he planned out. That's how the exact shape of the route that he wanted for that humbucker. Tell me that he actually those stripes that everybody tries to figure out the exact angle of, he put on randomly.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny how we're trying to be exact on what was just a happy accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The origins of it all is I don't think there is another guitarist where people go so in depth about the intricacies, like you said, the angle of the tapes and the kind of tape and the process of what paints went down first. And I mean, Johnny B there, his whole channel was dedicated to that until he had to take down some of his videos and stuff. And I remember he came on here last year. It was nice to talk to him, but that was ultimate nerd level stuff. And it's so funny to just kind of think about the actual guitar in question is It's essentially, I mean, it's quality parts. Don't get me wrong. They were all, when you price it out on today's market, they're still quality parts. It's just the execution that was just so shoddy and even kind of poor to most standards, and we're all recreating it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's a good point.
It ends up being a thing that amount of accuracy is only evident to someone who has made it their life's work to study it and become an expert in the atomic detail of it all.
Yeah.
Okay, John. That's a very good point. So can I just share with you again another experience I had with Dave Nesdall about the details that you just. Okay, so not long after I got this, I showed it to him, and he said to me, "Is the bridge offset?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Are the strings offset?" And I said, "I don't know what you mean." And he said, "Are the strings running directly over these nuts here, over the blocks?" And I said, "No, it's towards the side." And he goes, "Ah, okay, what year is it?" And I said, "In 1997. And he said, "So the access I've got, according to the information that he knows, is the same neck profile, because they changed the neck profile after they ran out of stock, to one that's slightly wider to take into consideration the fat E tenor that used to sometimes slip off." So, and I'm going, "Oh, okay, all right. I didn't know that, but Dave Nesdall did." So he said, the only thing that's different to this model here compared to the one that EVH had is that this here, that selector switch, isn't over here.
Yeah.
And I'm going, "Oh, okay." So now I wouldn't have known that, John, if it wasn't for, a guy like you said that knew and spent his life knowing all that shit.
And if you didn't know it, then what difference would it have made to you?
Well, again, I like that detail too, because it means that I can pass that information on.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing I like about, contributing, not even really following it, but contributing to the community, is that I like to inform, and I feel, try to be as humble as possible. I feel as though I'm up there and someone who knows a lot, and I spend a lot of time on Facebook, so I always am commenting essays for people to read about certain things if they're either uninformed or they just are questioning or whatever. A lot of people just ask questions, and I love to answer those questions, and if I don't know, I'll link to someone who does, like Donnie Ward or Alan or any of those guys, because we are all in it together, and there it gets heated sometimes, and even Alan and I talk almost daily over Facebook about everything Van Halen and even some Zeppelin stuff, because I'm a Zeppelin fan, and I know he's a huge Zeppelin fan and knows a lot about this stuff. And we've had huge debates over stuff, and I've had to kind of not remind him, but remind myself that we're after the same goal. we both want the same answer.
Sure.
And there's no reason to argue or whatever. And him and I have never had any arguments about personal things. I've seen that happen a lot on actual Facebook or whatever. But I that's how I look at it, is that we're all on the same team.
Like John said a little bit earlier, you can come into this gig from any perspective. You can be the casual fan or friend, and John knows exactly what we do when we do a lot of the ranking of the tracks here. We talk about our normie friends who know an album that we might be talking about, and they'll just like it for the music, which is perfectly fantastic. But John will know a Kiss album, you know, he'll know who wrote each song on a Kiss album. He'll know who played the lead on, you know, who played the bass and stuff like that. So it's the degrees of information and the degrees of knowledge, you know, that you can expose yourself to. You've got guys that'll just go and buy, like John, no disrespect to John, a striped guitar that he's happy with, that he's got behind him. There's a guy like me that's quite happy to go and get this, and there's a guy like you who goes, no, I'm going to build mine. You know, and it's going to resemble exactly like Simon Hosford's 5150. It'll look exactly the same as it did with Live Without a Net.
Yeah.
That's what I love. You know, there's enough room for everybody at this party, John.
Yeah, look, man, you can appreciate that sort of stuff in the context in which it belongs, right? When Hosford did his gig at the Corner Hotel, I went along to that and had the best time. And I actually appreciated the fact that he had his mate there with the rack of guitars, and he had a you know, like a striped Explorer, and he had the what do you call the running a blank, but the what's the brand with the trans trim for the right song?
Oh, the trans, yes.
He played the right guitars for the right songs, right?
Correct.
And I appreciate that just as much as I appreciate going to see my mate's cover band, and he's playing you know, their own version of You Really Got Me, which is kind of a halfway between the Kinks and Van Halen version, and doing his own stuff. You know, there's no one way to anything. You know what I mean? And
that's how originality is started. I mean, even Van Halen became Van Halen because they were trying to sound like other people and they couldn't. So because really back then, I mean, I think it's easier to now. I think with the advent of just being able to see exactly what your favorite guitar player's rig is at all times, whether it's, you know, a photo from a live show or just them making you know, those rig rundown videos or whatever. There was a long period where you're like, oh, okay, I want to sound like this guy, but I have no idea what he plays. And so I'm going to use what I have, and I'll get close, and I don't know how he plays. I don't have any videos to watch him. So I'm just going to do what I think, you know, is close enough. And then you have multiple influences, and you mix them all. And you know, that's just how originality comes. And I think it was Tom Morello of Rage Against the Machine who said, like, in the I don't know when it was, must have been late 80s, where he just said, like, he had his rig, he had his JCM 800 and his pedals, and he just said, this is it. I'm not going to touch them forever. I'm only going to use these pedals from now on. And he decided to move towards
work out what I can do,
what he can do with his stuff. And that's how he's one of the most original guitar players ever because of that. And that's what's incredible to me. And that's, I mean, Ed was kind of the same way. He just kind of, he didn't settle in the same way, but he couldn't, he sounded the way he did because he couldn't sound like someone else. And, you know, if that's your prerogative, then that's
Tanner.
It.
I remember the first time I went to my mate's place, Garth Blomfield's. He had a Hondo guitar. John, you'll be familiar with Hondos. Yep. They were, you know, Korean cheap guitars in the early 80s. Yep. He had a Hondo guitar and he had a Gorilla amp. And I was so envious of my friend because he had a Hondo and you know, and he'd worked out the start of Eruption, Tanner, and I was blown away. And I was sure that my friend sounded exactly like the record.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Having the guitar to the exact specs plugged into the right amp to get the exact tone, and learning the song with all the right notes and all the right nuances and the timing and everything to get that exact sound, to sound exactly like the artist you're trying to emulate, in order to give the same feeling that they had.
Yeah.
You know, and there's some times where you can get the same feeling from you know, you're kind of doing the same song in your own way on your own sort of gear, but you get to that feeling and you give someone that rush. And it's, you know, to sit there and say, well, you really should have been playing on a, you know, that you've got a Seymour Duncan JB. It should have really been a DiMarzio super distortion to get the right tone. You know, it's like, you know, is someone going to then sort of whinge that they bought Alex's book, but it was the version that was printed in the UK and they used a different font and it really affected the story.
Yeah. Because I'm reading it on Kindle and it's a different font.
Yeah,
so I'm reading a different story from you.
Yep. Yeah. You know, do I sort of perceive it differently because I read it by candlelight and you read it out in the sunshine? I mean, I don't know, man. You can have all the right sort of stuff, and then what speakers am I listening to it?
I'll tell you one thing. Though, guys, and I never got a chance to back Jerry up, and hopefully he's still here in the chat. But Jerry mentioned, you know, a lot of the guys that we were listening to spent hours listening to, like, you know, Clapton, for example, spent 12 months listening to John Mayall's blues albums before they recorded the Beano album. And the same thing with the guys from Led Zeppelin. Jimmy Page spent hours. In fact, John and Tanner, they were listening to music probably more than what they were playing it. You know, because that was their tertiary, quote unquote, education. John, you know, though having to listen to the music and you know, let's not forget that, because Jerry was making that point, you know, that Van Halen were clearly listening to lots of other music. They weren't listening to the top 20, you know, at a really early age. So they were serious music listeners as opposed to musicians in a band.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I've spent a lot of time listening to the bootlegs of the club days, and you know, making a list of all the covers they did, and which, you know, a lot of those covers inform riffs and solos and structures of songs on later, you know, I mean, the most obvious ones being like Bottoms Up and LaGrange by ZZ Top, and
yep,
and some of them, you know, Ed said himself, you know, Panama was very AC/DC, and Drop Dead Legs was kind of AC/DC as well, and I think a lot of the Hagar stuff is AC/DC, and you can kind of get a feel for what he was listening to over the years, and I think, you know, especially in the 70s too, for those first few albums, like
and you know, Cream early on, you know, he mentioned, you know, many times that Clapton was his guitar hero. They went and saw Derek and the Dominoes. He wasn't particularly, I think he said he fell asleep, or Alex fell asleep during a Derek and the Dominoes gig, you know. So, you know, so they weren't clearly influenced by anything Clapton was doing with Derek and the Dominoes, but Cream, 100%, definitely. Yeah. Huge influence on.
They tracked artists around a lot, like, you know, Ed liked the Winter, Johnny and Edgar Winter, and
yes.
Rick Derringer kind of in that camp as well, and like those guys had a lot of different projects, different albums, different names to their bands and stuff, and they, you know, Ed and Alex played stuff from all of them, and I think I learned a little recently just by listening to some of the live things, is that Ed and Al were clearly buying live albums to study. I mean, they talked a lot about Live at Leeds there, the Who Live at Leeds, and obviously Live Cream. But, you know, and the way I figured it out for some of them is that when they would play the covers live, they were playing the live versions of those covers. Two of them that come to mind, Gene Genie by David Bowie.
Yeah.
The studio version is completely different. There's a whole intro in the live thing that Van Halen does that can only be derivative of that live performance. And then another one is the James Gang Walk Away. When they played that live, they had that whole intro kind of vamp and F sharp that they didn't have on the studio track. So it was pretty obvious that they were, rounding out their craft of live performance by listening to live performances, because a lot of those bands that they liked sounded great live, sounded great in the studio, but they would add a lot of extra, overdubs. I mean, like Beck, Bogert, and a piece there. They had their live album is amazing, incredible.
It's incredible. It's
And
incredible.
so is the studio album, but I always found that it was just too dry, kind of overproduced for 1973 standard. But that live, I'm so happy that they remastered the live 1973, 1974 Beck, Bogert, and a piece and put it out last year, because it is incredible. Those three guys can play.
And yeah, you're right, and had a huge influence. And you guys might be familiar, again, getting back to the Clapton buzz, because a big part of my life growing up, and even now to this day, he's just released another album this morning, another album on Spotify. Go and check it out. I was listening to it before we went live. It's pretty good, not bad. It's a pretty good album. So you guys might remember. He's Eddie's been interviewed by some chick on a radio station, and she's asking him about the connection to Clapton, and he goes, "Oh, he was listening to Live Cream. You mentioned that album, Tanner." And he said, "Oh yeah, I learnt to play the guitar listening to Eric Clapton," and so he busts out Crossroads, and he plays Crossroads note for note, John.
Yeah.
Now,
this might not necessarily be what he wants to output.
Yeah.
But,
I think for a long time, people
made up of what he got.
I think for a long time, people really downplayed. I mean, people just don't have a grasp of Clapton, I think. And I think that kind of informs their opinion on whether Ed sounds like Clapton or not. And I think Alan was one of the first people I ever met that broke it down, like took Ed's licks and found exactly where he got it from Live Cream and stuff like that. And that was a big eye opener for me. I think,
big eye opener for me, bro, when he broke that down, those licks from Sitting on Top of the World. And also, and it sort of gave justification and validation to my own experience, because when I was listening to Full When It's Love, off the OU812, and I'm listening to those those solos at the end of the album, John, I'm thinking, shit, this sounds like Clapton. The Clapton licks.
Yep. No, I just hadn't listened to enough Clapton to know, because I grew up listening to kind of his greatest hits over the years and stuff, and obviously when you hear the 80s stuff, you don't really liken that to Ed very much. But when you finally sit down and listen to Live Cream and even the Blind Faith stuff, it makes sense. I mean, Alex. And the thing is that whatever Ed liked, Alex kind of liked the same kind of thing. I mean, at least for a while. And I think into the 80s, there's that interview in 93, I think, where Alex says, like, Ed likes the more of the, Holdsworth kind of stuff. And he even makes a dig at Holdsworth. Like, Holdsworth can't write a song. He can play all day long, but he can't write a song. And so obviously they kind of went their own ways eventually. But early on, I think the reason why Van Halen worked so much is because they all were listening to the same stuff. Michael Anthony, alternatively, was listening to Cream as well. He loved Jack Bruce. He loved Jack Bruce, and he loved Beck, Bogert, and a piece. I think he even said in an interview, he's like, me, Ed, and Al are literally like behind Dave. We're just Beck, Bogert, and a piece. And I think being that they all had the same kind of sound in their head, I think that's why it works so well. and Dave kind of brought them out of that a little bit, kind of made them go a little bit more pop and stuff.
More than that though, too. Dave made them do dance moves as well, because you know, up until then, you know, Michael and Eddie were just kind of just standing there, you know, like the early '70s musicians. But if you go and have a look at some of that stuff, you know, all the concert stuff that they did, especially with David Lee Roth, you know, they're choreographed. It's good.
Yeah, dancing and the outfits and hairstyle, you know, haircuts and stuff. I mean,
show business.
Ed and Al were just like total stoners, and just the flannels and jeans and like, you know, just no care in the world for a visual presence. Kind of, there's a lot of the pictures in that Van Halen Rising book that are pretty comical on those early days, with like both of them just having the most disgusting looking hair and dirty flannels and stuff, and you know, so yeah, it's incredible. I spent a lot of time, you know, being that I do want to play like Alex and Eddie, and I spent a lot of time, rather than, you know, also learning their music, but also learning their influences, which, you know,
correct.
That's really the way to learn how to play like someone, is study who they were studying, because it's a pipeline. It turns into something when you have similar influences. And I mean, I've been kind of looking at parallel ideas lately, where, like, you know, Ed kind of resembles Billy Gibbons a lot. And yeah, they played a lot of ZZ Top in those early days, but I think a lot of it is because Billy Gibbons was just as big of a Clapton head as Ed was. So, you know.
Clapton, and also he was heavily influenced by Peter Green from Fleetwood Mac. You know, from that, you know, the late '60s Fleetwood Mac, and I think you're right. Heavily influenced by it. One thing, and I just want to sort of stretch out a little bit of what you're saying from my own experience, and John and I on some shows have spoken about this many times. You know, let's just look at Clapton as an example. So you listen to Clapton in the late '80s, and he talks about this guy called Robert Johnson. You know, or you could be listening to the Rolling Stones, and Keith Richards is talking about Robert Johnson. So you go and, so you go and listen to a Robert Johnson song, and that's a gatepost or a signpost back. And then you listen to these black guys singing blues, and you go, holy shit. This is fantastic. This is great. You know, so I'm sort of just backing up. Backing up your argument about, you know, going back and listening to what you're listening to, your influences, and who was influencing them, because it's remarkable. It's a great journey.
It is, yeah. I mean, I've been turned on to a lot of music just from the list of songs and bands that Ed and Alex, you know, were pulling from. Like, you know, I just said it, but Beck, Bogert, and a Piece, I'd barely ever heard of them. And just by listening to that stuff got me onto that kind of 70s era of Jeff Beck, and which is just out of this world. But
Caleb mentioned something really interesting too when he was on. You know, he was talking about the Starfleet project. Go and check that out. We did a show on that. You know, go and check it out. The everything is released. You know, and there's a track there that Eric is playing. Not Eric, sorry. That Eddie is playing, called The Blues Breaker. Obviously, which is a reference back to the Blues Breakers, John. And go and listen to it. And I remember listening to that going, this guy can play the blues.
I've got to get around to that. I haven't checked that out.
The Donington show there that came out last year or earlier this year or whatever, like when he does the whole solo jam on the A4 tour, he'd do the blues jam with Alex, and that was incredible. I mean, it all sorts of kind of makes sense when you hear stuff like that. I think he did, you know, move away from it to not sound like, because he really was trying as hard as he could to not be compared to people. And I have that same mentality. I mean, I am such a self-critic when it comes to writing my own music. If anything I write sounds like someone else, scrap, it's gone, because I just, I have that kind of pushing the envelope mentality where, I don't want to be a Greta Van Fleet where
Yeah.
someone goes, oh, he's just ripping someone. He's just ripping them off or whatever. There really was never a point. I mean, I wasn't alive during the peak of Van Halen, but there really was never a point from what I've heard where people said, oh, they're just a rip off of so-and-so because they just pulled from so much.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I'm going to share another story with you guys. Give me a second.
I think also there's a thing where you got to let it all flow through, and yeah, the danger is if you steal too much from one source, it's going to seem very much a copy. But I think everybody that's done anything fantastic has always got their influences to thank for it, and I think it's just finding your own combination of everything that's come before.
There's no such thing as a person without influence in any aspect of their life. Everything you do all day long is influenced by something you saw someone do. So, to run away from that is silly. But to run towards one influence is also kind of silly in my opinion. But
Yeah, I remember when this album here, behind me, Carnal Knowledge came out in 1991. Anyway, I was working with a guy called Rohit Kumar, and he was a Van Halen nut, and boy, he could play. And anyway, it was a Saturday. I remember going over to his place. We were going to, muck around, drink some beer, and listen to some music, play some music. Anyway, he was playing this album, John and Tanner, and it was the stuff that I've never heard in my life. And I said to him, what is this? It kind of blew me away because I was expecting, we were going to listen to Van Halen or AC/DC or something like that. And he was listening to a band called My Bloody Valentine. They'd just released their album Loveless. And I hadn't heard anything like it. So I remember, 91, I'm listening to Van Halen and I'm listening to, what they call shoegaze. And so that's one of the reasons why, I've got a jazz master. It's not because of Kurt Cobain, or the so-called alternative bands. It's these guys, and I'll never forget the rig. My mate, he had this rig. He had a fuzz pedal, he had a reverb pedal, and he was going through a Marshall amp, and he sounded fantastic. And then he would turn the fuzz off and the reverb off, John, and then he would do just fiddle around with his tuning, and then he would sounding like, and then must have been putting on another effect, and then he was like jamming Judgment Day. Remarkable.
Funny. This, I built this for Van Halen's sake, so I could play along to Spanked and run around and stuff like that. But I love Aretha Franklin. I love the song Chain of Fools, and that was recorded with a Dan Electro Longhorn baritone. I love that tone. I love that kind of swampy sound, and I love Led Zeppelin's Celebration Day was recorded on this same kind of instrument, different
That's
tuning
right.
and different setup and stuff. But I typically don't build a guitar for one song kind of one off, but when I know I'm going to get some use out of it and then use that inspiration to make my own stuff. Like I put, lately I've been putting flat wound strings on all my guitars because I've been into people that use flat wounds, like the Beatles use flat wounds on all their guitars, and this new guy Blake Mills, he uses these big thick kind of baritone flat wounds on his regular guitars, and this even newer guy, he goes by McGee, who actually Clapton was endorsing recently. and even I think he even signed him or something like that.
Yeah.
He's making some incredible music that I suggest everyone check out. It's very very modern sounding, but also very like 80s pop kind of.
Yeah.
And it's guitar based. He uses like his rig is like a jazz master with big fat flat wound strings, and he tunes it down to A, and then he runs that through a reverb pedal, and then runs the reverb into a one of those Tascam Porta Studio cassette recorders into one of the inputs, and he cranks the gain on it, and uses that as like a gain like pedal, distortion pedal. And it's like super cool, and just it's incredible to me. Every time I think that everything has been done in music, someone like that comes out.
Correct. There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new
Yeah.
under the sun. I like flats too. My Gretsch has got flats. Only because I love playing that early rockabilly stuff, and I do believe the flats have a sound quality. And on my bass guitars, all of them have flats. Only because, John, I love the feel. It's got nothing to do with the tone. The flats are just a nice smooth, and they just feel good.
They're
That's
quieter. I think they're quiet. I put it on my Precision recently, and I noticed it just got a lot quieter, and less of that kind of string buzz stuff. And I got I have one of those Harley Benton, Paul McCartney kind of basses, and I got the tape wound strings that he was using on the last two albums. Those things are awesome. I love those.
Yeah.
I wish they made tape. I actually, you know what they probably do, and I've been thinking about getting them for a guitar, a 6-string guitar, because I love that kind of, as Ben Tom says, dull. It's got a sound. It's for a certain genre.
I love them. I love them on my bass though. I'll never put rounds on a bass, only because I just love, when you're sliding up and down. Oh, so good. Good on the fingers, bro. Just feels good.
I like the tension too. I bought the I believe they're D'Addario. It's a 7-string set, and I just got rid of the top string and put them on here. So I think this is a 30-inch scale, so it's baritone, and it's an A, and I just like the tension. I put flats on my bass too, and I just like a little bit more tension on instruments like this, where you just don't need to dig in as hard.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like using 11s. I've got 11s on here, and on my on my Jaguar, I have, because it's a short scale, I've got 11s. And now some people might say, well, that's overkill, but I just like the feel because I've got the neck shimmed, so the bridge is quite high, so that I can get underneath it. And I just again, I just like that chunky feel that you can just
We were laughing at the convention because John brought his Squier Mini that's painted like the 78 Frankenstein, and I had it without a strap, kind of holding it or whatever, and I had it kind of up here like John Lennon, and I was laughing because what's hilarious is that John's early Rickenbacker is actually a shorter scale length than a Squier Mini.
Really?
Which is like incredible that like John Lennon was playing like all bet like a child's scale guitar on all those.
Well, he was only a little guy. He was only a little fellow, and he had small hands, So one of the reasons why I loved it and played it so long, and when he went to the Casino, which isn't a short scale guitar, but he liked it. He liked it, and if you've got a short scale guitar, have you got a short scale guitar, John?
No.
It's remarkable, the difference. We're only talking about what, less than an inch, Tanner. It's not much. It's less than an inch, but my gosh, they feel different.
Well, even just for me, I mean, I have my SG and I have my Strats and stuff, and like put the same strings on both of them, and it's like a different world. I
Yeah.
feel like I can bend a Gibson to the sky and play it on a Strat, and I can barely even move the strings.
I'm obviously not paying attention. I can't think of the majority of my guitars that I even know what strings are on them.
I
And
adapt
I can tell you,
well.
I've
always been really adaptable. I've never had a preference of pick. Strings, I usually just like, I mean, being a fan of Ed, I've always just kind of stuck with my 9s and stuff like that, because that's kind of what I started with. But, you know, now that I've been kind of getting into it, it's like I've played other people's guitars. I play guitars at Guitar Center, and they've got all kinds of strings on them, and picks, like, you know, hand me a pick. I don't even need one if I don't have one, but like, the only time I ever have a preference over pick is for a pick slide, because the a thinner pick sounds better objectively with a pick slide. But, you know, I've used everything from one of those little Jazz 3s to lately my favorite picks are those freaking Chicago Music Exchange picks that they send in the packages with the stuff that I order. I don't know what they use, but I love those things. But I've never really cared.
So Johnny's saying in the chat that he thought that John Lennon's about 5'10", 5'11". Maybe he was. I don't know where I read the article. I think it might be in the Beatles Gear book, where they talk about that. So that Rickenbacker doesn't look like a short scale against John, maybe because it's just slight. As opposed,
the difference between like a Squire Mini, the reason a Squire Mini looks smaller than those Rickenbackers is the space behind the bridge.
Yes.
On a Squire Mini, it's like this, where it's dead right up against the bottom. But on the Rickenbackers, it's longer. So just the body displacement makes it look bigger. Plus, Rickenbacker always had their big bodies, anyways, and they were hollow, semi-hollow or hollow, so they weren't very heavy either. But it's pretty common. I had John's guitar up like this or whatever, like John Lennon, and I was just laughing about it.
Well, that Tennessean for George, you know, when George used to play the Tennessean up here, you know, it looked so huge. You know, this little guy from, you know, but they're a big guitar anyway. You know,
the funniest I've seen is was it Ray Davies of the Kinks with the flying V, the arm through the middle of the flying V.
You were supposed to play it like that. Don't you? You're supposed to, apparently you were supposed to play it like that.
That's so funny to me.
I know. It looks I won't. You look so bad when you see it, and I remember looking at it going, "What are you doing?" But yeah, apparently that's I don't know. It might be one of those urban myths, John.
Flying V like a violin.
Yeah.
I mean, like Leo Fender never played. He could barely even play guitar, and he had all these things that he implemented in his especially those early basses, like where the armrest or the finger rest was on those early Precisions was like they had the idea that most people were going to play with their hands grounded here, and they were going to play the bass with their thumb, and then everyone was taking it off and putting it up high so they could use their thumb and play like this. And it's just fun. It's just funny what they intend early on versus what people actually. I mean, Leo Fender put the covers over the pickup and the bridge because he thought they were ugly. He wanted them covered right up, and all those early Strats and stuff had the covers too, but no one cared.
Yeah, well, those bass players removed the covers, didn't they? And a lot of those country guys removed the ashtrays off the Telecasters, you know, because, you know, to their ear, John and Tanner, they sounded muffled. You know, they didn't sound as good, you know, with them on. So what do? That's the first mod. That's probably the first mods. Rip those bloody ashtray covers off.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the time, boys. I've been here with you guys. John, you've been here from the start too. You've been here.
I don't know how long you were going before I got on, but yeah, I've been hanging for a while.
Yeah, I
Where
don't
are all
know
the
if
people
I'm
that
going.
said that they were going to front up?
I think
Oh,
last
well.
year we did it later because I remember I was up until like 4 a.m. over here.
Yeah.
I finally quit and went to. I was gonna quit earlier, but then Caleb jumped on. I couldn't interrupt. It's just he told it. I think you asked like everyone like how they got into Van Halen, and he told a pretty long-winded story. I didn't want to be rude and leave in the middle of it, so I just sat there and waited. Finally, I was like, "Okay, I'm headed. I have work in 2 hours. Wish me luck."
Thank you, boys, for hanging out with us. I'm going to end the stream. If anyone has any plans to jump on, because I said we were going to go for another 6 hours. Johnny, no, I can't do 5, bro. Can't do another 5. But it's been fun. I look. It's just our channel's celebration, guys, for Eddie Van Halen. It's been a big part of our channel, our history, John, Eddie Van Halen, as you know. And, Alan Garber said, that Jimi Hendrix, was the greatest guitar player in his mind. For my generation, Eddie Van Halen was our generation's Jimi Hendrix. Now, we're not making a comparison, but, every generation has the great guitar player. And, for a lot of my mates and I growing up, and a lot of guys here, Eddie Van Halen was the guy. So it's just our small part of paying tribute to some great music.
Yep, I think we are Van Halen now.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
Whether it's doing these shows or I try to contribute by making my Alex Van Halen recreation videos and stuff like that, and everyone else's kind of stuff. I just I think like we've always said, we're the only ones that can keep this alive.
Yep, and we'll be back. We'll be back in a couple of weeks, though. Anyway, to
Chris that said that there's glaciers that move quicker than Van Halen.
Yeah. Another incredible guy too, isn't he? Just fantastic.
Yeah.
But when I asked him if he knew about any pre-release copies of, he said no, he hadn't heard of any. So, we're only going to get that book, I think, maybe when they've probably got an embargo on it, and they'll release it. I'm
excited.
But we'll be back. We'll be back. If you've watched the show right through to 5 hours and 21 minutes, well done. We'll have some links on the description for you to go and see some of our friends who've been on the channel, to go and subscribe to them. Hit the notification button, and we'll be back here at least within the next couple of weeks, all of us talking about Alex Van Halen's book. And that'll be at least 2 or 3 hours that you'll have to put aside from your life if you want to participate in that. Definitely won't. Yeah. I'll be live tomorrow on the channel with the Rock Professor and Brad. We're going to be talking about Cream's Disraeli Gears.
Sweet.
That album turns 57 this year. Its anniversary is in November. So we're going to be talking about that great album. And again, we've mentioned it a little bit.
Not a ranking?
No, we're not ranking it. Brad's going to give some rankings. We're just going to talk about it because the Rock Professor and I have already ranked it. So it's just going to be one of those chat shows, John, But you're more than welcome to rank it and compare your rankings to Brad's. Huge influence on Eddie Van Halen and Alex Van Halen. Cream, as we've
Very
just
much
mentioned that. Huge influence. All right, boys, we're out of here. Thank you, Tanner, especially, and John ZD351, brother. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Oh, Andrew, thank you for the invitation, and it's always appreciated to be made to feel so welcome.
Mate,
Same here.
it's all what again, it's we're just doing what mates do. Hey, come over to
That's
my
it.
place. Come over here. We're gonna listen. We're gonna listen to this, and then we're gonna have a few beers, and then we'll get into a fight. oh, sorry, those days are long gone. Yeah. Yeah. What am I talking about? We don't do that stuff anymore, do we?
Haven't had a beer for
Tanner
weeks.
might.
Yeah,
Tanner might.
I try.
Thanks, guys. Look, we're not going to do a shout out to you guys in the chat. You guys know who you are. But Brent, thank you for hanging out with us to the end. Johnny Heartbreaker, thank you. And also Jamie, you guys are still here hanging out with us. So please subscribe to our channel. All channel subscribers get a subscription back. So if you're building your own channel, we will contribute to one subscription back to you. We're out of here. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Yep.
I'll play the intro. I'll play the last
you
video.
later.